Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to another Saturday night sci-fi extravaganza. Tonight, we are going to be talking about robots, droids, and mecha. Some of my favorite things about sci-fi, other than, Princess Leia's costume in The Return of the Jedi, and starships of all flavors. But we'll talk about all that kind of stuff maybe next week. I don't know that I want to put that in the title, but we'll figure something out. Anybody out there in TV land who is receiving this, feel free to come on in and chat about one of my favorite subjects. My good friend Connell, the Cigar DM, will be here shortly, as will our good friend Nathan Allen, who I know is anxious to join the discussion as well, because he is a droid builder extraordinaire, and I'm sure he will be showing off some of his handiwork. I'm also hoping that a lot of our regular friends and family will be here. The little guy is not here yet. He is going to be making an appearance. He's just on the phone with family because of a new development in well, you'll see shortly. It's going to be a shock for quite a few of you. Let me invite my good buddy Connell, because I know he is anxious to get in here. Nathan should be along shortly. There you go, Connell. The link is up. Bruce, if you're out there, Sean Cherry, Rick, all the regulars, Baron, if you're out there, come on in and give us a hard time. Drop us a bomb or two. There he is. Thought it said add to ice cream for some reason. That was weird, but whatever. How the hell are you, buddy?
I'm good.
I haven't seen you in like almost a whole hour.
Oh, I know. I kind of been watching. The old movie Dark Crystal?
Yes. I have not seen that. I saw it once or twice. It's on my Netflix, but I am loath to use Netflix, except for the rarest of occasions, that being Stranger Things and a few other exceptions. But I'm just not really a TV guy right now.
Oh, I get that.
I spend most of my time on YouTube watching and learning and what have you. And as you guys may have seen earlier this week, we got a mountain of plastic that I am working on for display throughout the week and the month from Archon Studios, one of our absolute favorite companies out there, the guys who got us started way back 2 years ago when the little guy was just, as he calls it, a squeaker. If you have not seen some of our early episodes, I implore you, go back and watch like the first, all of them. No, if you could just watch the very first episode to see how much the little guy has changed in the last 2 years. He's grown more than 2 feet. He's become the smartest guy I know out there when it comes to history and making his dad look bad. He is just, he starts his first week of freshman year of high school, and the little guy is dedicated and motivated, unlike any kid I know. And don't think I don't know like a lot of kids, because I know his friends, and I take him to school every day on our bikes. So during the summer, I got a good look at his fellow classmates, and he's going to be the best and the brightest of all of them. Unless something weird happens and he does a complete 180.
Well, scientifically, they say that the brain does a re-upload every 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he just turned what? How old? 14?
14 in July, yeah.
So we'll see what he's like in 7 years.
I hope I'm there.
But as I was saying, the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance, it feels just like the old Dark Crystal.
Okay. I vaguely heard of that. I've never seen that. I saw the very first Dark Crystal when it first came out. Okay. Oh my God. Check this shit out.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, how do I get the camera? Oh, hello. There's a different setting on the camera that I think you might want to use.
Yeah, that's like the third one in there, Shadow. Or it's not that one.
Not that one. Nope.
That one works.
There we go.
All right.
So what's R2D2?
All right. What was that, Connell?
I'm looking at his room, his outfit, and I'm looking for R2D2.
Oh, yeah, or IG-88. One of my favorites.
CP. I hated the Colt guy.
Yeah, I think we were supposed to.
So
my favorite droid in the actual canon movies was IG-88. He was an assassin droid, I believe.
Yeah,
or a bounty hunter droid, which just blew me away. A self-autonomous, killing machine. That I mean, what kind of mad scientist made that and just let it go in the galaxy?
the U.S. military.
Yeah, I don't know about that. So that's the hat I was telling you about that he got in the mail today.
Oh, wait, what? You were telling about that?
Yeah, it's missing the emblem, but I think with those snaps that it has on it, we could probably find things to put in there in its place to swap them out from time to time. It is kind of a cool looking hat.
It is.
But yeah, but Amazon, someone at Amazon or the original seller or whatever, neglected to send the pin badge, whatever you call it. They would go smack dab in the center of it. I wonder where Nathan is. I told him 15 minutes.
Who picked out the title today?
That would be me. I've got 4 more titles for the next 4 weeks, but I really wanted Nathan to be in on this one because he's a bit of an expert. He makes his own droids and all kinds of stuff, and I wanted to give him a chance to getting sound set up. Alrighty. Cool. I have a feeling we're a little late for Shauner to be able to show up, but we'll next Saturday we'll try to make this at like maybe 7 p.m. so he can come in because he was
Well, it's what 8 o'clock his time.
Yeah. He and I are running at the same time, but he's got to go to work early tomorrow. So I get it. Even if he could only hang out for an hour, that would be stellar. He's I'm not gonna lie, he's one of my favorite YouTubers. And I know he rubs a couple of people the wrong way, but there he is, the man of the hour. Get your ass in here, buddy. How the hell you doing?
Pretty good. Do I sound okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound just like yourself. I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
Okay.
But that's kind of my thing. So yeah, this is I showed you the list of
sure.
I showed you the list of shows that are going to come up, and I'm glad we get to do this one first because, like I was telling everybody before, I consider you one of the experts in the field of sci-fi robots, maybe even real robots one of these days if you put your mind to it. I wanted to give you a chance to maybe show off some of your handiwork because I was very impressed with what you showed me. I'm pretty good at making little things, but if I had to make something big, it probably wouldn't come out anywhere near as good as my small stuff, my miniatures and things like that. But
well, there's a method to the big stuff. Yeah.
Little stuff you can hide things because people are not looking at it at the same perspective, and little mistakes are just that they're little. With a robot, especially with the stuff you do, if the paint job doesn't look perfect, it looks like crap. And until I get my airbrushing skills down.
Hey, Baron, why don't you come on in?
There's room for one more. The water's fine.
I always hated that line.
Yeah, well, I'm full of cheesy lines. I'm going to use them
Especially
all.
when it comes like from an old person, like,
Hey, you know what? Right there, buddy. Because I'm the oldest guy here. That's why I want Sean in, so I don't feel like a geezer. He says, "Fucking no."
Wait, what?
Tired, too much food. What did you have, Baron? At least tell us that, so we can, commiserate with you.
I had cold fried chicken.
No.
I had chicken. I think it was chicken. I don't know. It was
It
pretty
was
crunchy.
indeed chicken.
It was indeed chicken.
Well,
Yes, that was chicken. I don't understand how you could confuse that for anything else.
it could have been cat.
You have a point. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we go to any wet markets. Was a cookout. Steak, hot dogs, and hamburgers. Please tell me you had one of each, because I would.
Or two of each.
Yeah, I'm one of those weird guys who actually likes hot dogs for hot dogs.
Oh,
And L. Oh, rub it in.
right here, buddy. Right here. Not so much over here. Not so much over here, but right here.
Well, what was it you were showing a ye old geek last night?
Oh. This? Actually, I kind of like the guy. He's not bad for a Brit.
Yeah, we didn't see eye to eye on everything, but he made me giggle a couple of times. Where the hell did the little guy go? Hey, you are contractually bound to stay here on camera.
I'll be back. I'll turn the camera on in the 10. Well, I'm trying to. My computer's been on for way too long, and I need to turn it off. Okay.
Okay,
And
all right.
if you didn't see my setup last time, it's pretty bad.
All right. You're excused.
Yeah, I like
I'm curious about his setup.
It's just he's got a computer, but he's using his tablet like his old man.
No, I'm
'Cause
using a laptop this is a laptop that the school gave me, and I'm just I folded it out until it's flat, and I'm just resting it against the computer.
Because he has a computer, a laptop, and a tablet, and a phone.
The school just
Well, I got a laptop, an iPad, and a phone.
The tablet. That's all I
got that
use.
stuff
I have
too.
a phone, but I love my tablet. It's
My phone technically could be a tablet. It's the Apple big phone.
yeah, it's pretty big.
Well, I have big hands. Oh man. So
Freaking elk,
seeing you
man.
again, Nathan.
okay.
What's up?
It was good seeing you again.
It's good seeing you too. I caught a little bit of your shows here and there, but working, I was on and off,
So, Nathan, you got anything coming up in the near future that we can all check out?
No, I don't. I haven't been doing a whole lot of anything except fixing things. Like right now, I got a 45 millimeter fan box on the printer right now because my buddy's computer, somebody built it for him. And the North Bridge, South Bridge? Well, it's a secondary processor on it, right? And it's supposed to have a heat sink. Well, I had the heat sink, but I didn't have the right fan. So it's just one of those little, a heat sink for like a motor. And it works. It's overkill for this thing. But the fan is just kind of jangling around inside the box. So I'm making him a fan holder box. So I made the wrong one. I was trying to go by memory, made 60 millimeter, and then made 40 millimeter, and it's a 45. And I'm like, all right, 30 more minutes. I was like, man, oh my God. So
Speaking of fans, can you guys hear mine? Because I got it down as low.
That's for Baron, not for you guys.
We're gonna have to put that on the t-shirt.
What?
These.
Put what on a t-shirt?
Oh, makes sense.
No, I was asking
If
Barry.
you got a fan running, I can't hear it.
Okay, because that's a pet peeve of our friend Shawners. He was giving me a hard time for it. Okay, thanks, Rick. There's room for you. I've been inviting you all week. But Baron said, big hand, small, ... And I said, finish it, Baron. Don't keep us in suspense. No, what am I doing? I can just... And then Baron goes, nah, let Connell figure it out. I'm guessing it's not very flattering. Let's just put it that way.
Y'all can kiss my Irish ass.
I got a question for y'all. You had anything weird happen lately?
My ex-wife was
It's my main domain.
Well, hold on. Let me. Hey, Cal, what's happening, buddy? Real quick, I don't know if you saw our video. I told this story already, maybe like 5 times now. Monday, we were waiting on a package from Archon Studios. It had everything we needed for the whole month to do a whole month on this company's products because their Kickstarter just shipped. We were expecting it. Monday, it said it was in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'm like, crap, it's not going to make it. So Tuesday, the little guy and I go for a bike ride to our shopping center that has a Hobby Lobby, a Walmart, and a Dollar Tree. Thinking we'll find some craft ideas and we'll just make something work, and we'll do the Archon month next month. But we really wanted to do an Archon August, we went to the stores, struck out 3 times, nothing. Couldn't find a dang thing we wanted. So we rode our bike home, and we were going to go to Burger King, which we always do when we go on a bike ride. Little guy gets a flat tire. So we do the Burger King thing anyways. I let him ride my bike, and I walk the bike home. We get home. I take a little nap to get rid of the headaches I always get from being out in the sun too long. And I hear the doorbell. I hear the dog bark. I hear the little guy making some noise and some sort of scraping on the floor. And I'm like, what? What's going on? I go, and sure enough, it was our 30-pound box of Archon plastic, miniatures, terrain, the whole shebang. A literal miracle. I don't know how it got from Memphis to our doorstep in 24 hours. And my table in studio is filled with boxes full of plastic miniatures and terrain and all kinds of cool stuff. We're gonna review and put together and paint all this month. So I've been kind of riding that high since Thursday or Tuesday.
Cool.
But I consider it weird. I'm calling it a miracle because it saved my bacon. We would have had a really kind of a lackluster month this month, and that gives us time to work on the next month and the month after that without any pressure. But other than that, it's been a fun week.
Okay.
Weird. I don't know if I'd call that weird, but I wanted to give the big guy upstairs credit for helping the channel out when we needed it, and hopefully everybody will enjoy the stuff we're going to show off. Archon Studios was the reason we made the channel. We got our first Kickstarter in the mail, and the little guy says we should make a video, make a channel to show it off, and we did 2 years ago on the 8th, I believe it is. This coming week will be 2 years we've been doing this, and we've been having a blast ever since, and it's really been a fun ride. And as you can see, the little squeaker is grown into quite a young man. So, what's Cal saying here? Lucky direct flight to Southern Cal. Yeah, it was Rick. I don't know. I pegged you for more of a sci-fi guy, and we got absolutely no sci-fi in the box. But we got a lot of terrain. Well, not a lot of terrain, but a lot of miniatures. Literally hundreds of miniatures. But because I bought 4 Kickstarters, I got 4 sets of all these miniatures. So I'm looking at probably over 1,000 miniatures I got in the mail. And for those of you guys out there watching, there's not a whole lot of you, but people that watch the show later on. We will be having a giveaway when we finally hit 500 subs. We're going to be giving away a whole bunch of my extra junk, all still sealed, new in the box, to a bunch of lucky subscribers. We'll do that live for our 500th episode special, maybe a little bit before or after, depending on how that works. How did you miss this, James? It was our announcement video. A lot of people, skip by that video, but sometimes, a lot of people watching that video, but they usually figure, oh, it's nothing big. But it's 30 pounds of plastic, but every single miniature I have to assemble like a model kit, and there's just some really cool stuff. Some monsters, some demons. A Phoenix that I just finished. I just finished this Phoenix.
Wow.
And the little guy's going to get to paint that tomorrow while I paint something else.
Would that be on my...
the stream. Oh, James. We just started 21 minutes ago. We're a little late. Right, we're a little late, but I don't want anyone to... you don't want anybody paying postage to Oz. You know what? If you are the winner, I will send it out there, snail mail. So you might get it in 2024, and it'll be like squished flat, but you will get it.
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff that James L. sent us, but we're waiting on one other package from another one of our friends. We want to do kind of like a mailbag Monday or Tuesday so that we can open up everything that our friends have sent us, just so that they can, see the expression on our face, and especially the little guy, because he has no idea. And when he opens packages, he gets kind of excited, and that's a lot of fun. Sean, you know what? I put the link in there. If any of you guys want to join, we'll make it work. We're gonna go around the clock here, counterclockwise, and start off with our favorite robots, I guess, because it's Robots, Droids, and Mecha. And I figure we should probably leave Star Warsy stuff in the droid section, even though droids for me also means androids. And
you can't talk about droids without Star Wars.
Right. Yeah. I think they kind of have that trademarked, as it were. And so Rick, is that a hint? Hey, James, you got some spare dosh hanging out there? Here's my address, right? No. James he's kind of famous for being one of the nicest guys out there in TV land.
I need to get a PO box so I can try to talk my people into sending me cigars to review, because fucking cigars are getting expensive these days.
I'm telling you, dude, hit every one of them up. Just make a form letter, copy it, and send it out to every single cigar company. And don't be surprised if someone, if not several someone's, doesn't bite. Especially give them a link to your webpage, especially your vets video, or videos, and let them see what you do. If nobody sends you a cigar, I would be shocked.
Right. I don't know. Cigars are just kind of out of fashion anymore, which is really sad. Don't get me wrong; they're not good for you. I'll never say smoking tobacco is good for you. But
I will.
Yeah.
I always thought cigars were,
mainly because they've been on for a while.
I always thought pipes are classy. I have a couple pipes I enjoy smoking. But
it's weird. I have one and I like it, but whenever I smoke it, I instantly want a cigarette afterwards. It's like this did nothing. Now it's weird. I had the same thing with cigars. I'd smoke a cigar and then, I'd be like, why am I still craving, tobacco or nicotine or what have you? But I have been cutting down lately.
And by
Hopefully,
cutting down, I mean you've went from 2 packs a day to 1 pack a day.
smart guy. No,
Hey, to be fair,
you're probably closer to from 1 pack and a half to 1 pack or 3/4 of a pack. But I need to cut down. Just if I want to,
cutting down one whole pack is cutting down for a lot of smokers. A lot of people can't do that, and if you're able to pull off that hat trick, that by itself is worth its own pat on the back.
Yeah, I used to, when I was a lifeguard of all things, I actually smoked 4 packs a day. I know, it's crazy, right?
I like cigars. My grandpa was a big cigar guy, and to me, that was always like there are certain symbols that mean manhood, and the cigar is definitely, one of those symbols, Granted, it does look like a great big, anyways.
It looks like we got a couple of other smokers in here. Don't want to, call anybody out, but I told the little guy if he ever starts smoking, I will beat his ass. Uh-oh. You ready for the big reveal?
Oh.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I cut my hair.
Very sorry. The haircuts will go very good with the papers for high school. Yes. When you go in and get the school ID, they says, I need your papers. Now stand here and take your picture. I don't know. Maybe your high school will be cooler than mine. Mine was kind of somewhat of a good life.
Oh, fucking hey. I am corn pop.
That's what made me pull off my hat on. That right there.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, the little guy is doing JROTC this starting next week, I believe. So he wanted to go in there without the long hair because he knows that if he went in the first day with the long hair, it would follow him for the rest of. Oh my God! You look just like that little squeaker we were talking about. Yeah, they would give him hell, and he doesn't need that. He's going to be president someday, and he only gets three kills when you're president, and he doesn't want to have to go all the way back to high school. Save that for college. There'll be a couple of people.
Great. Screw that.
Jack, is your head cooler?
Yeah, I mean without the height.
I'll bet. Yeah. But I'm just letting you know, little man. I'm stealing your hairstyle. I'm gonna start parting my hair on the side now. So.
Oh, okay then.
No, I was actually thinking of cutting my hair later on, maybe next year. There's a convention where they do things for charity, and I even told the little guy about it. I was like, hey, let's cut our hair for charity. We can donate the hair to one of the charitable organizations that makes wigs for women with cancer.
My mom forbid that.
Yeah. Well, mine's still there, and it was, it's still here.
Oh, was it
early Spandau Ballet? No shit, right? Huh?
Wait, what?
Anybody remember this one? Oh, there was a band. You look like you were this. You look like you remember.
You were talking in a different comment.
No, there was an organization, charity organization, it's called Locks of Love or something like that. Where they take your hair. Yeah, and they turn into wig cancer.
But before we even do that, we can tell the people at the convention, like if Max and Heathen Dog, they were doing a charity thing, and if they raised $500, they'd come out wearing cheerleader costumes.
Wait,
I think it was just an excuse to wear cheerleader costumes, but that's me. But I was saying that we do the same thing. If the charitable donation got up to a certain dollar amount, I'd cut my hair, and if it got even higher than that, I just shave my head. It grows back. I've been lucky with my hair all my life.
Until it doesn't.
As long as I got this or something, I just don't want to, be one of those guys who's trying to do the comb over or something like that.
So many jokes, not enough Pringles.
I only smoke when I catch fire. Good for you, Cal. I hope you never started. Hope you never start. It's a terrible habit, but I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
No,
yeah,
let's give Jesus a haircut. Hey, thank you. Of all the horrible things I've done in my life, it's been one of my favorites, but it's also probably been one of the worst things I've done because I've been smoking since I was younger than I was supposed to. Let's just put it that way. Don't get any ideas.
The only thing that's worse for you than tobacco is sugar, and well, fuck. So you start practicing your push-ups there, Jack?
No shit, huh? I'm going wild mode, returning to monkey till the itch. I have no. I think James is having a minor seizure.
I know what that means. I hope
I don't know what that means.
I don't.
I know it. I think I know what that means.
No idea, but
I think I have an idea. Yeah.
I don't think I care enough. I mean, to be honest, not to be mean, So, robots.
Good for you, Rick. Good for you. You got any tips there, Rick? Send them out to me. All right, that looks better. I was looking kind of dorky. It was like I was like this. You usually shave your head. I could have swore you had a pretty decent head of hair there, James. I have to go against the grain. Oh Jesus. All right, with that, let's start the ball rolling. Connell, favorite robot. What's your favorite robot?
Robot.
Just ever?
Favorite. Well, the T-800. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator.
I thought that was a T-1000.
T-1000. I'm sorry, I was 200 off. Sort of like his acting career.
T-1000.
Yeah, I'm not much into. Let me rephrase that. I like some robot movies. I think I saw Terminator way too early as a kid, but that's always the robot that sticks out. I mean, you could say RoboCop, but that's not really a robot. So
he's like a cyborg.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's like technically could say Data, but no, not really.
No, he's a droid. He's a droid. Android.
So you have to go with, I would have to go with the Terminator.
Is that one of your droids?
It's the printer.
Ooh.
3D?
I don't know if
Yeah.
Jack's ever seen this movie, but battery is not included.
No, he hasn't seen it yet.
That there is a really cute robot movie.
Oh, see that movie. It's excellent. Yeah, this is a fail. So I'm just don't mind me.
Yeah. Printer, droid, same thing.
Yeah, I'm printing. It's a robot.
I wish I had the smarts for the 3D printer.
Yeah, we have a Snapmaker, the original. It's pretty much still practically in the box. It's assembled, but it's never been used. And I would be messing with it if I had a place to set it up.
See, I would want to.
Mark, is that the silver robot in the snow area from Logan's Run box? I don't remember the name.
Logan's Run, the one in the ice cave.
That's what I think he's talking about, but I could be wrong. I'll let him come back. Sport, what's your favorite robot?
Just ever? Just what's your favorite robot?
Yeah.
That's a very broad category, is it not?
Yeah.
That's what I'm going with.
Like,
Um,
oh, he's here. He's here.
come on in, Shauner. If you can't find the link because it's too far back,
Hey,
I will put it in there for you.
DM James, do you like robots? I know you like mechs.
Oh shit, James.
I
You know, it was funny, James. I went as soon as we finished our game with Bruce, I went to go check out because I saw you were doing a stream. I literally got there as you were saying goodbye, and I'm like, oh man.
I see the link. That is a broad statement. That's a very broad statement. Well, I mean, would a Decepticon count as a robot?
Transformer.
That's more of a group.
That's a good choice, James. That's a good choice. I had the robot kit from Black Hole. That thing was creepy and scary and just cool as hell. Let you get your food out of the retro clone. No problem, Shauner. You want us to come back to you and we Jack?
Oh, printing again. Sure. Well,
Hey, I mean, unless you can think
what's
of
your
one.
definitions? What is
Robot.
the definition that you were using?
A robot that wasn't in Star Wars. How's that?
That doesn't
Robot?
help me
Okay.
at all.
Okay, robot. Favorite robot from a movie. Let's dial it down even more.
Okay.
Probably the actors from The Scientist because they were just really bad, but they were decently human looking.
We said robot, not shitty actors.
I thought you would have picked. I thought you might have picked Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Oh, RoboDuck. Wait, no, that was a guy in a mech suit. No, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Well,
And DM James.
yeah, because that's my
another good one,
favorite.
James. That's another good one, James. Or the one from Buck Rogers. Oh man, you guys are killing me.
The one from Lost in Space. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Yeah,
The original
Mark.
or the
The original.
the original? Okay.
Okay, James L.
Ooh.
and Mark both hit one of the classics, one of the oldest that I can think of. That was the lady robot from Metropolis. That is a classic.
Maria.
Clips.
Okay, Nathan, you're up. What's your favorite robot?
I'm going with Maria from Metropolis also.
Really? That's a really good
I'm going
choice.
to have to go with that.
Can you?
It's
You know?
a toss-up between... Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, for me, it's a toss-up between, if we're going non-Star Wars, Wall-E and Maria.
Okay.
It's a toss-up.
I'm a big fan of movie collectibles, actual movie props and things like that. Not that I own any, but you know, if I could start a new hobby, that would be it. Would be movie props. And I bet if Maria is still in existence and not, you know, degraded and you know, more or less non-existent, that would be a classic. Can you imagine having that in your library or your man cave?
I know they exist. I've seen them. Like at.
No, I mean the original.
Oh, yeah. No, that thing is probably turned into the Tin Man for Wizard of Oz.
Fucking, you guys are killing me with some of these robot choices. But I'm gonna nothing beats Mega Godzilla. That is a good choice. That K9 was. I mean, if you don't have a tiny little space in your heart for K9, there's something wrong with you. But my favorite is gonna probably amaze a lot of you. It's Robbie. Robbie the robot.
Robbie, what one's that from?
The Radio Shack one?
No, from
Or are you talking
what the
about?
hell?
Oh, no.
The old 1950s Robbie the
Googling.
Robot.
I don't
Hey,
know
just
that
curious.
one.
Could you hear me typing just now?
Yeah.
Sure.
Forbidden Planet.
Oh,
Yeah. That I was thinking he's in another movie also, or other movies, because it was just so popular.
You know,
Okay, this is another classic, James.
this
and James,
is
you're killing us tonight.
this one is somewhat of a stretch.
Okay. This one is a classic as well.
All right, this one is somewhat of a stretch, so bear with me. But in the most recent version of Chucky, the voice actor, they changed the voice actor to a different voice actor, which I won't say his name because Shadow's not a fan of his. But the new Chucky movie, technically Chucky the killer doll is a robot now.
Fair enough. As a matter of fact, I didn't hate those movies, and Jennifer Tilly always had a little bit of a crush on her. She was just crazy, and I never forget the adage about crazy. But real quick before I go into my little thing about Robbie the Robot, Connor, welcome to the show. You look a little different. What did you have for dinner? Oh, you were at Willy Wonka's and you had the gum, right?
I had the blueberry gum.
You sure it wasn't the snozberry?
The snazberries taste like snozberries.
Man, the snozberries taste like snozberries.
Funny.
God, you guys are hitting me with such great robots I forgot about.
My favorite robot is RoboCop from the first one.
Really? I would have never guessed. I would have figured it would have been maybe Huey, Dewey, Louie, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I used to like those.
Those were pretty amazing. When I was a little kid, I used to go to Movieland Wax Museum every Saturday and Sunday with my dad for the gun shows. And I was just a little kid, so I got bored, and we got to go into the Wax Museum for free because we had a table at the gun show. Robbie the Robot was there in Movieland Wax Museum, and security there was non-existent, which was kind of weird if you think about it. And every weekend I would go in, I'd see Robbie. I was, between 8 and 12 years old, and they'd say, don't touch the exhibits. And, sure enough, to this day, there's probably at least one of my fingerprints on Robbie the Robot.
Whose boobs did you touch the most?
The little guy's here, so I'm going to have to decline on that one.
Defer.
Oh, come on.
Not his mother's. Let's just put it that way.
Didn't they have like Raquel Welch or something there?
Oh,
it was probably
yeah.
some old lady. It was probably
For whatever reason, the actual wax statues were harder to get to, and we really didn't have any interest in touching fake wax people. But it was an interesting place.
Boys touch those things more than guys do.
It wasn't. Russell Crowe has a standing order. And if him or his lawyer finds out that there is a wax model of him, he will sue the company, whoever has it, until they destroy it. He does not want
Okay. Sean Sherry just brought up two robots I've never seen. The cops from THX. I think I actually might have seen them. Might be able to recognize them if I saw them. But
Are you saying
I've
you
never
haven't seen that movie?
Still haven't seen it. I gotta. Yeah, I guess.
Oh, come on!
Fork over some
Come
money. You know
on.
what? Okay,
That's
I'm
only
taking
good.
it. I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down.
It's the only good George Lucas film.
Wow.
Shots fired, right, guys?
Star Wars sucks. Just saying.
I mean,
It sucks since 1980.
it's always. I mean, it is a classic movie on daddy issues. So, if one do a paper on wanting a father for a side class. It's a good movie.
I'm going to go
when they switched over to episodes, and all of a sudden there's like a three trilogy series.
The first 2.5 movies I enjoyed. The latter half of Return of the Jedi, I just although up until I really did enjoy the speeder bike chase as a kid. That was pretty epic, watching it. But the Ewoks,
Ewoks are
Ewoks are awesome. The little cannibal bastards.
I want to say THX 1138 is rated G, but I could swear there were boobies in that movie.
I mean,
back in the 60s and 70s, the rating system was way different.
Jack, can you translate this for us?
That's exactly what I'm attempting to do right now.
Do I know my boy or what? I'm going to leave that up there. So if anybody else throws anything in the chat, to give the boy a little chance to
just flip it upside down, then do the mirror
Cyrillic.
Yes, that is the Cyrillic. Oh, hold on.
What was that movie? Okay, it was an old.
It's Badu Ham.
It was, who was it? Keanu Reeves was in it, and he played a killer robot that taught at a school.
He played as a robot.
He played as a robot.
All right.
What's it say?
Sean Wright.
Not Johnny Mnemonic.
No, although that's a great movie, but no, that's not the one I'm thinking of.
What did it say, Jack?
According to Google Translate, it's Bulgarian for Sean Wright.
Sean Wright.
Okay.
Oh, the Iron Giant. That is a good one. I laughed. I cried. It became a part of me.
Yeah, Iron Giant is just classic. You could, whatever you guys may think of the movie, was it Ready Player One? It was nice to see the Iron Giant in that movie.
Okay,
I know next to nothing about Ready Player One, and the Iron Giant.
That doesn't surprise me. But it was nice to see.
Was the Keanu Reeves movie called Replicas?
That is a movie that is very dumb.
How old is that movie?
No idea, but I wouldn't recommend watching
2018.
No, we're talking 90s. We're talking middle 90s.
Okay.
That's the one where he brought his wife back to life, and she's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Died,
Pet Sematary
and he brought them back to life as robots, but then the company tried to steal his children and his wife, and his wife was figuring out that she was a robot.
I've never seen it.
Then he made a clone of himself, and the clone of himself fought the CEO, and they killed the CEO, but then they brought the CEO back to life, and then the clone of Keanu Reeves was forced to be a slave for the CEO, who was also a robot. I think. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Where did you see this?
No. Can I take this all back? My favorite robot is Robot Bill and Ted from Bill and Ted's Bogus Adventure.
Oh, God.
I totally forgot about Robot Bill.
That's giving me a full-on robot chubby.
I skipped that.
The little guy absolutely needs to watch those movies. Sean, Gary, don't cry. Don't cry. We're supposed to be having a good time here.
The robots in THX 1138 are pretty cool, though.
I'll be honest, I'm not totally up on all my movies.
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of bad when it comes to movies. I'm trying to do better.
But also when it comes to movies, mainly because I like watching all the garbage.
I like boobies in sci-fi films when it's in context, or like when it's part of the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's not just some Italian sci-fi movie. It's actually something going on.
Hey, Stan.
Well, there's Cyborgs.
Zardoz had boobies in it.
Yeah. But weren't they Sean Connery's?
No.
That's not nice.
I don't know if there was a robot in that one though. There was a computer that talked, I think. A lot
Well,
of these 70s movies had computers that could talk.
well, if you go to Android, if we bounce over to Android for Android really quick, without not bringing in the holy Star Wars movies, you have Alien and Alien 2. Bishop from the Aliens 2 movie was really cool droid or android.
Okay, DM James.
Well, there was androids in all of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
Zardoz
The
had a big,
robot.
giant
Did
floating head.
anybody
That was a
hear
robot.
the Runaway with Tom Selleck?
Yes,
No,
and Gene
no.
Simmons. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Gene Simmons. That's right. That's right.
and that lady from Cheers.
Was she in it? Kirstie Alley?
think
Not
she was in it.
Chrissy Alley
The-
before she did her
The
impression
blonde
of
Or
a
the brunette?
whale. Yeah, she was in it.
Yeah, I guess she was the brunette. She was the cop or something.
No,
Siskel and Ebert
the-
hated that movie, so I didn't go see it.
The very end of that movie with Tom Selleck. The very end of the movie, Tom Selleck and the little blonde cop, I guess, his partner, or whatever, they get together. And I know Tom Selleck had been in like a crap ton of movies, but that kiss scene at the end is the exact opposite of the kiss scene from Princess Bride. If the Princess Bride kiss scene was the greatest kiss in history, the kiss in Runaway with Tom Selleck is literally the worst. It's like the both of them.
How can a kiss be the best ever in a movie? What are they doing?
Well, that's how it's that's how the movie ends. Says it was the purest, most wonderful kiss ever. But the kiss scene
do they show it or they just say the end?
I think I don't remember. I think they reach for each other and then it cuts away. I think
they bonk their heads into each other.
Yeah, kind of like in Stranger Things or something. That scene was. That's what I remember that movie for the most, is that stupid kiss scene, because you could just tell they did not want to kiss each other. They're like, God damn it. Oh, God, I got to kiss him. I got to kiss her.
What was it? Jennifer.
It was just like, it was awful. It was just awful. So awkward.
Jennifer Lawrence, the chick from Hunger Games or whatever, and a few other movies, the X-Men movies, whenever she has to do a kissing scene, she'll go eat a fucking onion just to torture the guy that she has to kiss.
Fucking Sean. Everything was ugly, even the boobs.
Well, it was in the future, and the girls are all anorexic, so that's, yeah.
All right, Rick, good night. You're always welcome here. If I have to have the screen with 10 people, we'll make it work. Have a great night. Well, look forward to seeing your next video. I have been watching them. DM James.
The best boobs, though,
Prove it.
in a sci-fi movie.
Prove it, James.
Oh, Sybil Danning. Perfect.
Who?
Sybil Danning. Sybil Danning in any sci-fi movie she's in.
Critters.
Problem solved.
The shapeshifter from Critters that turned into that Playboy model. That was the best moves in a sci-fi horror movie. And Jack is like, I don't want to be a part of this conversation.
Yeah, you've got it spot on right there.
Rick,
We're talking
but
about fake boobs, though.
if they're real and they're awful, that doesn't help. That really.
It doesn't hurt.
Oh, okay.
So
How did this go from robots to boobs?
Did you decide? Because you said wax museum, and that's the whole reason to go to a wax museum is to feel up Elvira.
I've met her when she's out of garb, and trust me, I'd rather feel the wax ones.
So, did you guys decide who the best robot is yet, or what?
No, I was just going with opinions. But now that you brought that,
the best one is.
You have to narrow your category down to what kind of robot, and then go from there.
Okay, this is the category then. What is your least
pretty
favorite
big
robot?
field, yeah.
Let's go with the worst then.
Least favorite robot outside of
The actors from The Scientist.
Some obscure movie. I have to go YouTube that.
It's a zombie movie
there's
that
no,
we reviewed.
there's no robots in it. It's just awful. You can get it at the dollar store for $1.
And even that's overpriced.
Fucking James.
I want to say Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but I actually like the Marvin from the old
The movie
TV show
version?
and the radio show. I didn't like the movie that much.
I didn't
Yeah,
mind.
I didn't care for the movie either.
It was Alan Rickman, so I always kind of give it a pass because it's Alan Rickman, and I still think he's a brilliant actor. He will, in my opinion.
Okay, maybe Hector from Saturn 3.
I agree, but the
think is my
robot
least
build was
favorite.
bad.
I mean, it was practical effects. This was before Terminator, and they built a freaking robot out of hydraulics and stuff. It was cool.
Yeah, it kind of was. I just didn't like the head. The head was just kind of like they did for Saturn V. They did this great body robot, and then they got to the head and went, "I just throw a camera on there."
Yeah, that's what they do. Would you want like a cerebral brain there with some eyes connected to it? That'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I get it. It just I would have just left it without one and put the camera in the chest.
But it's
something
controlled. It's controlled by the guy who sticks the thing in the back of his neck, right?
I believe so. I haven't seen that movie in 30 years.
It had one of the best death scenes, though. I remember a guy being sucked out of an airlock, and he gets cut by these thin wires on his way out, and he ends up getting graded, going through a meat grater as he's being sucked out the airlock. That was like
a cheese slicer, maybe.
It slices, it dices.
It's like, oh, cool, he's getting sucked out. Oh, wow, he even got diced up into pieces on the way out. Like, why would they do that? I don't understand.
Nathan,
trying to save somebody who's being sucked out of an airlock.
Least favorite. We're gonna go backwards this time.
Least favorite.
Yeah.
Okay. Least favorite. I can't even remember the name of the movie, but it was a robot that was made. It looked like made of cardboard boxes, and it was a feature film space movie. And this thing would walk around like a big hand with 4 fingers. I couldn't stand it.
Was it Dark Star?
Got a mental block on that.
Code.
No, this was a little more recent.
Oh, not from the 60s or 50s.
Oh no! This is
much
much more recent. Like
your name
early
Star Wars
2000s, late
stuff.
90s.
I have no idea what that is, James L.
Mr. Snuffleupagus, but the robot version.
Now, this robot was so simple in its design.
Not
I
the
could
one
not
from
get
Logan's
around.
Run, was it?
I was like, no,
Box?
no, not Logan's Run. No, this was like it walked around like it was 4 big fingers, and I could not stand it.
Interstellar.
Interstellar? I think that's it.
Yeah, it is.
I kind of wanted to see that movie, and I
I
never
do
got the
not
chance.
like that design.
That was a nod to Stanley Kubrick because he liked that kind of nonsense. Yeah, the thing's running and it's carrying the girl. It was so hokey.
It was it offended my robot sensibilities.
I like
So
the sense of
bad.
humor that one of the
I was like,
robots had.
I saw
Here's
the
a good
movie.
one from Terry. Do cyborgs count as robots? I'm gonna go with no.
He knows that answer. It's a trick
Yeah.
question. It's a trap.
Yep.
And does HAL 9000 count as a robot?
No, because it didn't have a body. It was just a straight AI. Or did it have a body?
Right, it didn't have a body. It had
The EVA pods sort of were like robots when they're controlled by HAL. They had the arms and
Right,
everything.
but it wasn't dedicated.
How about? Well,
That's how I'm putting it
cyborgs-
in my head. If it's dedicated,
Okay, there's that old saying, you're a human, and then as you add more metal to your body, you become more cybernetic or whatever, cyborgish. And then you start to lose your humanity. At the point
That's a
where
good
you
choice,
lose your
Sean.
humanity, that's when you're a robot, probably.
I don't know.
Andromeda was smoking hot. She was pretty hot.
Was she a robot, or I thought she was a hologram? Or did they make her into a person later on?
They made her into a drone.
Bitter old airline attendant.
I think I just realized what the greatest robot is, but I don't remember what movie it was called.
Describe it.
So
Describing.
it was a film made by I think some maybe second graders.
Oh,
And-
shut up! I knew you were going to bring this up. He did this film festival thing in Hollywood.
Make this robot.
No, we went to a
No,
film festival,
It has
and
to
the
be a
greatest movie there
movie.
was this
It has to
movie.
be a movie
where,
on Internet Movie Database, at least. Had to have been seen
no,
in a
it's not.
theater by someone.
And,
No. It was at a film festival, and it was the student section, and it was this kid, and he was the son of the mayor, but he was afraid of heights. And this robot comes down, and it's literally just some cardboard boxes with tinfoil, so that's the quality here. And he tells him, "Hey, you can fly, and there's an evil robot, and you gotta kill him." But the kid is afraid of heights, and the lesson is don't be afraid of heights. I think greatest movie of all time. Mainly because its intro.
I think
was-
TM James will
exciting.
argue with you. I'm thinking he's going with Zardoz.
If you can do a screen capture of that robot, then it counts.
Did
I
we
absolutely
record it,
recorded
Jack?
that entire
I'll be right
movie.
back. Bathroom.
No worries. We're all gonna probably have to do that. We're all getting old except the little guy.
I don't know this bathroom you speak of.
Yeah, Box would be hard as a costume because of all the chrome. You'd almost want to use like a lot of mylar or plastic mirrors or something because that thing was shiny.
Or better yet, just don't. Worst robot? That is a good question. The worst robot.
Oh, I know the answer. I know if it's not the worst, it's in the top 3.
You know,
And he made his hand.
the interstellar robot was pretty shitty. I will have to say that. But I know.
Daughter, why are you on my thing twice? Are you sharing
Open
something?
it. Open
Okay.
it.
Wait, what?
Add to stream.
Oh no.
How to play the
How to
hawk.
role play. Oh shit!
I'm writing a book. I started today.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'll
no.
put it on drive-through when it's finished.
Are there going to be boobs in this book?
I don't know.
There should be
It has,
boobs.
if there has to be like a
Why?
context for it.
I could think
Has to be a reason.
when describing your character, it's best for you to describe your character with large boobs. That will make sure the mind theater goes into full play.
Well, there might be boob armor.
Sorry about that. That was a little technical difficulty.
Yeah, you boomered.
No, well, maybe. I don't know if that's technically a boomer or something
But
else.
what kind of hat is that? It's a square hat.
It's a Polish army hat.
Okay.
And there's nobody Polish in our entire family on either side.
I was about to say, DM James needs to see this hat.
Well, he's here, and well,
Yeah,
the
but
hat's
from
right
what-
here.
Is that what they wear now, or is that from like
Okay, sorry about
100
that.
years ago?
Well, not 100 years ago, but pretty much, yeah.
In the 30s,
Who's
everyone had
Winona?
that style.
Who's Winona? Is he talking about Winona Ryder from Alien? I think she counts as an android.
In Alien Resurrection, that movie sucked so hard.
Who, what, where? In the comments?
Yeah. There's
Highlight it. There's too many comments. There's so many of them.
That's the one on the screen.
Oh. So I don't see it.
You know, when it comes, I hated the Stellar robot. I really, really did.
She was a robot that believed in God.
No, that's an android, and that's shit. Android.
Oh no, we're gonna talk about robots and androids now.
We're gonna be talking.
Well,
about
we're still on robots. Jack, Nathan? What was your least favorite?
Interstellar robot.
Oh yeah, okay.
Interstellar.
Jack,
just a
your
really
least
good
favorite?
answer.
Anything
Fuck
made
that
in
robot.
Japan.
Okay.
And that stupid
Oh.
robot in Star Wars. It's like 4 inches tall and has
Did you
wheels.
say anything that was made in Japan, Jack?
That
Yes,
dude
it
goes
did.
with the exact words that I said.
God,
And you should all know why I say that.
because you are not fond of the Japanese culture.
Bender Bending Rodriguez. Bender Bending
No,
Rodriguez.
no, it's not.
From
no.
Futurama, Sean.
Oh, I never watched that.
Robot. Actually,
For real?
the robot that they had in the Netflix Lost in Space, I thought was kind of shitty.
Really, I kind of like that one.
What?
Really? Yeah,
The
that's
The
Blue
only
Knight?
reason why, hold on, the only reason why I thought it was pretty shitty was even in the bad remake they did in the early 2000s, at least that one was fairly close to what the original model looked like.
Have you seen
Okay.
a YouTube video where there's like 30 of those robots all talking to themselves at the same time?
Oh, that's scary.
No, I have not seen that one.
That's kind of cool.
I
Yeah,
like
like I
the
said,
design. If that robot was on any other movie, I would say, wow, that's a really cool looking robot. But for Lost in Space, no. I'm
I'm
Okay,
Okay,
ready.
for that reason. For
I'm a
that
fan
reason,
of anything that has one eye.
I kind of liked it.
I would have bought one, but I have no room for it.
what was that?
can you
Shadow?
other robots that get jealous?
They're huge. I mean, it's life size.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a warehouse full of them.
Oh, Jesus, that's crazy.
I want to say they're like 1,200.
Wait a minute.
apiece.
Which one are you talking about? Life size?
Lost in Space, the TV show, the second version.
The one on Netflix?
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember seeing something for sale.
I don't, like I said, I don't have a problem with the design of the robot. I thought it'd be cool. If that robot was in any other movie, that would have been great. But I didn't think it was appropriate for that movie.
Okay, you have to watch Lost in Space first season. Skip the rest. Don't watch the color ones. Watch only the black and white episodes. The rest of the
Okay.
series is garbage.
I know my mother was obsessed with that show for a bit.
Yeah, the Netflix show was not horrible.
She like Dawn.
No, I had no clue.
She like
I
Guy Ritchie.
didn't really like a lot of the actors in that show, except what was her name who played Dr. Smith in the Netflix version? I think she was like,
Yeah, I've seen her in other movies. She always plays a
There's
crazy
a
bitch.
Netflix version of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost in Space?
Shauna, you're not going to like it. They ginger swapped.
Dr. Smith is a woman.
I actually skipped
Okay.
the series.
I didn't know they did such thing. I thought you were talking about repeats on Netflix.
No.
No.
It's
Okay, well,
actually,
now I have to look it up. I have to look up this
the
stupid robot
series
now on
wasn't
Netflix.
bad. The storyline and everything wasn't bad. there was aspects of it I just didn't appreciate.
You guys are ruining my childhood.
Oh, that's all right.
Keep at it. Keep at it.
Also, wasn't there
Okay.
a movie about like a robot that was like had a bunch of babies, like human babies, or fetuses or something?
Oh, God, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Corey.
What movie was that? Or
That's
show
a
was
recent. That's a
It's a
recent
very
one.
recent movie.
that? Is it something with wolves?
No clue.
I
I
think
don't remember if I watched it. I feel
I
like I
think
did, but I don't think I remember.
Don't
much.
tell me. I want to see that. So don't tell me the spoilers.
Oh,
Oh, I just know there was this movie that had a pretty cool looking robot, who was like
Kill you with my
in
mind.
charge of a bunch of fetuses.
Looks like you could.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The guy who played Ragnar Lothbrok was in it. It's on HBO.
Okay,
Yeah.
the
Something with
robot from
wolves.
the Netflix show is not a robot. I don't know what it is.
Android?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's actually an alien.
the thing with
Like
the hollow
some sort of-
head.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't know.
My worst robot is Chrome Dome from the Ninja Turtles.
No clue what
So
that is.
who got race swapped?
It's a fact that
Not
you
not race swap, gender swap. Dr. Smith is a woman played by
batshit crazy lady.
Still the same person, Dr. Smith? Name?
Dr. Smith is now a woman and still a bad guy.
Oh, she looks familiar.
She's been in a lot of movies.
As soon as you say her name,
Is she like in vampire movies or something?
Yeah, she
I
was
don't
in
think-
Blade 3. She was in Trinity.
oh, really? As soon as you say her name, I'm going to go, oh, God, how did I not remember that name?
She was like a reject from the 90s movies. I don't. It's like she was the one member from the Rat Pack that no one liked.
So is she trying to kill the Smith family?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind
well,
of is.
I mean, the
at
characters.
At least she's trying.
The characters follow the old stereotype that they had in the movie in the TV show. The only difference is the Dr. Smith is now a woman, and the head scientist in the family is now the wife. That's really the only thing that they changed, and I thought it was okay. I didn't mind the show. I didn't mind the Netflix show for what it was, because as soon as I saw the robot, I'm like, this is not Lost in Space. I don't know what this is, but this is not Lost in Space.
Was it creature feature every episode?
No, it really wasn't. There really were like almost no aliens. DM James, the squids from Matrix, I thought were kind of awesome.
I like those.
I don't remember.
But I don't know what
them
this.
very well.
I don't know what these are, Sean Cherry. I don't know what these are. If they made an American Doctor Who, Mr. Smith would have been a good master or ill-tempered hairdresser. I'm going to go with the latter.
I don't mind that the Doctor's a woman, honestly. As long as
My least favorite robot. I'm sure it's not going to be any surprise, and I don't know why you guys didn't, go with it. But it's got to be Tweaky.
fuck is Tweaky?
What is that?
Buck Rogers,
Buck
the TV
Rogers.
show from the
No
80s.
blank.
Jesus Christ! You're talking about shows that me and Jack.
Before you were born.
Okay.
But
New rules.
Yeah, I am
and
old.
D&D,
Yeah,
you can watch these things.
yeah. Ow, that hurts. I'm old, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
new rule to this. If you're gonna make up robot comments, they have to be at least within the last 30 years. The son of a bitch.
Hey, if you watch the show, you can't tell when it was made.
Oh yes, you can.
No, you can't.
That's like going back and watching what was that show I just saw?
You
Flash
guys are in love
Gordon.
with Star Wars. Star Wars is freaking 40-something years old. You guys are
I'm
in love
not
with
in love with Star Wars. I prefer Star Trek actually over Star Wars.
And they didn't have robots. What the fuck was up with that? I never got that with Star Trek.
They had
No
droids.
robots.
Yeah,
Star
I
Trek
wanted robots.
They had robots, but they were more like androids. Star Trek
Well,
is better
they're
than
not
Star
Data,
Wars.
but just
Data's
like
phenomenal.
very intelligent household appliances. You would think that the Federation would have been chock full of them.
I bet you they were outlawed. Yes, robots were outlawed because of I don't know.
Reasons.
Well, Star Trek is a horror show, so every week someone's in trouble, someone's gonna die, and you got androids in the mix, and androids are frowned upon because they're impersonating people, taking over people's bodies.
Mark, what about the robots that are just assembly line that just sit there for their entire existence, do the same job over and over again? Aren't those technically robots?
Yeah.
By rough definition, yes.
The ones that build Tesla cars? Yes.
Or whatever. Yeah. They do
all
one thing for their.
cars.
And the cars drive themselves into the parking lot. How cool is that?
I have a friend who's got.
God, I can't believe what James just wrote.
That's the
Oh God.
Oh my God. Workplace
You know,
drama.
these are some good ones.
Okay.
These are some good ones. The original Galactica robots were pretty badass. As a kid, younger than Jackie,
Do you mean the
those guys
Cylons?
the Cylons scared the shit out of me.
But were they robots or were they androids?
Robots.
In the book, I thought they were actually aliens or something.
Okay, we need
No, because
need
we
to have a
made
talk.
them. I mean, Earthlings made them and they're raised up against us.
Time out. We need to have a
No,
talk.
that's the newer version.
about what?
About what an android is.
Okay, okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
we get some ground
We
rules
need to
here.
have,
What
we
is
need
an
to have the
android?
talk.
Okay. Wait. Hold on.
Okay, what is your guys' definitions of androids?
That's a very good question. Data. I think
There's
data
only one
is
correct answer, so
data.
choose
Aren't they
wisely.
pretty much as anthropomorphic as possible mechanical beings?
I don't think you know what any of those words mean.
Damn.
In a
Oh my
nutshell,
God! Shots
in a
fired.
nutshell, an android would be an artificial human. That's it.
So data.
Okay.
That's your base. You can start from there and go
Data, yes.
in whatever.
Android for
Data.
sure.
The Ash and the other androids from Aliens were good ones.
Yep.
Ash.
I don't count Crichton from Red Dwarf, but that's because it's Red Dwarf, and I love Red Dwarf. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they tried to be accurate on a lot of stuff.
Beast from Beauty and the Beast, the 1980 series.
That's an android.
That I mean, it was Ron Perlman. I mean, your guess is as good as mine.
Beast was
Don't-
the beast.
Why
was
would
a
you insult the
mutation.
poor androids by comparing them to Ron Perlman?
Yeah, that
What did they ever do to you?
I don't know.
Was there an android on Space 1999 or UFO?
I don't remember.
See, those would be considered robots in my head. I was
Remember
thinking
the aliens. The aliens in UFO were recycling human.
Yes, there
body
was.
parts.
It was
would Frankenstein qualify as a
Space
monster?
1999 robot.
No, Frankenstein.
No,
Yeah, they
he's
had
an
robots, but did they have
not
an
a
android?
robot.
Well, technically, he'd be considered a cyborg.
Hey, who's the best?
I think. I
okay,
think in the
you're right.
strictest
but-
sense.
You're
who's the
right, but I
best
need to get a
android?
gun.
What was that, Jack?
You're right, but I need to go get the gun.
Why do you need to get the gun?
DM James, what? Was that because of Dr. Smith?
Oh no, I don't. That's me. I don't mind that the doctor's a woman because the show to me has been over since Tennant left.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. But I'm not sure if he's talking about Dr. Smith from Lost in Space. And the only reason I actually really, she was just awful. Of all the villain, bad guys in movies, she's up there in the top 50.
Women women for some odd reason make like the best villains. I don't know why it is. It's like either you just don't expect it, or they're just.
And I never liked the original Dr. Smith. I don't know, something.
I liked him in the
he was
first season. In the first season, he was a bad guy and he was trying to kill the Smiths or the Robinson.
Yeah.
In the later shows,
Oh,
he was
good call, Baron. V'ger was a robot. I was thinking of Nomad too, but that was like one time.
Oh, that hot chick with the boobs from Star Trek.
Jesus, back to the boobs.
Seven of Nine.
Boris.
No, the bald one. Oh, that
No,
one too.
7 of 9
the
is-
bald one.
Oh,
Seven
yeah,
of
yeah.
Nine.
She was pretty
Jerry
cute.
Ryan.
No. He's talking from the Star Trek the Motion Picture, the first movie. The
She was
bald
like
V'ger.
an android.
was she?
Yeah, her body was
Yes.
turned into like an android.
Oh,
Who else did
okay.
that happen to?
Didn't Shatner, didn't Kurt sleep with her too, though?
No, that was
No,
Decker.
but he-
who probably got lucky with
Deckard
her.
got to sleep with her at the end when they both
Decker.
transcended.
Because, Shatner tried to sleep with damn near everything. He's the reason that we have space herpes.
No, he was sleeping with someone else on the show, right?
Telling you, he's the reason why we have space herpes.
Data Bishop Ash. And whoever Winona Ryder played.
So what was 7 of 9? She was just a human with some implants, right?
She was a Borg.
Yeah, James.
She was
Thought
a
you'd have
Borg.
my
Yeah,
back,
she was a.
man.
But
She
she
was a
could
Borg.
totally be knocked out, and she could totally be shot up. And
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she was a low-class Borg, but she was still a Borg. Because most of her...
yeah, David was an android.
no, what was it?
The Blade Runner guys are all androids.
Yeah, Mama from the Mama clan.
I always thought they were, Sean. I always thought from Blade Runner they were like completely biological, but yeah, something like that, like it really advanced test tube babies kind of thing. No mechanical parts per se, but still artificial.
Okay, you win.
Biomechanics.
No, I don't know. I don't know because the book, as we all know, or most of us know, is what, Shawner?
Well, I don't know how their brains worked, but their bodies were basically human parts.
Because the book was called "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?"
3D printed organics,
No, well,
but they had other
According-
people's memories,
Right.
and
according...
they had the
Yeah.
eyeballs that were perfect.
Was
Everything about them was perfect. It could have just been all genetics.
Was it according to Prometheus, which used the Cyborgs? No, that was an Aliens movie. But I mean, it's the same fucking universe. But they had like a rubber fucking skin. It wasn't. I don't know.
Okay, Khan from
Tanner was
Star
my
Trek.
Tanner was my favorite. Eccleston was up there.
The Angry Doctor, Mama from Mama's that from the new Judge Dredd movie. Yeah, she was horrifying.
Yep, that was lame.
So Khan from Star Trek, he was a superhuman.
Yeah, he was.
So I want to say the
Yes,
replicants from Blade
genetically
Runner
engineered.
were also
Right,
superhuman. More
And
human
if you
than
were to
human.
take Total Recall technology from the movie Total Recall and put it into a synth, then you program them with whatever the hell you want.
Well, I've had this argument multiple times that when it comes to like androids and whatnot, that,
Thanks, John Terry. I wasn't sure about that.
because of the Asmar's rules that drones or whatever could never hurt humans. My argument's always been, I'm like, unless the person didn't program them in. If whoever created the droid or whatever decide, I'm not going to bother with those the Asmar rules of droids.
Asma?
Then the robot / cyborg / drone could definitely be a murderous robot. And he didn't like that answer too much.
So if you check out the emails between Tyrell and the guy who did the robots for Aliens,
Yeah.
they argued back and forth about who should be going into space to do all the grunt work, the robots or the replicants. Going off world and stuff.
If they did that, then the alien movies would never took off because I don't think an alien could facehugger could impregnate a robot. There's nothing in there for the baby alien or xenomorph to.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, they need to make a movie then where the alien does the thing to the replicant, and so when the alien comes out, it's a
Oh, God,
hybrid alien / replicant. That would be something, maybe.
That would be scary as shit.
I mean, worse than the alien crossbreed with the Predator. That was fucked.
Because in Alien 3, the thing came out of a dog, right?
Oh yeah, it has to be organic. Yeah. That's like the
Well,
only.
I think
So it ran around like a dog. Whatever it comes out of. Oh, was it the fourth Alien movie? Was a mammal or something?
So they take some sort of part of their structure or whatever is from the host.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like that dragon, dragon, xenomorph dragon you guys have. If a facehugger got a hold of a dragon, that's horrifying. Then it would be like the fig you had. They take the best of whatever their host is, but still staying with the structure.
Okay, so what if you impregnate the Thulu? What would happen then?
Oh God!
Nothing good.
How do you even do that?
Well, when a mommy
sleeps.
alien, loves her daddy.
Jack meets Donner. Donner meets Jack.
We will fight to the death. My brains against your square hats.
Unfortunately, his square hat makes more sense.
Where's my Yul Brynner? I need my Yul Brynner face. Where's that?
As long as it's not the pink one, man.
Baby, I'm gonna go back to my baby. The baby. Come on, do it.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Mark. Batty was able to stick his hand into liquid nitrogen with no detriments. What was up with that? Is that just some sort of the cellular level that they're biologically just made out of stronger matter?
Cthulhu isn't being impregnated by anything.
Oh, damn, James. What? Oh, James, you're breaking my heart, man.
I mean,
he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but I
just really liked him. He was just.
Oh, I liked him.
He was just the most. He was my favorite Doctor Who.
Matt Smith did grow on me towards the end of his run, and I liked the older guy, the last guy. But truly, I kind of got off the Doctor Who train when Tennant left.
Yeah, well, that whole bullshit with Rose Tyler, I was just like, I had not been physically that angry in a long time.
Well, I just ignored that bullshit.
I know zero about Doctor Who. Who's Tennant? Is that one of the actors or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I see. The thing is, there's two things that Doctor Who doesn't do. He doesn't do kung fu, and he does not have a romantic partner.
But the first time he did, it was epic, and they shit all over it.
Well, they should have never done it to begin with. The dirty old man.
No, are you kidding? You kidding? Have you seen Billy Piper? Have you not seen Billy Piper? And I don't like blondes, okay? So go back.
You should see her in a Diary of a
Red Shoe Diaries.
I can't hear you.
Check him out.
I know exactly what you're talking about. And
trust me, I wasn't a fan of her in Doctor Who, but after that show, I became a fan of her.
She was gorgeous,
man. And when it comes to companions, Amy fucking Pond.
She can companion me any day of the week.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Amy freaking Pond.
Oh god damn, James. You're
Amy
killing
Pond? See what she looks like.
Oh, Amy Pond, yeah. It's from Dr. Amy.
Amy Pond?
Yeah.
How do you spell her last name?
Yeah.
POND.
So I'm just finding Karen's.
POND.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doctor Who.
We
Amy.
seek to integrate with them, not the
She
other
looks
way
like-
around. Come
She
closer.
looks like somebody who was
No, James.
Dark Phoenix or something.
No. Oh, I
Wasn't
know
that,
that was.
Yeah,
that
she
was
was in,
Sophie Turner from Game of Thrones.
Oh
She
my
was one of
God,
Game
she
of
played
Thrones
the
She has a generic face.
no, she played the daughter of the Avengers.
She was
I'm
the
not
daughter
a big
of
Marvel
Thanos.
fan.
Yeah, she was the
Endgame?
daughter.
Yeah, John Terry. I don't
Thanos,
think
yeah.
anything. I don't think anything is pegging Cthulhu.
Well, Cthulhu does have. There's other elder gods that are strong than Cthulhu. He's not the, he's not the top ranking one. He's just the most well known one.
You, James. I need to go to his house and murder him. I should do it right now while he's awake with his insomnia. Yeah.
Why don't you just put on the blue suit and do it with your brain?
No, he's got the baby face on. He has to do it with the pacifier now.
My computer's doing a Windows update, so I have to wait for that to finish.
James and James
I
are
can use
both
the
on fire
interwebs
tonight.
to do my tasks.
Wait, what?
Who's Matt
I
Smith?
like Matt Smith for the kids, although his speaking to them through camera was adorable, but old school. Yeah, I get that. He did break the fourth wall. A few
What
times.
the fuck?
I don't get that one.
You guys are
I know that's
talking
the
Doctor
original
Who.
Doctor. But-
Yeah. I'm you're gonna have to elaborate or maybe not. I can't picture anybody having a romance.
Yeah, I don't remember Hartnell.
The guy was like older than dirt.
She was okay, but she was more of a whatchamacallit.
Wasn't that the granddaughter?
She was like a student or something, right?
No,
a
she was the
a
teacher.
helper?
She was either the teacher or the granddaughter from the original series.
He got married to the Aztecs. Yeah, he was older than fucking dirt.
She looks older than the other girl that was on the old Doctor Who. What was her name?
It was very sweet. Yeah, for him.
Uh,
It was like, sweet.
What was her name?
Doctor Who's been married a few times.
That's weird. They
You mean
won't
River
tell
Song?
what her name is?
River Song, the Aztec.
Are you talking about Kamika? Yeah, Kamika, the Doctor's fiance. I've got it up here now. Margot
Well, what
Vanderberg.
is-
It was somebody else. I know there was
Who was the teenage girl that was like in the first episode of Doctor Who?
that was his granddaughter.
Hey, Janolia.
Now, what
Yeah,
did
his
she do
granddaughter.
on the show?
She was the annoying granddaughter.
Oh, she wasn't like a scientist or anything?
I mean, she was a
Pretty
time
much.
lord. I mean, she was just as smart as the Doctor. She was a Time Lord, but she was just more or less the annoying granddaughter.
It's weird how Google doesn't mention her name
Right.
at all.
Fucking TM James.
We should go back to discussing.
Dead Terry
Wasn't the
Stats.
first Doctor
Susan?
basically the guy who says "Get off my lawn" all the time? Wasn't that who he was?
I mean, he was a grumpy
Yes.
old bastard.
He was like Ebenezer.
Yeah, that's why when
What day is it?
Yeah, the granddaughter was Susan.
Susan, yeah.
It's always cute when they scream.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there were so
Nothing.
many shows on TV though.
Jack,
Were you guys
did-
watching Doctor Who exactly?
why we were watching Doctor? I grew up in Ireland. Doctor Who was kind of
Oh, okay.
Required by
You had
law.
a medical excuse.
It was required by law.
I mean,
Doctor's note.
yeah, it was just kind of a
The
BBC.
doctor's note to not
BBC
watch the
Three.
doctor.
There's nothing else on BBC Three.
Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys.
that's a long piss.
Why?
Who said it was a piss?
Oh,
TMI.
Oh.
We're being watched.
It feels like
The
somebody.
guy with the square head is watching us. If you notice, he's deadly serious. Deadly serious. So how do you get your face red? You got your.
I was looking at my
desktop
printer. I had to
wallpaper red.
reinitialize it to.
I'm gonna make my face red. Oh,
You
come on.
tired of looking like an infant?
I wanted my. I don't have many red backgrounds on my computer. It's either blue or purple.
I want Genre to go to a dating site using the baby face and just write out a profile doing that.
Well, hey, we can go to my Match.com profile and we can look at old ladies that want to date me.
Yeah.
You
Why?
can rate them. You can rate them for me.
No. No.
That might be a chat for when Jack's like has to go to bed early because he has school.
Well, it just shows their it just shows their face. It's nothing. It's Match.com. It's not like
Jack, what time is it where you are? It's midnight here.
It's
It's
10.
Then
so daytime then. Still,
Pretty much.
I heard you got plans for tomorrow. Are you blowing me off so you can hang out with
okay.
your friends?
How did you get your whole room to turn red?
He has a red
It's
light.
just my light. I'm not using my weird LED lights that go
You have
around
a
here. It's
lava.
just-
You have like a lava lamp or something.
Nope, it is just.
Gosh.
It's just that.
Okay. Okay.
That's it.
All right.
So, honestly,
Processing
have you
film.
ever watched-
Okay.
Jack,
Yes?
did you ever watch the show Big Bang Theory?
No.
My baby face. It's gone.
No, there's a reason why. Because after that last episode last one we did it with you, and you were going through all the different flags, I watched Big Bang Theory, and it was same. Whatever the hell he is, Sheldon was going through his favorite flags too, and it made me think of you
Oh, why would you watch Big Bang Theory?
because Penny's fucking hot.
Good night, everybody. This was a great show.
Is that the blonde lady?
Yes.
Penny is hot, but I
Or-
couldn't take the show after a while.
Oh, I stopped watching it. I stopped
Isn't it the
watching
same? It's the same show every week, isn't it?
it more or less. A lot
Did they
of
ever
pop
get their
culture.
elevator fixed? Did that ever
No.
get solved?
No.
Yeah, it's the same show every week.
I stopped watching
people.
it.
That one and the Third Rock or whatever it was.
That show got old so fucking quick.
Third Rock from the Sun.
Yeah.
That was the same show every week.
I like that
Redwood
show. That
Children.
was I
Same
love that
show
one.
every week.
See, what I did with Big Bang Theory
Are
is I
you
just
talking about Third Rock from the Sun?
Yeah.
It's the same
With-
show every
About
week.
the aliens that come down, and every time it was they had to leave, it was Mexican night.
I mean, okay.
The big giant head, right?
Yeah.
Mark and Mindy. That was the same.
That was
show
Third
every
Rock
week.
from the Sun. Is that what you're talking about?
No. I miss Rowan Williams.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I think I pissed that
Sitcoms.
guy
I
off.
can't stand sitcoms.
Woo, I just think I pissed somebody off.
Where's my huge brain?
Oh, so close. So close.
Which
Playing
of
Grand Theft Auto.
oh,
I love this. I love this game so much. You only got a question. But no, I mean, with Big Bang Theory, my trick was with that show is I stopped watching. I just outrightly stopped watching it. Then I get to the somebody's like, "Well, they're on their last season." I'm like, "Okay." Then I started watching again, and it got better because it was the last season.
So, what was the worst sci-fi sitcom on television?
Worst sci-fi sitcom.
From now
Cork
until the
comes to
beginning of
mind.
television. You can
Cork
pick.
comes to mind.
No idea.
I hated Elf.
How can you hate Alf?
It was the same show every freaking 5 minutes.
I mean, yeah, but
What's that one show with the baby with the football head size baby?
Family Guy?
Yeah, every 2 seconds they have to do a meme or they have to do a flashback to something else.
They got
the
better
joke.
about that.
The joke is the stupid flashback. That's how dumb the shows are.
They stopped doing it for a while. I mean,
Hey, Natasha. Welcome to the show.
What did that one
is that
say?
what she said last
You
time?
went too fast.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Are you
I
going
kind of.
Oh, you're going
I brought
from
it
the
back.
past. Okay, I see it now. As long as the
She-
strategy
didn't
of
she say
nuclear
that last
What was
time
that
she
about
was
golems?
here?
Reduced, but they would
I think he was talking about the Tin Man.
Oh. Well,
Which
today
I
was
thought-
like the 77th anniversary of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, one of the two, getting nuked. So the Japanese are saying, "Oh, we can't be nuking people anymore. That's bad." Well, that's what ended World War II. So
Considering, you know, they know what it's like to be nuked firsthand, I imagine they have a little bit more experience than most.
yeah, well, they were kamikazes. They were suicidal. They were going to fight to the last person. We were going to destroy Japan. We were going to erase Japanese off the frickin' earth.
We should have.
But
better.
instead, we decided to nuke them. We had their island surrounded. We had
The
a
nukes were
million
too
guys
peaceful.
getting ready to invade.
That's because of that the nuclear bomb. That's how they can age wine now. Because when they
couldn't fight over.
how was
Okay,
it?
so what is the best atomic bomb radioactive creature movie ever? Pick a decade.
Godzilla?
Godzilla,
Which Godzilla,
yeah.
though? I like the 54
The first
version
ones.
of Godzilla, and I like the 2015
Has there been
version.
all that many movies recently where the bomb
Every
is
year,
dropped?
every year there's a Godzilla movie.
Other than
Well,
Godzilla?
yeah, in Japan, that's their number one export is Godzilla movies.
Every year, just like
No,
every year there's a
their
new
number
version
one
of Windows.
export is tentacles.
Some people like the Godzilla 98.
Jack,
It had-
I hate Jack is like I hate you all.
I do. I really do.
I didn't say anything. He likes me still.
Give it time.
You're his new best
Suno.
friend.
No, the Godzilla 2000, that was another good one. That one had Linda Hamilton in it.
What?
That one.
I just
I think
remember
she
the
was in
cool
that one.
silver.
But at the end of Godzilla 2000, Godzilla just destroys Tokyo, just razes it to the ground, just flat out, just does its nuke breath on the whole city, just does a 360,
Truly
kills
inspirational.
everything. It was so awesome, and the special effects were good.
I want to know why Jack hates the Japanese so damn much.
But yeah, the one
I'm
that
just gonna World War
Sean
II.
Cherry
That's
talks
it.
about, the
World-
Shin Godzilla, that one's
He's still holding a
pretty
grudge.
creepy.
You
Pretty
weren't
much,
even there.
They got off too easy.
Dropping
Germany
a nuke on a country. That's
No,
like
Germany completely destroyed themselves. Japan did the same, but they just pretend nothing happened. All right, Germany. This is why I hate Germany and I hate Japan, but for the exact opposite reasons.
That makes sense.
I like Germany. Germany has really good food.
Germany and Japan have learned nothing from
Yeah.
World War II.
Wow,
Lots of boobs.
Japan learned nothing, and Germany thinks they learned something, but they didn't.
They're going to repeat history. Got to watch out for them.
Yeah, we see Nathan.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear it?
yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, we
Yes,
hear you
I can
typing.
hear
yeah. It's not. I mean, I can't
let
speak
me
for
type
everybody.
something. Let me get my notepad open.
oh, you mean when you're actually typing? Yeah,
Yeah,
Hear it?
can
It's kinda
you hear
like my
the
smoke
clackety
alarm.
clack?
You hear
yeah.
mine?
It's like my smoke alarms. I just tune it out.
Actually, I haven't been hearing your smoke alarms.
Oh, okay.
Wait, the one in nope, there it was. I just heard it.
Oh, fucking James.
Can you hear my clapping?
No,
I can't.
No. Hey, before we jump into androids, Nathan, you got anything you want to show us?
How do you jump into an android? I mean,
Very careful.
well,
how do
let
you-
me see.
What's he gonna
Robotics
show?
wise, what do I
That
got?
sounds kind of rude.
I have had to pack up a whole lot of stuff. Let me see.
He
Who here
makes
knows?
robots.
I know you know. What about Final Faction? Does anybody know about Final Faction?
Probably not.
Is that anime stuff?
No, it's
Probably not.
action figure.
Well,
line.
you all know
Dollar
about
store.
Doctor Who, so I made.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Did I show you
Cyberman.
this last week?
No. Cyberman out of
Yeah,
Final
no.
Faction. Sweet.
Looks better in the TV show version.
That's not the only one. I made an army or a squad.
Oh, now we'll know how you died in your sleep.
Oh, shh.
Yep.
Nice.
I saw that TV show was called Trilogy of Terror.
Thank you. That's what I have at hand. Things that I have made. A lot of mods. No pure builds right here.
Batteries
I'm
not
looking
included.
around. I've got something of a display, but it ends up being a big pile after a while. Did you want me to bring out the big build?
Sure, why not? We got a minute.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. I don't think anybody's
made-
seen it. Hang on. Well, you've seen it.
It's not topless, is it?
No, unfortunately. Robo Boobs. Coming to a theater near you.
Robot Sasquatch.
Oh, we totally missed the or did somebody bring up the fembots from
James,
Yes,
Austin Power?
somebody did.
Yeah, we
saw that
last-
A person did do that, and that person.
Unless that's a different one.
oh wow, that's cool.
Lampshade.
Your wife is forcing you to watch some Ghost Brothers. I don't know what that is.
Is it, if it's anything like Eskimo Brothers, we're no, we're not doing
Don't answer that.
What?
nothing. Just keep your ears plugged.
Okay.
You know,
That
pretty
is pretty
soon,
sharp, dude.
yeah, that is really cool. Pretty soon, Shadow, they're not going to let you come out to play because I'm a bad influence. I'll be the one blamed.
Nah. As long as you
Yeah,
get
he
good
was
grades,
already-
that's all.
Okay,
all
so
I worry
if you had a choice to go to Westworld, would you go to Westworld or would you go to Roman world or medieval world?
Medieval
Oh,
world.
Westworld in a heartbeat.
See, I would do the medieval one.
I would do the
I would fight-
medieval one.
I'd fight the
Actually,
Black Knight.
like Disney World, I would get a multi-pass. And when I was going frisky, I would go to Rome World. Every time else, I'd just hang out medieval one.
Nathan, what are you showing us there?
I don't think he can hear us.
Yep.
He's just doing the grand tour.
Westworld. Didn't they turn Westworld into I know it's a modern TV series.
Yeah, on HBO. I saw like 2 episodes, and I really liked the way they tried to integrate the 3D printing with the robot.
MFR7. I can't hear a thing. I got my headphones off.
Oh,
Oh,
I like how
I don't know if you can
Westworld.
hear me.
yeah, we can.
Bottle caps.
We certainly can.
I like how the new Westworld showed the old Westworld,
yeah.
like in the basement.
It's
Hey,
like
Darren.
Okay, I'm here.
The last season that
Sorry,
they were
okay.
which was still at the park, they kind of did a nod to the TV show Game of Thrones because you saw the directors, whatever they were for Game of Thrones, in front of one of the dragons in Westworld. I thought it was kind of cool. Then again, I like when certain shows double dip.
Nathan, I was asking you what you were showing us that was inside the droid, that black box.
Okay, that black box is just something I hacked together because I had parts. That is the head turn controller. You turn it on. It's on, off, on left,
What is
off,
that?
on right, and a volume knob to speed it up and slow it down.
Oh, that's
Gotcha.
awesome. Jack, what's what?
That's what that box does.
Just nothing.
Was there something in the picture?
No.
In my picture?
No. Oh no.
The fifth one is the best.
No. Ignore it. Never mind.
Was there a dirty comment and I didn't read it?
Yeah, probably this one. Any Toshi learn English language videos. Sorry that vid was something completely different. Yeah, it was completely different. Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, that's not the worst one that Max is
sprung on.
DM
Yeah.
James, what did you like about Fifth Element?
The boobs.
Probably everything.
There's no boobs
Yeah.
in that movie.
Yeah, there are no boobs in there. You're right. As soon as I said that, I'm like, there are no boobs.
I think there's like cleavage at like the McDonald's drive-through or something.
What?
like it's not the same as watching German Weather Channel.
Wait.
German. Are you German?
Or God, you gotta love the German orange juice commercials too. They're just the best.
No, that's another. Add another thing. To
I haven't
list of
seen
why I
any
hate
lately.
Germans.
Germany is fine. Don't make fun of Germany too much. Max will, get upset.
Why would Max get
You gotta
upset?
go there. You gotta go there.
Max liked his time in Germany.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something else.
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired.
His
2001,
wife's
Space Odyssey.
Japanese, and he liked Germany, so
You caught that, Shawner?
Someone's saying 2001 is the best movie ever made of all time. What's wrong with that?
I kind of like the Robert Williams movie where he played an android.
Oh, Bicentennial Man?
It kind of got preachy there towards.
Bicentennial Man.
It got really.
Yeah.
I didn't say kind of. It really did get preachy there at the end. But I really enjoyed it for what it was at that time.
Yeah, I won't lie. I kind of enjoyed that movie too. It was. I think he should have done more movies like that. And What Dreams May Come. He really, once he got off the cocaine, or maybe he didn't. He was a really talented guy, considering he wasn't.
What was that movie? 24. What was it? He did 2 horror movies. Not horrors like scary horror. Well, depends on your level. But 24-hour photos and a movie with God damn, I can't think of the other movie. Not Al Capone. Was it Al? No, Al Pacino. I don't know. I can't remember who it was.
Al Pacino.
Al Pacino. I don't.
There's the ass end of
With Robin
2001.
Williams.
Yeah, it was based in Alaska. Ron Williams was a murderer. The other guy came up there, tried to trying to solve a murder.
You're kidding me.
What?
I
Oh yeah.
want to use Shauner's famous line.
Insomnia.
Insomnia. Yeah,
Oh, really? Yeah. You know what? I think I did see that stupid movie.
I enjoyed it.
was stupid.
I've never heard of it.
I'd forgotten all about it.
I
Which
enjoyed
movie?
it because it was, it was something different than what he normally did, I should say.
Right.
I appreciate actors that are willing to step out of their comfort zone.
Right. That's what I was kind of trying to say with Bicentennial Man, even though he was kind of being himself, but there were parts of it where, he was stretching himself, and then of course with What Dreams May Come, that was just that movie was just intense. The special effects for the time were absolutely incredible.
I'm the gay version of 2000 Wood. Where's my hair pink?
Yeah, why is it? Kind of.
Well,
We're getting there, Sean Cherry.
Too many filters. Why is my AC
No,
shutting off? I'm burning up.
I'm not going to jump into Mecha yet, but I definitely have a favorite.
how bi it was by Cynical Man. Well, not really, because he hooks up with a woman in the end. He hooks up with his former owner's great granddaughter.
James, I try to avoid the first two taverns and prisons, but I don't know what media res means technically. You are close, Shin. Very close.
It's cold out here in space.
Yeah, what ship is that behind you, Shauner?
That is the Discovery 1.
Oh my God! Speaking of spaceships, there's a new movie with Chris Pat, whatever his fucking name is, and Jennifer Lawrence, where they're on a spaceship and the spaceship dysfunction has a misfire, or whatever, and everybody's asleep in like cryo sleep or sleep pods or whatever, and it accidentally wakes up the Chris character's character. And he realized he's going to be awake. He can't go back to sleep. His pod's not working, so he has to 55 years by himself on a spaceship with other people there. Oh, it was an interesting movie.
Sounds good.
Yeah, James Seymour, I do that, and yes, we've got 3 Jameses in here, so regulators mount up.
Then again, I also kind of like Jennifer Lawrence. I think she's kind of hot.
Okay, with
Wasn't
that,
she in
let's.
a movie? She was in a movie where she was trying to swim out of a swimming
In
pool with
Sci-Fi?
zero
Jennifer Lawrence?
Yeah,
gravity swimming pool.
yeah.
She almost drowned.
Oh, did she? I haven't seen
And
all
she
her.
should have died. When the gravity turned back on, she should have died.
The movie's called Passenger.
Yeah.
I actually don't know what that is, DM James.
Robotech will cause.
I have a feeling I don't want to know because of what
You don't want that.
Derek
You don't
P
want that.
said.
Damn, James.
Bad boobs.
You're right. You are
No,
all
just do
correct.
some push-ups and pull-ups and the other thing and the other thing. Anyway, so did someone have an answer for 2001 as far as
Oh my God.
what's it all about? How too much
I must
chat.
have missed that.
There's normally a level of nonsense that
Gynecomastia.
most dreams, but I'm not the cause of this one.
Yeah, I blame the James gang.
That sounds like a
Is
bad
this-
porn.
His game group is tomorrow, right? They're not all there at his house now, are they?
I hope not. Once again,
It,
sounds
it must be
bad
like 1
porn.
in the morning
Fucking
playing an
calm.
8-hour D&D game at 1 in the morning.
When it comes to D&D games, I have done a few Dawn Busters. I am way too old for that nonsense now, but I did enjoy them.
Yeah, I definitely have played some lengthy role-playing games to the wee hours of the morning, but it's been a while.
Oh, if Bruce could get away with it, his games would run that fucking late.
Oh,
So anyway,
yeah.
2001 is the best movie of all time. That ever will be.
Really?
Did
There's
not
no
like that
debate.
movie.
The debate is over.
Okay.
As Al Gore would say.
I just did not like that movie.
I
But
may
it's
have
one of
said
those
this
movies
before.
you have to read the book to figure out what's going on.
Right. My mom said I would never understand it because she didn't. And I don't know if I did or not understand it, but I liked
You're
it.
not supposed
tell
to.
us,
You're not
did you?
supposed to know what's going on. It's a
Yeah,
it's a visual thing. You interpret.
well, not just a visual thing. I think it was supposed to be kind of like a, not necessarily Lady of the Tiger, but kind of a mystery. You're not really supposed to be able to. You're supposed to be left to speculate.
Wow, I'm actually slightly impressed there, Shadow.
What?
You know the Lady and Tiger question.
Okay, first off, second off, that was like required reading.
I expect that from Jack.
I do read things that aren't science fiction and fantasy.
Right. I get that. I
I'm like
that.
twice your age. I'm almost done with all of the science fiction and fantasy.
Quality of knowledge I expect from Jack.
Where do you think he gets it? Not this guy.
Not
This guy.
So did we decide who the best android is of all time?
Data.
Oh, we didn't even start.
Because my answer for that would be the girl from Metropolis, 1927.
No, you're only saying that because she's got boobs.
She was the best android. She fooled everybody.
I like Bishop from
I was going
Alien.
to go with Ripley.
Ripley, best android?
I knew everybody said, but what? I just saw.
How did that one end in Alien 4?
I don't know. I saw.
They
I
put
saw
her back
the
together,
third one,
but she could spit acid, or she
Alien
cut you with her
Resurrection?
nails. You'd have acid
Alien
on you or something.
I can answer this question, unfortunately. damn James. But I can answer the question. What they did was after the third one, the scientists went down there and tried to get what DNA was left from Ripley from her throwing herself into the vat of lead, which theory there should not have been any DNA left. It should have been all evaporated. But whatever. So, but when they were trying to clone it to get the alien, they couldn't separate. They didn't know where one xenomorph started and Ripley ended, so they just kept cloning it until they got to her and the normal xenomorphs. But yeah, that's how that one worked out. I'm like,
that is a good movie. That is a good movie.
Which movie?
Also, DM James.
Okay, so is 2001
Why are you
the best
red?
movie, or is Planet of the Apes the best movie?
Why is who red?
You, little man. Why are you red?
I don't know. Maybe it's the light, the reflection of the wall.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He's not really home. He's in Amsterdam. He just hasn't told you yet.
No, I'm in Vienna.
He's on a submarine, and it's code red.
Right. Jack, that's not what that movie is.
I know.
Okay. Because this one's coming up next. Yeah, those were pretty good, John Cherry. That was that was.
I don't know that. Is Mud from Star Trek?
Yeah, Mud's. Yeah.
See, that's like old Trek. I've never seen that one.
He's in 2 movies or 2 TV shows. He's a human trafficker in one, and then he's the. He's got 500 ex-wives made. They're all androids. What? He has the most.
Blood for punishment. You ask me.
He has the most ex-wife androids I've ever seen.
Jesus.
I mean, other than a couple of things, I can't really think of a reason why you would ever do that to yourself.
Get married? I completely agree.
No,
his
Android
robot friend. His friend Norman kept making them for some reason. They didn't know how to shut it off, the machine or something. Or he would break
okay.
it and they would build another one.
There we go.
There was one girl in Star Trek. She was an android, and
It's been too long.
Kirk kissed her, and she sparked out. She sparked out.
Oh yeah.
Once again, before my time, comrades.
The guy who was immortal, he built her. She
Young?
wanted to leave because that's how it goes in the 60s. The daughter of the professor dude always wants to leave with the space cadets that show up.
Yeah, because she got tired of dealing with her dad's bullshit.
Speaking of, I got rocket cadets right here. Oh, I can't show a book. I can't show a book on my channel. The AI is taking over my camera.
Yeah, I think I mentioned Quark earlier. I just vaguely remember it as something I just didn't enjoy. Wait, what book is that?
Rocket cadets from
Rocket
the
cadets in the 11th dimension, a vintage sci-fi RPG.
How's that possible?
I've got retro sci-fi RPGs. I've got vintage sci-fi RPGs. And I've got noir sci-fi RPGs, I think.
But that's how they're written. They're not technically that old, correct?
No, this book's only about 5 months old.
Okay,
On Amazon. I bought it from Amazon. It's the current version of the Total Party Skills system that his RPG books use. Joshua's stuff.
Yeah, I just saw his video of his whole library or what have you. I
have all of them. I have all. Yeah, he doesn't have his Lesbos vampires poster. He's got some stupid dog poster artwork. Ugh.
Yeah, I think he's in the process of moving or rearranging everything from the move.
Yeah,
I'm still up in the air on how I feel about him. I like a lot of stuff that he says, but then he says some other stuff that just makes me shake my head.
Oh the hell, that's most people though. I mean,
he comes from goth anarchist types, vampire masquerade types. I agree with maybe, I don't know, 60-70% of what he says. I don't have to agree 100%. But he's a very good writer. He's a very good game designer.
I don't know if
and
it's true.
He hasn't told me to fuck off and die yet, so I'm still buying his books.
So if a
corporation says that to me, it's like, you know what? I'm not going to buy your game. I'm going to go somewhere else.
So if I write a book by that logic, and I don't tell you to fuck off and die, will you buy my book?
If it's good. If it's
and
a
not
good
written in
RPG
crayon.
system.
Hey, pen is the best medium out there.
Crayon? Or is that the best medium you're comfortable with?
Actually, I do write, but I normally do laptop. So if I don't like the way it looks, I can just hit Control Delete.
Like I was gonna buy Burning Wheel like 12 years ago, and the guy who wrote the book basically told me to what is it that Max always says about Dan
jump off
doing
the bridge
something?
Jump off the bridge.
Go fuck off with Dan. Yeah, go fuck off with Dan.
And that's more. That's more.
I say hold hands with Dan. Because that way you don't have to use any.
So that helped me decide if I should buy the book or not.
When it comes to comments like that, honestly, my favorite one is you can go eat shit and live.
What?
Because the saying is go eat shit and die. No, I want you to live with the fact that you ate shit.
But then they're still harassing you.
I don't care. You'll be known as the shit eater.
Now their breath is even worse. New improved.
Yeah, I didn't like that either, DM James, because I was there that night, and I'm like, but, because I've actually had a couple of conversations with Total Party Skills, and I thought, we were kind of cool, but he just lumped us all into the same category.
Never again.
I wasn't on that episode.
And I'm
You
just
know
like,
what
well,
I dodged the bullet.
Well,
I'm not-
he's technically.
I'm not much of a fan of Venger Satanis. That guy's another anarchist. Actually, those guys should get along with each other. Him and TPS.
Yeah, I don't like him either, but
But
I
like how-
really don't know enough about him. I've seen a couple of interview type things with Venger, and I'm like, some of the things he says, I get, but some of the other stuff, I'm like, really? It's like you're just stirring shit up for the sake of stirring shit up. If your
right,
That's
if your stuff is good, if your writing is good, it should be able to stand on its own merits, and you shouldn't need to hype it the way he does or seems to. But I wouldn't be opposed to reading some of his work to see what's what. But
I don't know enough about them to actually give a shit.
yeah, it just seems like he's just trying to stir up the there's no such thing as bad publicity kind of air
like,
about him.
It's like who's the guy, the Joe Rogan guy? Is that his name?
Yeah, Joe
Yeah.
Rogan. Yeah.
Joe Rogan.
And then who's the other crazy guy on the radio? That
Howard
owes somebody
Stern.
$45 million.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Okay, those two guys, they're constantly
Alex
going at
Jones.
each other. These radio celebrities do that. They're going for ratings. They're just doing it for gravitas.
I look at Howard Stern. I mean, Howard Stern back in the day, well, he's still that
Well,
way.
who did he fight with? Did he have any
He
competition?
fought with FCC.
Oh, he fought with that Imus
What
guy.
was it?
Him and Imus.
There was
didn't get along
another
with each other.
DJ.
Oh, I thought it was
Imus.
FCC went after him a lot though
Yeah,
too.
Imus in the morning. Those two hated each other.
No, they did go after him.
Oh wow!
FCC definitely went after him, and Imus hated him too.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: he's still doing his show, and the other two can go eat shit and live.
But yeah, all the radio guys go after each
Imus
other.
is
That's just-
dead. The FCC don't care, but Imus is dead.
I mean, let's take what was it? Eminem. When Eminem, the rapper, came on scene, the FCC did not know what to do. Or George Carlton, when he said the 7 words you can't say on TV, and he started doing that at some radio. There was a huge court case over it. Some radio station played it, and FCC went after them. And the radio station is like, no, freedom of the press.
Well, that's lame. There's something called the FCC.
I'll
Yes.
say this once, and I'm never gonna say it again. Vanessa needs a firing squad.
Oh no, she needs ketchup. She needs ketchup.
Who's Vanessa?
You don't want to know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Oh, damn it, Jack.
The
I have
only
to
one I
behave
know.
because
The
you're
only
on
one
the
I
show.
know. The only Vanessa.
Oh God!
Vanessa I know in
Oh
real life.
fuck that, Vanessa! You don't remember Connor?
He wasn't.
Oh God!
Is it a she?
Oh,
Or
no,
No,
it's a
no.
she.
No,
But-
she's cute enough, but she
She did a
she
video.
made a video.
15 bullets in her head.
Wait.
Jack,
I'll do it.
plug your ears, Jack. Plug your ears.
I
Just
saw
pretend.
the
Just
first-
pretend.
I saw the first 10 seconds
I
of
don't
that
want to.
video.
I don't want to know.
Left.
I don't wanna know.
Vanessa-
Well, it's not as
Role
bad
play?
as 2 girls in a cup. I'll just put it that way.
Oh no, that's
See-
far worse. That's
See, I
far
still don't
worse.
even know what that
Never
is.
heard of that.
Oh damn, Shawner. Damn.
I live a sheltered life.
Vanessa was giving recommendations on eating ass.
Oh, I think I've seen that. What
You mean how
what was
to?
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pros and cons. The
First-
pros and cons.
That video's been floating around for what, a couple of months now.
Oh, a couple years.
I mean, she got
Didn't,
recently rediscovered, I guess.
Yeah.
Didn't Total Party Skills make a similar video?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. How do you know that? How do you know that?
I watch the chill streams, okay? I do that. It's usually
yeah, because Max brought it up. I forgot about that
See,
one.
it's a
when you-
mistake most of the time.
So,
But
so
that-
Jack, when you start your YouTube channel, what kind of videos are you going to have until you
Political.
discover yourself? Because everyone has to go through that. Everyone has to go through the pain of making videos until something sticks and people start liking it, and then oh, I have a thing. There's this thing I can do on my channel that people like.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you're like, hi, my name is Jack, and I'm a YouTuber. You're gonna do that.
He's
for
going
like
to
the
go
first 3 or
full
4
political. The little guy's probably political and historic history.
You'll
Uses big
already
brain to
have
scare
you'll
people.
already have charisma and stage presence when you do your first video. I'm guessing, and you'll be.
He's got a little bit of that silver tongued devil he gets from his old man. He could be a charmer.
technically I have 2 channels that exist already. One of them, there's multiple reasons, not just the quality, why I'm not going to give any hints as to where it is. And the other one, well, it's the Lava Lord 808 account. And it has some good stuff there, but it also has some actual dog water.
You mean dog piss?
No, I meant dog water.
You keep
You mean the
saying
water
that-
you put on your lawn to scare away dogs so they don't pee on your yard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have never guessed that.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
I
a lot
love the fact that this show went from talking sci-fi to just talking random shit. It makes up for last night's chill stream because that got so serious weird.
I never saw that one.
Weirder than freaking Vanessa?
It just got. I mean, it was. Even you were about ready to bow out of the chat. It just got serious quick.
Yeah, it wasn't the best Max's stream, but I doubt I could say it's the worst.
What? You talking about last
Which
night?
one would be the worst for them?
Yeah, last night.
He said that was his best one ever.
Me?
No, he did.
Max says that was his best one ever. I didn't watch it.
Oh, really?
Against it
Because
I just think
it
got
had
serious.
ye old geek who I've banned. So
Why
I
did
don't
you
watch
ban
it.
him?
Oh, because he's a communist.
Okay.
Why would I want communists commenting on my YouTube channel about nonsense?
Okay, just
That
curious.
makes sense.
And he suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. That's another reason to get
Who?
blocked.
Wait, what?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay.
Surely
Yeah,
you've
Oh.
heard of it.
No, but that's okay.
That far right stuff.
All
That
I know,
extreme far right stuff.
yeah. All I know is when you get a
As
golden,
opposed to the far left stuff.
yeah. All I know is when you get a golden statue built of
Yeah.
you and take to a gathering of other like-minded people, that's kind of called a cult. But that's just my opinion.
This is what happens when you mention Trump.
People lose their shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just saying things that are true. He had a golden statue built after him.
Where's
Like
the golden
Trump.
statue at?
Yeah, a golden
Trump?
idol. Yes.
Where is it? Where is it?
Check the internet. I shit you
believe,
not.
You believe everything the media,
No.
everything the media says about Trump. They're
Fucking.
on top of it.
I saw
They're
a
on top of
picture
it.
of Ted Cruz standing next to it. I'm like, that makes sense.
Well, okay, if you have enough money to make a gold statue of yourself, I'm impressed. I mean, is it only like this big?
Of myself?
Or-
No.
no.
I mean, the thing
The
is, like
Trump
3 foot.
The one,
I don't know if it's made out of pure gold, but it's a gold.
the one
statue.
I'm looking at looks like over 6 feet tall.
Really?
I am going to send it to you in a text, Shadow,
Okay.
How am I a wolf? Actually,
along
my
with
last
the
name,
URL.
my last name does mean wolf, but that's beside. So does my first name. But what does that have anything to do with it, James? I'm not wolf in sheep clothing.
God.
Time to. The dog is pretty. Wait, what? What was that to the?
If the dog is pretty enough, you can tell it's bathwater.
Well,
Maybe to Max.
DM James, you'll have to go back and watch it. It was pretty long.
Oh,
bang, shove, boom, boom.
No, it was the Friday night chill stream.
Yeah, it just got serious. It got dark, and I mean, just the way that EO Geek likes the DM is just.
Yeah, I actually agree with this comment from last night. It all went to hell when DM James left. The charisma level dropped precipitously.
Hey, I like to say that I went right back up when I joined the stream.
I thought
That's
they were
all
just
I'm
talking
saying.
about role playing.
Yeah, that's all they were talking about. It wasn't. It was just talking about different styles of role playing, and EO Geek likes to run his game dark and gritty. And of course, you know, this is me being
In what
playful.
way?
Actually, I don't have anything against the guy. But of course, the
I'm
guy
dark and gritty. So, how what happened? Why is his dark and gritty different?
Just that it is. I'm just kind of personally, I'm burnt on that whole mentality.
I don't do rapey. I don't do rapey.
No,
that's good. That's good.
somebody does, but
I don't.
not here. Actually, my
I
dad.
saw them, Nathan. I can't access them right now, but
I mean-
no, I
Dark
can't.
and gritty. I mean, if I'm doing
But I
a
will check them
movie, I'm trying to think what a dark and gritty movie would
You're
be.
using
that I
your
would-
tablet, so yeah, it's a different interface. I'm on Windows, so it's easy.
Yeah, James, you were. I was a little jealous.
You know, the thing with rapey though is it's like Bruce's campaign. Bruce's
I
campaign.
can't believe we're going here, but okay.
Bruce's
why are we going
campaign.
Emotional.
Bruce's campaign that me and Shadow are in is definitely not a kid's game by no stretch of the imagination.
No, it definitely isn't.
And yes, there was a couple rapey-ish scenes that Bruce did.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, but when it's it was just.
But
Yeah, I've been in worse campaigns than that scene, so
yeah,
it's not that big a deal. It's,
right. That's what
he
I'm
was
saying.
just trying. He was just trying to be. I want to say he was trying to be kind of funny and grim at the same time, because it came across more comical than anything.
You should. But I was
You
gonna
know-
say his is. I mean, I hate to say rape in the lighthearted sense away, but it wasn't like, oh my god, what did I walk into?
Emotional damage.
You have to do that in the Asian voice. I can't do it. Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Emotional
Of course, we're
damage.
using X cards. No X cards. Okay.
I got your X card right. Never mind.
What?
X cards are these cards when you're playing like Dungeons and Dragons, and from what I get, it's like if someone is about to or starts, the DM starts talking about something that offends your sensibilities, you play the X card, and the DM can't do. Yeah,
Speaking of-
I know.
That is gay.
For
That
example, like if
sounds
you're afraid of,
Like a
you're-
buzzkill.
Yeah.
yeah, like if you're
Yeah.
afraid of spiders, and the DM says that you see a giant spider, and you play your X card. Oh, I can't handle spiders, so you can't do that. You gotta turn it into something else. So I
So
would be like, there's a door.
I want to say this to Shauna because Shauna might find this interesting.
Right.
This coming Tuesday, I'm getting paid to run a campaign for all women. A D&D, Pathfinder technically, an all women campaign.
Have they played before, or you have to explain the rules
yeah.
to them?
They have played as far as I've got a note. They've played. Before.
That was classic.
You go
Yeah,
into their house?
No, it's going to be at a shop. I'm getting paid to
Okay.
run it.
That's pretty good.
They want to play Amazons.
Amazon.
Absolutely, DM James. I totally agree with the statement.
I don't have a
Okay.
problem with that.
Okay, what, Nathan?
Good luck. It sounds like
Wait,
a fatal side quest.
Hey, I'm getting paid, as
The whole
Baron
thing-
would
yeah.
say.
That's how they get the adventures. hey, we'll pay you to do this. Just come in this little store and lock the door. We'll
Just
pay
make
you though.
sure you're gonna play Pathfinder.
Oh, fucking damn
It
Dave!
sounds just like a fatal side quest.
Listen up, DM James. I have yet to dissatisfy a person in that context.
Lakers, not true.
I don't know why you keep pulling out your dagger. You can't just stab me through the screen there, Jack.
I wish I could. I wish I could.
I'm going to be afraid to go to sleep tonight. The little guy's already written out half of his manifesto.
I'd read it.
How many
You will
pages is it?
Will you give them?
Good luck. I'm glad it's in a public place.
Yes, it is a public place. It is a public place. It's a game
Oh,
shop.
God, I hurt my ribs on that one. Jesus. Fuck, you know you're old when you laugh and your ribs hurt. Ah,
No.
shit.
You know when you have Mexican food and you laugh, you have to run to the
Laugh it off.
bathroom. My oldest stepson's like, you know the adage, never trust a fart? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I finally figured out what that meant. I'm like, oh.
Oh, Jesus. I have never actually heard that one.
No. Really? Never trust.
Really, I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Never trust a fart?
Yes, I've never heard that before.
Never trust a fart after 50 is what I heard.
The rednecks advanced
That's what I
toward
heard.
you.
What I heard.
You see the red hats bobbing with each step. They're wearing American flags and oh my god, stop, it's too much. Holds up X card.
Hey,
Okay,
DM
Jared.
James, I started writing my RPG book today.
Way too hard. The RP. No, I mean.
That was amazing, Darren.
Yeah, no, I explained to him what my ground rules are and what I expect.
So, are you gonna do combat in your Pathfinder game?
Yeah, that's what they
Why?
want. Why? Because
Are
it's
you
Pathfinder.
sure? Are you sure that's what they want?
I asked them. I asked them what they're wanting in a game.
You want the girls to get bored and leave the table? Okay,
Hey, as long as I get paid.
keep
for
the combat down to at least 10 minutes, at most 10 minutes. No more than that.
You know, like most things.
None of these girls are war gamers, are they? Do
Oh
they
yeah,
paint
two of them are.
They paint minis?
Yeah. Sarah and Ashley are part of the Warhammer Guild.
Are you sure they're women?
Yes.
Just
checking.
There are
I
so many
suggest you
things
do
I
also.
really want to say, but I just
Yeah,
can't
well,
decide.
I guess you're stuck. I guess you're committed then.
And I basically got told if they like the way I DM, they'll introduce me to their husbands, and I'll start being a paid DM for them as well because their husbands have their own group. Like whatever.
That's
Wait. Okay, hold on. So
That's
there's what,
very
six women that-
strange. I don't know this kind of setup.
okay, there's 6 women, right?
Yes.
I'm not assuming they're all married, but it sounds like you're talking about 10 out of 10 people. There's not one DM.
No, well, there was, but they're all tired of DMing. They want to somebody else.
Okay.
And
Okay, it's just like
yeah, no, they've all taken turns.
I mean, you got 10 people who play, D&D, let's say,
Can't the
and none of
husbands
them.
show up to this game? They have to send out their wives to
I don't know. I basically
Just
got
shout it out.
bring me this Connell. Bring him to me. Send out the harem to the store. Report back to me. Is he a good DM?
As Baron
All right,
says,
Jen. thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. And you don't report us to the FBI or anything like that.
Shin had some good sci-fi recommendations for movies.
He is really good at that stuff. He knows so much more than I do.
Before you leave, Shin, do you have a YouTube
Shin,
channel
if you ever wanna,
I can watch?
Shin, if you ever want to jump in and show your pretty face, the link's always in the description.
I don't mind Amazon characters.
He's a real life friend of mine.
Mongoose.
Well, any friend of yours is a friend of ours. You know, if he didn't catch the message, invite him, you know, to come on in and just wants to hang out and actually chat instead of type, you know.
Gender, yeah.
They leave their husbands chained to the radio. Hey, what they do behind closed doors is their business, not mine. I don't give no shits.
According to you, yeah, but that's libertarian. And libertarians are the last to go, but they're still going to go.
Not a libertarian. I mean,
libertarians are the Quislings that will
I'm not talking about
we sided with you. We helped you kill all the bad guys.
Jack,
nobody likes the Libertarian Party, not even libertarians.
It's like anyways. Oh, wait, are you saying I'm a libertarian because I'm about ready to run for a bunch of women?
No, we're
that wasn't what I'm saying, but that I'm gonna say no. Yeah, that is exactly what I said. Yep.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
No,
it's not what we're talking about.
I think you picked something nicer than he was thinking.
Dude, I'm a capitalist. Money, if they pay.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I miss those days of DMing for hire. Back when I was, young, literally Jack's age, I used to get paid to DM for hire, back in the 80s. And, I didn't make, a lot of money, but I made steady money, and I also got free merchandise, etc. And it really can, like with any skill, it can really jumpstart and force you to learn quick. It's like learning a second language by being dropped into that foreign country. You're going to learn that language fast, or you're not going to survive. And I learned how to DM really quickly for all kinds of different people, and it's a bunch of subconscious skills that you don't realize you're learning to gauge and judge people and estimate what they're gonna appreciate and be able to handle, as well as what you're able to handle. So if you can keep it up, more power to you.
Have dice will travel.
Yeah, I think, for a lot of us, the Dungeon Master, except for Shauner, because he would end up stabbing somebody with a pencil. Having to DM, not literally like at gunpoint, but, you've taken the it upon yourself that you're going to DM for people you don't know and try to be good at it for, some sort of gain. Just like any other job, you will either learn quick or you will fail and crash hard.
I would have to be paid to be in most people's games. Otherwise, I'll be a no-show.
In the normal setup, I normally get paid $10 per person at the table, so that's $60 a game to DM.
Well, yeah, but $60 for how many hours? That's, I think, what most people would have.
What was the quote I gave last week? I think $150 an hour per person.
Let's see.
No offense, Connor, but I would take that money to Vegas first, because that's a lot of money.
Vegas is a fucking trap.
Yeah, I that's my quote, because I don't want to run a game for such people.
Right. No. I'm just teasing.
But if they pay that much, then I'd have to show up and sit with these people.
I probably at the end of the month,
What do you
between
do?
everything I do for the shop, I'll probably bring home roughly about a $600 paycheck.
What
And
I would
plus
do is
that-
I would get the money up front, and I would bring the crappiest D&D module I can find and just run that.
like I
You're
said,
in room 3. Let me roll here. Oh, 2 ogres and 3 skeletons. What do you do?
Connor, really, as opposed to be the best you can be. Maybe
if it's a group of players I don't want to run a game for, I'm going to charge an arm and a leg to be there.
Well, but let me put this another way. How would you know? I mean, if you just like at a work environment or something, like your boss said, hey, I heard you're a role player, and I did a little looking into it, and as a team building exercise, I'd like to see what you can do.
Team building exercise? I'm already checked out when you said that. Team building exercise?
I'm
$150 an hour per player.
I'm going to facilitate this dungeon exercise for you guys. Here's your stress balls. Here's your pens. Here's your crayons.
Your highlighters.
We're
your folder with
do finger painting. We're going to wear our party hats, and we're going to paint our figures.
So you
These Lego. I brought you some Lego figurines. We're going to paint them with watercolors.
To answer your question, I probably at the end of the month I normally get probably a $600. It's been about $600 paycheck from them, and it pays my electric bill and bike.
Well, because I can't ask you, Sean, for friends, because for friends you'll do that for free and you'll enjoy every second of it, or for the most part, you vetted your players, etc.
For 3.5 years, I've been running games, and I've been in games with people that role play the way I do, and none of us have charged each other anything for it.
Right. Because that's just the kind of douchebaggery I can't even imagine. If my friend said, "Okay, well, you can play here, but you got to pay me," or something like that. But
I might give advice. They might give advice. That's about it. Advice is free.
Mm-hmm.
I was in one game where the guy had to let his little brother play. That sucked ass.
Yeah, but how old? Back in our early, teenager, 20-year-old gaming era, things were a lot different. Even for the youngest here, except for my son, of course. Those days are way back in the beginning of the entire history of gaming to begin with. So it was a new thing. So any experts, we never met experts at that age, I'm guessing, because they almost didn't exist. And if they did, they were named Gygax and Arneson, or other game creators. That was the closest thing to an expert back then. So we had to put up with, let your little brother play or let your sister play, things like that, But now, things have changed so much. Most of us wouldn't let complete strangers in our house to play, even if we, had played with them a couple of times at a game shop. It's like, oh, we'll meet at the shop, God only knows what would happen, after the fact, You let some people to come over to your house to play, and next thing you know, you're duct taped and hogtied in your laundry room, wondering what all that noise is.
Yeah, the guys you were playing at the game store are drug addict bums that live in the alley behind the shop. And they come in and use the bathroom to shower.
Right.
And then they saw you at a table and like, oh, you're going to run a game? I'll sit and play in the game of yours.
Well, one of the game shops I go to has on the door, no shoes, no shirt, no soap, no business.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah, makes sense.
I remember in high school, I was learning how to play D&D, and none of the other players knew how to play it. We were kind of guessing how to do it. And when the DM would say, "What do you want to do?" I would say, "Well, I want my character to go here and attack that thing." And then they'd go and look in the rule book for 5 or 6 minutes, trying to figure out how does that happen? Is that a thing? Meanwhile, someone else is still making their character. They're not even in the game yet. Next thing I know, lunch break is over with, and that was it. That would
drive like Vanessa. That would drive me crazy.
That was like 1.5 turns during the game.
Right.
Yeah, that's not how I run my games.
A few years later, I'm at some guy's house. He's running a game. It's a sandbox. I'm surprised there's no table in this guy's living room. It's just a TV set and some records. And we're sitting on the monkey carpet. And he's got 1d20. And he rolls it on a peachy folder. And that was it. It's all in his head. And he's narrating everything. He's telling us what stuff is. I'm saying what my characters are doing. That kind of stuff. It was amazing. And I thought, hey, this game isn't so bad after all. And I didn't know that he was the only guy who did this within, like, I don't know, 10,000 square miles of where I lived.
Yeah, I ran into a few people who were, obviously I knew people who were better than me, etc. But I had only been playing for a really short time. And I maybe a year when I discovered the game shop that I started working at. But after just a few games with a bunch of different people, getting to be in different games, it really didn't seem that hard to just, come up with this stuff. To this day, I feel bad for the guys who sit at a table for 4 hours and they only say 1 or 2 sentences during the whole game. It's like, why are they even in the game? I've known a couple of people like that. It was weird. I had this guy and girlfriends. They would come over with a bunch of other people, and the girl, she was like on it. She was loving it, in there doing the things, and he would be just sitting there, basically making sure nobody was hitting on his girlfriend, I guess. He was okay. Occasionally he'd come up with, something smart, clever, or funny, but it
kind of a toad on the log scenario.
Yeah, for the most part. It wasn't like he was, on his phone or anything, because this was before that, or reading a book, which I had one friend who would bring his stack of comic books to read while we played. I'm just like, you're shitting me, right?
Yeah, I was at some game, this is like 5 or 6 years ago, a brand new game store opened up. It was on the news and everything. So I go driving over there, and I go to see what kind of games they're playing. And one of them was interesting. It was like a Shadowrun 6th edition or 5th edition. I don't know, whatever the newest one was. This lady's at the table knitting with needles during the game.
Don't piss her off.
She's just sitting there taking up real estate at the table daggers. With her balls of yarn and her needling, her crochet.
I wouldn't consider that one of the worst things that you could do at a table.
It's not the worst thing, but it was just a waste of driving.
Well, what if they were actually good at doing both?
First of all, I wouldn't piss off the lady.
Right. Because I can picture someone being able to do stuff with their hands, from years and years of doing it, and still being able to be, okay, are you gotta step away for a minute? Okay. Oh, coffee. Gotcha. If they could be engaged and only have to maybe just set the whatever they're doing with their hands down to roll the dice, but if they're keeping up, etc. I mean, I realize it in a lot of gaming situations, especially Earthshiner, where it would be a complete deal breaker. But
if they're on camera and they got yarn in their hand all the time during the game, it's like that's throwing me off because that's not what the character would be doing.
Right.
We're killing xenomorphs. They're on the ship,
and you're knitting.
They're going through our spare body parts and eating them. How are we going to survive out here on a generation ship? And the whole time, one of the characters is knitting. I see needles and crap in her hand. What the fuck? I hear something down the hall. What could it be?
Click.
What do I roll? No. They would have to be a very good role player for me to put up with them knitting during the game.
Right. I really can't picture it, but I'm trying to.
I need them to be focused. They need to be thinking a few moves ahead of where we're at right now.
DM James, that's naughty. See, I am like I get in trouble, and I don't mean to, but during the game, if they're role playing and I'm role playing, and it's I don't need my dice in my hand. With my with ADD, I'm always fidgeting with something. So I'll pick up my phone, I'll make sure the volume is turned off, and I'm just playing, doing something with my phone. It's not that I'm not paying attention. That's fine. It's not that I'm not paying attention because I am paying attention. It's just, would you rather me fiddling with a dice on the table or a pencil, or keeping my hands in my lap? That sounds naughty. Keeping my hands on the lap, doing something where,
like what DM James just said.
No, that's naughty. That is a sin.
I'm not sure what you were referring to there, James Seymour. I think so, but I don't want to step into something, ridiculous.
Well, people are fidgety and stuff if they're bored.
See, I'm not. I could be completely in tune with what's going on and not bored, having a great time, and I'm still fidgety. I've always been that way.
Yeah, I'm like 50-50. I would want people to be as into the moment as possible. Like when my son and I, when we played Call of Cthulhu, we turned out the lights. We had like one candle or one little flashlight going, and we only used that when we absolutely needed to see the character sheets. And it was a really fun experience because I don't know if I'm right for you, Jack, but it even helped me get more into the mood and into what my job was as the game master.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as a player, I could see being in a game, especially recently, but not mentioning any names, where I could literally keep up and maybe even be like 5 steps ahead of the GM, and being a little bit bored and trying not to be bored, and want to do 2 things at once because the game is just, trying to, fucking run through, hip deep mud. It's just a slog, you're just, struggling every minute, just come on, pick up the pace. This game is kind of sucking ass,
If it's a combat situation and I'm playing an archer because I normally do, I know what I'm going to do next turn. I know what I'm going to be doing the turn after that, and so forth and so on, until the creature I'm dealing with is dead. It's
right. Well, I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, you're going to kill the thing, so why don't you just skip to the end part?
Yeah, kind of. That's what I was kind of going to say there, Sean. With combat, like I said earlier, I think, all of us have kind of, as dungeon masters, maybe not all of us, or at one time or another, everybody knows the players are going to live, whether it's because the DM maybe, lets them live, or if the DM just knows that this combat really isn't a challenge. So for me, combat isn't why I'm there lately. For the past years or so, combat is almost like a chore. I just want to get it over with because,
Yeah.
a lot of times the
war
combat,
game breaks out during a role play session. War game.
Right. I would rather the combats be over in like a minute. That's what I liked about
Like
the
in a
Amber
movie.
Dice role-playing game.
How long does combat last in a movie?
Right, and
5
for other
minutes?
Depends on
people,
the
At
movie.
most?
Yeah.
Depends on
At
the
most,
movie.
maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. If it's some
right, unless
ludicrous
it's like
Avengers
say
film.
or the beginning of Saving Private Ryan, or the rest of Saving Private Ryan. It's a war movie. The
Well, that
combat's
was a
going
war
to be
movie, though.
right. I that's why I really like the Amber Dice's role playing game. And I know Max says it's not a game, but because you don't roll dice, but chess is a game you don't roll dice. There's lots of games where you don't roll dice. There are numbers built in, or factors or rules, and if he were to actually, and other people were to read it, it's wonderful because there are no dice rolling, because the rules are I'm not going to say simple at all. They're very in depth and really well thought out, to where your stuff, all your numbers or attributes or whatever you want to call them because of the rules. All your stuff. What you could do, but it really, really, really forces you to role play more than any other thing I've ever seen, because it's taken so much of the bullshit out of it by trying to figure out how can I make a game where the players know what they can do, they know the rules when it comes to combats and things like that, and what makes combat fun in that game is that you literally are describing, like for example the fencing maneuvers, so you really have to think about you putting yourself into that position. Okay, I'm in this position. Okay, combat's over. But it's all about the words, not the numbers, because it's taken so much out of it. Like the way Shauner describes his combat or his skill checks without using numbers, by using key words, right, Shauner?
Yeah.
With
let's say-
difficult, hard, impossible.
Yeah, our
Instead
group
of you
isn't
need
going to
50.
say, we're not going to say, oh, you need to roll a 10 or higher.
Right.
And we don't say things like, oh, what did you roll? Oh, I rolled a 12. We don't do that nonsense.
I absolutely love that. That I can't think of better
Because
ways to get
in what movie or TV
Right,
show does
exactly.
the actor say that during combat? Never.
The most you're going to hear is "I'm out of ammo. Toss me
Yeah.
a clip magazine." God, I can't believe I almost said clip. My son's going to kill me.
I would have.
Or cover me. I'm going to do this. Things like that. That's what I want to hear in combat. Not, you needed this number. You needed that number. How much damage did you do? Even with damage,
I want
you
to
could
play
use
that
keywords.
style of game.
So we decided
Exactly,
the players
exactly.
get to
I-
narrate their successes or their failures. So the player rolls, and the player knows how well they rolled, and the player then says, well, my character walks up to the guy and does this to him.
Right. And like with your easy, hard, difficult, impossible keywords, you could do the same thing with damage. It's a flesh wound. It's a scratch. And that way you don't even know.
Yeah, if the player fails their roll and they narrate, they could just say what kind of failure it was, and then I'll narrate what happens to their player, or I'll let them narrate what happens to their player.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I missed a couple of chats and I just saw this. I don't know who you are, Maga Man. Welcome to the show. But while I may probably agree on most of what you just said, it's really just not. You can
That's off topic.
have a conversation with me later.
Well, they're probably watching the stream from when it started,
Could be.
Probably a bit earlier
But-
in the stream, yeah.
or they're a troll, and their real name is
Barry.
Bridget 19, and they're really a guy.
No, Baron
I totally get that Baron, but after playing, I've been playing for 40-ish years, and another critical hit is not gonna make the game better for me. No, I mean,
What is
but
Baron? Baron's shooting shots across the bow here.
Oh yeah, keep moving down.
however, if I were to put words together, excuse me, if I could put words together to describe my maneuver or actions that have everybody at the table just like hanging on every word, that would be just almost the apogee of what I'm wanting in a role-playing game experience. It's cool to roll that 20.
Someone in chat is comparing D&D fight scene with real life.
That's Baron. Actually, very few people I've noticed that play this game actually knows what a real fight even looks like, and I had that conversation last night. Because
Absolutely true, Baron. But I just
kung fu in real life kung fu fights are quick, they're painful, they're deadly. It's not like the Hong Kong movies where the fights just go on and on and on, and they're running up the walls and they're jumping on the rooftops.
I used to be able to do the running up the wall and doing the flip off of it part. That was about the best I could ever do.
Right. Well, I think what I'm trying to say though is I'm trying to find the most immersive way, and I've noticed over the years that the numbers are like the exact opposite of immersion. With using words, which is really all we as players have, in our arsenal. We have some things on our character sheet, etc. But imagine if you had to play a character and you didn't have your character sheet in front of you. You didn't know. You had to take notes on your, to kind of figure out who and what you are.
So let's say we're playing a sci-fi game, right? We're playing a sci-fi.
Like the amnesia. You wake up with amnesia, and you don't know anything, but you got a pad of paper and a pencil and dice, and you had to figure out everything. You didn't know what.
I have to qualify something. The way I role play doesn't work with D&D at all.
I've noticed that. I mean, I'm not meaning that as an insult, but I've noticed that.
D&D is an adventure game. It's not a role playing game.
Yeah.
But let's take the rules of D&D.
You could take a D&D setting and give it a different mechanic, and then you could role play it.
That's what I'm thinking. Is that all of the games
there's more to do.
all
D&D has way more stuff to do than just solving puzzles, checking for traps, rolling for perception.
Oh yeah, it really just depends on the table you sit down at. All this.
For
does
example,
my character know how to climb? Does my character have magic yet?
Yes.
If you were to take some of the tropes out of Dungeons and Dragons, like the dungeon crawling, which don't get me wrong, I actually enjoy that a lot, but I'm finding that I'm because I've done so much of that. It's like with ice cream. If your favorite ice cream is chocolate chip and you eat it every day for like a couple of months, you get burnt out on it. Yep. So with a lot of the things and the tropes and the rules of most games, after a while, mind you, this has been 40 years, there's a whole lot of things that bore the shit out of me. Listening at doors, unless the DM is really going to, suck me in by what I'm hearing, by describing and telling me what I hear behind the other door. I've done it, 100, 1,000 times in a game before, and I've seen it 10,000 times before, so it's boring. I want not just new experiences, but less of the tiresome things that have just made up this hobby for the most part. Because I think you could play Dungeons and Dragons.
The reason why I go after the D&D players a lot is they say that they've been role playing for 30 plus years, and they're experts at role playing games. I'm like,
Oh
okay,
God, I would never
challenge
say
accepted.
I would never say that I'm an expert.
I watched the first few minutes of their game session. I'm like, this is crap. This is how they've been playing for 40 years. What a waste of time.
Right. Well, I think especially a lot of us in our community, we're getting to that point, Shauna, where we want better. We've done so much of this crap so many times that we want a more immersive. I know, I saw that too. A more immersive experience. We were realizing that there's never been any, not just teachers, but examples of what really good role playing could be like. Because everybody instantly either thinks of overacting thespians, LARPing.
Yeah, you have to be an actor. You have to have voice capabilities. You have to do the LARPing thing. I get that on Max's Discord. I get that every day from people. Oh, you're talking about acting. No, not really.
Okay. All right.
I have to be nice, otherwise I'll get kicked out of Discord.
I'm not hating on what others like, Baron. I'm trying to make the experience better for myself and anybody else who's interested. I want to have the best experience so I can keep on enjoying these games instead of finding a whole new other hobby.
You say role play, right? You say RPG. 99% of the players say, "Oh, you're talking about D&D, aren't you?" D&D.
Right. There's just no other words in our lexicon for what we're talking about, so we have to use, like go between.
Just go to the store, grab a second gen RPG game, read the first few pages. It'll explain what role playing is. They don't mention D&D. It's a whole other universe.
All right. Okay.
It's a whole other mindset.
Let's say we're at GameCon. Let's say not, Gen Con, because GameCon is having its own, issues, and I'm wanting to stay out of that conversation. But we're all at Cabin Fest or whatever, Geek, whatever the one they do, right? You got 4 fucking tables. You got one table that plays like Shauna. You got one table that
there won't be a table. There won't be a table there.
Hear me out. Just hear me out.
Okay.
You got one table that plays the way you want to play. You got one table that plays like Bruce. You got one table that plays like me, the way I do my games, and or Max, and Max being the 4th table. Now, I'm not going to judge the people that sit down at your table or Bruce's, and vice versa. You get out of the game what you want out of the game. If you want to do a story-style RPG, that's fucking awesome. That is great. If you want to go there, kill some orcs, and say, hey, I spent the last 4 hours kicking ass and, raping a princess, saving the princess, more power to you.
I like how you said story.
Drink?
RPG. Some people think when you mention RPG, oh, he's talking about storytelling.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to say. Like to Baron, what do we call the game? Because role playing was what this was all called. And if you literally do no role playing at all, because there are games out there that are called role playing games, but people don't role play. They just adventure game or whatever.
You're saying where your character is and what your character is doing. That's all you're doing.
LARPing,
right. Would you call it, advanced role playing or something like that?
Well, the way I play, all you do is say where your character is and what your character is doing. That's all you're saying. That's all anyone ever says.
To each their own.
It's
very
so
much
simple. You'd be surprised how many times people don't say that in a 4-hour D&D game session. It's usually the DM leading everyone by the nose. Okay, now you guys are here. What do you do? Okay, now you guys are over here. What do you do?
Yes.
And then every response is, can my character do... I'm thinking of, well, while I stand here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look behind me, make sure no one comes up from behind, and I'm going to have all my stuff ready, all my weapons loaded and ready for aiming with, in case something happens. I'm going to shoot at the first thing that comes through this door. That's their move. That's every turn. That's what they say. Then you got the chucklehead who's like, how far are they from me again? Are they in there? Where are they again? We're with them now. Oh, they're outside. Okay,
See,
I thought they were inside.
That's not the game.
Every fucking D&D game.
But that's
every
not
fucking
fair. That is just problematic players. If you play,
or it's just dead air where the players don't say anything. Or their cameras are turned off and they're not saying anything. You don't even know where they're in the same room. You don't even know where they're at.
That's why I prefer to game in fucking person. I mean, honestly.
And it's like you're staring at the same mini that hasn't moved in the last hour. What's going on there? That's a D&D game. When the minis don't move on the table. What are they being used for?
I've been on all ends of the spectrum when it comes to gaming. And for me personally, I'm just looking for something.
But when someone says they're a role player, they say D&D, nope, you're incorrect.
No.
Pick another role-playing game.
Do you think that's because of the rules or because of the mentality that's developed over the decades?
It's just the bad habits they learn.
So like the latter.
Crap players who are 14 are now 60, and they still playing the way they learned the game when they were 14. And they're teaching it to everybody that way.
Yeah. What happened? Because I feel like something happened.
What do you mean?
I
During
said
those
roleplay.
few minutes that I
There's
left.
someone behind you.
Roleplay is
Someone
a bad
behind
word.
you.
Wait, what?
Who?
Oh no!
What?
Don't turn around.
Jack. Other side. No, for real, other side. I thought, do you have a door behind you?
Yes.
I do have a door behind me.
I'm serious.
He's
What was
in an
that
escape
behind
room.
you that moved? Y'all didn't see it?
No, I did not. I know the door closed. That's a fact. Oh wait, I'm about to. Okay, I'm rewatching it. Okay.
Could have been.
I thought I saw something move. That's all.
No, the door closed. 100% the door
Could have been his
closed.
mom.
Probably.
That was.
But
Did you close it? Was it planned?
No. No, that was not planned.
Anyway, I gotta go because talking about role play is bad.
So you didn't
form.
close it?
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh well.
Bye, Shauner.
We'll talk to you again real soon, Shauner.
See you later,
Thanks for hanging out with us.
He was in the
it
middle
was
of his
probably
goodbye.
probably his mom.
You know, it's been. You didn't close your door, right?
No, I'm rewatching the footage right now.
It could have been his mom.
Who closed
James says
it?
someone was at the door. It's
Okay.
probably his mom.
Okay. See,
Also-
I watch for that stuff.
Well, yeah. Oh, I see it. I see it now. The
Who's
door.
your Madre?
And I exited the. Oh no, what have I done here? Let's go.
I don't know. I love Shauner to death. I think he's a great guy, but I don't know. I think I could do. I think I'd be fine in one of his campaigns because I know what he's looking for. But I have fun in Bruce's campaign.
Sure, that's what I was trying to say. Is that there's a there's a lot of different ways to play, and I'm just looking for something different. Because I've gamed so much over the years. Oh, hey, Kevin, what's happening?
I mean, with Bruce's campaign, Bruce. I mean, I'm not saying the games I've been in are kidified by any stretch of the imagination, but like with Jade is there's scenarios that he will not run, where Bruce will. I'm not saying that one is a better DM than the other one, but I get a different experience. Depends on who the DM is. I don't expect you to run like either Mike or Bruce.
Well, that's why we're going to run that little experiment later on this year of each of us, running a one shot to see what it's like.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for something that's more immersive and more about other things than combat. I don't get me wrong, I like combat. Who doesn't? But I don't want it to be all there is.
Combat. Yeah.
Right. But good combat for me, good combats would be more descriptive and no numbers. I don't want to hear the numbers. In the old days, we used to have a chart on our character sheet, that would tell you what you need to roll to hit. And if, for example, the dungeon master said, they're wearing chainmail and a shield, you knew that was a 4. Period. They usually didn't have a dex bonus, etc. And you just look on your thing and go, okay, I this is what I need. I hit him, and then you could describe what's what. I stabbed him. I hit him over the head with a hammer. And then to go one further, if damage was just, if there was a little chart of this much damage, this much damage, this much damage, 1 to 4 points is a scratch or a flesh wound. Whereas if you rolled max damage, it's a critical, which is how I think it should be, not because you rolled a 20 on your thing to hit that it's a critical. I think if you rolled max damage on your D8 or whatever, then that would be a critical.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going with it, but the mechanics of the game is you need to roll a nat 20, then roll another D20. Oh, actually in 5e, no. Once you roll, if you're in 520, 5th edition, if you roll just a natural D20, there is no second roll. You crit. That's it.
I need to learn the 5th edition rules. I never have.
Glad you were able to show up.
Well, Max is right. 5th edition is a nice generic game. It really is. I have fun running it for people because that's what they're into, and happy people tip better than unhappy people.
I'm still here. I just I'm going downstairs.
So I will run 5e.
I don't know what you see my crack lab.
Yeah.
You live in and I don't know. I get some shit for running 5e, but I really don't care. I mean,
I can't really give you too much shit. What I give you shit for is the company, not the game. I don't know shit about the game. The game could be the greatest thing since sliced bread. I have no way of knowing.
Once I buy the books I want from the company is no longer a factor in my game. They do not exist. They're not coming back and says, Mr. Such and such, you are running my game incorrectly. We are taking our books away from you. I mean, they can go eat shit and live too.
That would be hysterical. You know what? If the big game companies had their way, you'd only own digital, and they would.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I hate PDFs. I mean, I understand why a lot of people go with the PDFs, but I kind of hate them. I want a hard copy. Because once it's mine, it's mine.
They're always better.
I mean, I can write in it. I can make the notes. If I disagree with the ruling, I could change out the ruling. This is all my prerogative.
Yeah, you should be able to change rules you don't like. That's.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I ended up writing my own rule book for my campaign years ago. I didn't like that rule. I took the time to handwrite as I remembered the game, how it played out, whatever it was. I took the time, and I'm like nerd researcher. Okay, so I would reference D&D Second Edition Player's Handbook page such and such paragraph. I did that shit, and it was only for me. Nobody else wanted to read it. I eventually typed up some of it, but I would change the rule to my rule that worked for our game campaign at the time.
Oh yeah, and not one game is even if you're running the same game for two groups of people, the exact same game, you will have two separate fucking games.
Yeah,
I mean, just because
Well,
how
yeah.
people are.
and what I was doing was fleshing out the rule for like the environment, the character, the set of characters and everything. I would just, because sometimes the rules just made no sense for any of us. So I would change it. And I'd be like, this is what I did based on last week. And everybody's like, hey, cool, let's see how it works. And most of the time it worked out.
Kevin, I had to use the little Dungeon Master's room. Sorry, man.
It's like the conversation I was having earlier with Paladin, with Shadow. I was sort of thinking about that. If I wrote my own fantasy game, the Paladins would be more like the knights during when knights were. They didn't. Not all knights were lawful good. Some of them were lawful dicks.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be more of a class of martial class than it would be as a divine class.
But then it would be just a knight, not a paladin. Paladin's always going to have a connotation of goodness sent by God to do his bidding in a more hands-on.
Where did the word paladin come from? It's French, isn't it?
It doesn't matter. Since the printing of the Player's Handbook back in the 70s, Paladin became different in that particular context.
And I get you. Actually, second edition for yeah, I know. I've been told that a few times. James. But I'm just saying that's how I would, if I was writing my own thing like this. Paladin. I don't agree with everything that each book has. Charlemagne, French.
Charlemagne.
Yeah, Charlemagne. I mean, shit. I mean, even if you go back to, like, to say King Arthur's and Knights of the Round Table, Lancelot was a Knight of the Round Table, and he shagged King Arthur's wife. How honorable is he? And that's like the least of some of those knights' sins.
Right, but I don't know that he retained his paladin abilities after that. It's hard to say because he didn't have any of the nobody in the Arthurian tales had any of the paladin-like abilities. They were all just knights.
Right.
The paladin's abilities of, like, turning undead, lay hands, etc., are a creation of Gygax and Arneson for Dungeons and Dragons.
And I'm perfectly fine with that. As I was saying with second edition Pathfinder, they got rid of the paladin and they added, was it the champion?
No, that was second edition Pathfinder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The second edition Pathfinder got rid of the paladin class and replaced it with whatever it is now, and I've been told by a few people it plays better.
Well, yeah, but hold on.
But most people don't want to deal with the restriction that the paladin has with it.
Well, that's too damn bad. People these days are weak and, for the most part, soft and do not want restrictions of any kind. If you've gone outside, you can see what I'm talking about. That doesn't make it better. That just makes it easier.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Good times make weak men.
I don't.
If you know the rest of that.
Oh yeah.
And weak men make hard times. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times.
Well,
and the cycle repeats.
I just don't know where these good times are you're talking about, but that's just me.
Well, we did our political thing earlier.
Oh, I'm not even talking about political. I'm just talking about day-to-day life moving without politics. Life
You
sucks.
put that on. You get a helmet, right? People these days, the younger generation, are so, used to being able to play video games, where video games had to be made to make everybody happy, so that they would keep playing their video game and buy the next one. When you're talking about a role-playing game where you're playing with people and rules and books and judgments based on the referee's decisions, it's a whole different animal.
Even as a DM, as a paid DM, I don't expect everybody to walk away from my table being happy.
Yeah, I think DM James said it
Microphone.
best. SJWs hate Paladin class because the Paladin class is the hardest class to play, with the most restrictions and the most expected from them. And they would rather be able to say they're a Paladin, but get away with cold-blooded murder, rape, theft, etc., because their god happens to be a god of all those things. That's not a Paladin. That's a priest or, something else. The Paladin is supposed to apply goodness. Right. But a Paladin should embody goodness in the traditional, almost biblical sense of goodness.
Well, again, they're the people that believe morality is subjective, and therefore the very idea of a Paladin goes completely against their subjectivist worldview.
Right. Things have rules and regulations for reasons, and in game systems where anybody could be anything, compared to the old days where that was not the case, certain things couldn't do certain things. Hate to tell you, but in the real world, certain people can't be anything. Okay.
Right.
What was his name? The smart guy in the wheelchair. His name's Skip it.
Stephen Hawking.
Right. He couldn't be a pro football player no matter what he wanted. He could play one in a role-playing game probably quite well, but he couldn't be one in real life. Facts are facts, and when we live in a society that is trying to push the concept of your own truth, no, there is but one truth. Those are facts. You can say it's my truth all day long. It's not going to change the fact that water is wet. Gravity pulls you down to the earth.
Truth is perspective, though.
No, it really isn't. 2 plus 2 is always 4.
Okay. Truth. The world is flat.
I'm still here.
That was a known truth.
But they were wrong.
But it was the truth. The sun rotates. I might get the two mixed up. The Earth is the center of the universe. That's a truth.
I'm sorry, I was reading DM's. What did you say?
The Earth is the center of the. People used to believe that the Earth was the center of the universe. That's a truth.
Right. But when you're talking about
wrong.
Right. But when you're talking about a young society on a planet that doesn't know any better, they're allowed to make those mistakes. Doesn't mean they were evil for doing so.
Still, as an older or somewhat teenage society, we're still making sometimes the same mistakes.
Right. What James said is perfect. The fact that people believe something in error is not a truth. It's just a belief. It's a belief. Beliefs can be wrong, but facts don't change, and they don't care about your beliefs or feelings. They are facts. If I say that Jackie's jacket is green, that is a fact.
Well, to be fair,
just because you don't see green doesn't mean it's not true.
I don't know that. You could be lying to me. The color is a really weird argument to have with me there, Shadow.
Yeah.
Right, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Just because a minority thinks one way does not mean that it's it's fact and provable through scientific method.
That's right. Science is a sin.
Well, I don't know about that. If we didn't have science, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right, but I'm just saying, science is a sin. I mean, these are old truths that are bullshit. I'm not saying that any of these have any fucking merit, but does not require belief. That is true. You don't have to believe in Satan for Satan to believe in you. That was also a big one said for a while.
Yep. It's
Yeah.
just it's just messed up that you know.
I don't play paladins. I don't get it. I don't understand that mentality. I never have, never will. That's not who I am.
Right, but I'm when I play a paladin, I'm trying to be, a certain thing, regardless of what that thing is. Whether I'm playing a sorcerer or a barbarian, I want to be that thing, and I want to be the best that thing as possible.
DM James, the answer is humanism.
Science is a sin in which religion? That would be the Catholic one during 100 popes ago. I don't know which,
As well as modern humanism.
Yeah. Galileo was threatened to be not executed for his beliefs in science. But I got, it's like with the St. Cuthbert, that's second edition. Second edition.
And that was the beginning of the end of an era. Let's just put it that way.
But I get second edition thrown in my face a lot.
Right, because it was the end of the best version of D&D.
Right. So
because it was to this day, second edition probably still has more content than any other version of D&D other than possibly first edition. And with all things that are trying to be popular, they have to kowtow to the lowest common denominator. If you want a game to be good, you have to, make it so that the most people, the largest number of people will enjoy it. And that doesn't always, bode well for keeping something as close to its original roots as possible.
Yeah, the Catholics, that guy who invented the Big Bang theory.
Yeah, DM James. I mean, the majority of the 20th century is a good example, but for a long time there were no atheistic regimes out there, but in the 20th century, atheistic regimes like communist China, the Nazis in Germany, Stalinist Russia, all of those killed more people, maybe not a greater number, but there was a much longer time, and for a long time before the Enlightenment, before liberalism was really a mainstream ideology that anybody subscribed to, it wasn't a thing. But in the 20th century, which happened, yes?
The Nazis were mainly Catholic. They weren't atheistic.
No, the Nazis, well, Hitler hated the Catholics.
Yeah, I was about ready to say.
No, the Hitler was atheist, but because the majority of the German population was Protestant, he tried to appeal to them by appearing to be Protestant. But the majority of the high command, the upper politicians, I'm getting tired. The majority of them,
Me too.
Yeah, the majority of them were either atheists or not necessarily worshiping Hitler, but subscribed to his ideology above anything.
I mean, they kind of did treat Hitler like a god. I mean, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't get his own golden statue.
He had plenty of stone ones.
Yeah.
Iron.
Yep.
But the Catholic Church sided with the Nazis.
Most fascist regimes, there are some exceptions, of course. The Synarchists in Mexico, a great example. But a lot of fascist regimes didn't like the church or religion because they saw it as a force that harmed the nation. Because to a fascist, the nation is the most important thing that exists, second only to the strongman leader. With very few not very few, but a few notable exceptions, most of them said either attempted. The only time religion was accepted was if it was essential to the identity of the nation, or at least seen by that by
Rome.
the majority of the right of said nation. Which is why,
Rome.
yeah,
Rome,
You're meaning
Rome
Rome.
Rome
Yeah.
is a weird duck.
Yeah, Rome really was. And a lot of our tenets nowadays are derived from Roman
Our
tenets.
Oh yeah, our government is based off the Roman thought processing. It didn't work
Yeah.
once, but supposedly it's good. It didn't work the first time. It didn't work the second time. The third time's a charm, right?
Yeah, but what you were talking about, Jack, reminded me of the way the Romans, at first they were pagan, and then they adopted Christianity because it would enslave the people
Well, not yes
to
yes,
an idea and not necessarily them. Suffer now, you'll get a payoff later.
there is a very interesting argument from that. Well, closed 1,000 years ago, lasted close to 1,000 years. Variations of Rome lasted for Rome was not.
and officially Rome kind of still exists through Spain.
Right.
In a way.
Rome, before the fall, what they did was they didn't conquer and destroy, and they conquered and assimilated. They would assimilate.
Because it's futile. Sorry.
They would absorb the people, and they would send in new leadership, and they would bring their people over and trade out. And they did They did things differently than we can really conceive of, because nowadays it's conquer and annihilate. Conquer, except what we did with Japan, right? We didn't try to annihilate them. Maybe somebody wanted to, but we didn't try to. But we went in there and we won. And after Geneva, right, they said, okay, well, you're not going to annihilate these people and their ways. You won the war, fine. Now the rules of war say, what do they say, right? They said what they said. And they rebuilt.
Like the followed any of that.
Say again?
It's not like the Japanese follow any of those.
Well, the
No,
Geneva
James, I threw the link in there. Do you or anybody else wants to pop in?
wasn't the Geneva though signed after World War II?
No, much before.
No. It was yeah, right, before World War II.
Okay.
Geneva Conventions. Yeah.
I mean, for documentation, I know it's still fairly new. I mean, compared to other.
You mean the Geneva Conventions?
Yeah, I mean, it's still new in modern history. I mean, it's not like 20 years ago. It's not 40 years ago.
Right, I agree.
Oh my God!
World War II is still considered recent.
Yeah.
I mean, the Romans would integrate people. Yeah, they integrated millions of Celts out of existence. They integrated the Dacians completely out of frickin' existence to the point.
Oh yeah, they did that. They did that. They did that. They also
the Roman Empire was an empire of sociopaths. They literally
Welcome to the stream, James.
They had no morality whatsoever. Slavery was a thing. If they wanted to murder you and rape you on the street, they would do it. Now, this is before Constantine, who brought Christianity to the empire and actually brought some semblance of morality. But trying to argue that the Romans, under their paganistic view, were somehow more humanitarian, pure ignorance of history, right? Also,
no, I wasn't saying that.
Science being a sin. Well, I'm not Catholic, obviously. I'm Orthodox Christian, so I think Catholics are heretics. But
Hey,
May
I
the
was being
devil
nice.
do here. The Catholic monks over the last hundreds of years are responsible for so many scientific achievements. You almost can't even compare it. The only reason we know what we know about ancient Irish civilization is because the Catholic monks wrote it down.
Yeah,
Yeah, I always say science is a
invented
great ally of
physics.
religion.
And of course, the Muslims invented the number 0, and Islam is basically a Christian heresy of its own. So this idea that somehow religions are anti-science, when in fact religions have spread civilization and science throughout the world, guys. This modern self-loathing thing for our own history has to end.
The only religions that actually despise science are the ones that claim to be in favor of science. I mean, humanism, this modern subjectivist worldview that claims to be science, but they don't follow anything that is even remotely scientific at all.
And Jackson's 100% right here. This modern thing where it says we support the science and boys can be girls because they feel that way when they wake up in the morning. Right?
I think the whole
denial of science.
When they say trust the science, that's the exact opposite of science.
Right. Biology is a fact, guys. It does not go away because you feel a certain way one day.
Oh yeah.
And history, which is my forte, it's the thing I love the most, does not change because you feel like it should be a way. SJWs hate paladins because the paladin represents everything they don't like. A noble warrior willing to sacrifice themselves for the good of everything. I mean, a paladin should be the least selfish character at the table. Basically a saint, right? And then when you talk about, again, subjective truth, like the world, people believe the world is flat, therefore that's a fact. No, it's not fact. It just means people are stupid. The world was round before the first human climbed out of the mud and looked around and thought about it. And it has always been round. And when humanity is dead, guess what? The world will still be freaking round. And your
unless it's an asteroid belt
will not change that. Well, unless we get smacked by an asteroid. And then the world could be all kinds of different shapes floating around the void. But that's what I'm saying. The subjective truth is bullshit. The truth is the truth, and it is always the truth. And it will always be the truth. It's like arguing the speed of light, really. Subjectivism is a poison to the way you think. But that's my rant. Hearing about that, I actually do mostly Eastern Rome. Eastern Rome is my real forte, Constantinople and all that. But I know a bit about Western Rome. They were sociopaths. If you looked at their society from the outside, the casual brutality that they were capable of would make you insane. But that's just the way they were, because why wouldn't they be that way? I mean, Zeus and Eros and all this, they don't give a shit about anything, right? So even though early Christians did have problems, let's say Constantine, he did some pretty bad stuff. Does doing a couple of bad stuff here or there completely destroy the virtues of a righteous man? The answer is no. That's like bagging on Arnold Schwarzenegger because he banged his maid. It's the same concept. Does that make him less of a great man? Does that take away Terminator? Does that make, Predator a sucky movie now? Because this guy banged a maid? That's the same thing you guys do with saints. A saint did something bad. Therefore, every other great thing he ever did in his life is invalidated.
Use your tablet and come back in.
That's what Catholics do.
It looks like you're still there.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I think it would be super fun if Connell read the homilies of Saint John Chrysostom. Some of the Orthodox saints from about the 5th or 6th century. It would blow your damn mind. If you actually figured out what actual Christianity was like.
I'll read anything. I mean, I'm not arrogant. I'm not saying that you are saying I'm arrogant, but
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you just don't actually understand ancient Christianity. If you read St. John Chrysostom or St. Nicephorus, the actual St. Nicholas from Turkey, or Cappadocia, the guys from the 4th, 5th, 6th century.
Yeah. Wait.
Then you'll get a little bit of an insight onto how Christian theology formed and how it would be. Not that it has anything to do with this. And I love my little space marine. I need to stop drinking on weekends. I got fired up, and I'm being mean to poor Connell. I love you, Connell.
Oh, dude, I'm not taking anything you're saying, to be horrible. I have thick skin, and
It's not a personal attack.
No,
I
I
guys,
don't
device failed. Please going to join me up here.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I
trust
will
me,
say
if
this:
that was
the
a personal
Romans.
attack, if I thought this was a personal attack, I would have a different tone.
All you need to do is look into how the Romans treated the German tribes prior to the
Oh.
massacre in the Teutoburg Forest, and then
Oh
after.
yeah. Oh god.
Vicious ass shit. They were going in and razing villages, killing every male, and dragging the women off to be sold into slavery.
Then the Germanic tribes got Rome back
At Teutoburg Forest, only
Teutoburg
because
Forest, yeah.
Herman the German betrayed the Romans, despite the fact that even though he was a German, he was a Roman legionnaire and officer.
Right.
But he knew how they fought, so he set them up. But anyway, what this has to do with D&D? Nothing at all, guys. It's 3:16 in the morning where I am here in sunny Orlando, and a nice 80 degrees out.
Are you drinking your vodka?
216 here.
Yeah, balmy 80 degrees here in beautiful Orlando. I can only drink vodka anymore. Everything else makes me mean and intolerable. Well, and gin. If it's clear, I'm in the clear.
You're just going to
But
stop all that in there,
going down.
James?
I was actually joking around in my head about me and you. I'd love to get you do a stream with you at some point, so you could tell me how I'm wrong. But why we're drinking vodka?
Oh, well, last night I 8 shots in an hour or so. When I said, "Wow, I'm feeling
Holy
a buzz,"
smoke.
that's not too bad for me.
8 shots. That's not bad.
That's not too bad. I'm a big guy, so it takes a bit more for me.
I like going to Costco's and getting their vodka because it's halfway decent and it comes in large bottles.
Yeah, well, you see my buy Stoli. It's like a gallon,
Yeah.
and it's almost gone. So, as Bruce says, I'm always sitting on live streams drinking my Slav water. And Jackson said something that was pretty funny about how Rome is Spain now, kind of technically. In the Eastern Orthodox, we believe Russia is the new Constantinople. Because when Constantinople was sacked, the priests and the relics were shifted north of the Black Sea. So,
yeah, the Muslims claim the Ottoman Empire. That's garbage. That's no. There's a few people that say Spain was officially granted the title of Rome, and then there's Russia, which is
Rome will always be Constantinople for me.
Rome will always be the Vatican for me, but that's the difference between
One
Catholic.
of these days, you and I should have a talk. We could talk about it, man.
No, I'm serious.
I'm serious. Pop in on.
You're both serious.
Yeah, well, I'm serious too. Send me a message and be like, "Hey, what are you doing? You want to stream a bit?" And I'll say yes because I'm a retired broken firefighter. I've got nothing better to do.
I
Well,
would
it is a
listen in
retirement
because I
grade
think
day.
I could learn a lot.
I already said
But not
this.
about D&D though. I'm over D&D these days.
I saw that video. I saw that. I already told Nathan about this because he's a vet. But I'm on. I don't know if you're aware. On my every other Saturday streams, I've been interviewing vets that do RPGs.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm a combat vet myself. You know that.
Right.
3-star infantry cotton bellers, by God. Wow.
I've been wanting to talk to you to see if you'd be willing to come on.
Of course I would. I don't care. My wife, the Sci-Fi game I was going to run is already collapsing. I gave it 5 weeks. It's been week 1.
What system are you using?
Wrath and Glory, because my players about once a year, they're like, we should play a Sci-Fi game. And it lasts typically about 5 games. Totally collapsed.
James, that's why I'm trying here to do sci-fi chats because, I'm not over D&D. I'll always have a place for it, and I'll always want to play it to some extent or some fashion. But you know, sci-fi is for me has got so much more room to move around in.
That might be the problem, Shadow. Also, the thing with sci-fi, role-playing is a fringe group. And sci-fi role-playing is like a fringe of a freaking fringe. 90% of the people you meet, you say, hey, you want to play a role-playing game? They're like, can I be an elf?
Right.
You
Right.
show
No,
them the
but
Traveler book,
hang
and
on.
they're like, what the hell is this? I can't be an elf or a tiefling or,
Wait.
elf
You can't-
games is what people like.
What was it? You can be an elf. You're known as a Vulcan.
Or a Darien.
Yeah.
Or a Darien.
Vulcans are not elves. Just because they have pointed ears, they're the exact opposite of elves. The logic, while elves may enjoy it, they enjoy laughter.
I've read a few fantasies where they basically wrote the elves just like the Vulcans.
I always would have seen the elves being more Romulan. Because in my
emotion
canon anyway, elves should be very passionate.
Yeah.
And they should feel their emotions to the extreme, whether it's rage or joy. But Vulcans are too moderated for me. And that's why in my own homebrew, the Kaliningrad campaign, I use the Irish concept of the Seelie and Unseelie Court. Of course, that's the Court of Dawn and the Court of Night. And so the Fae, who are of the Court of Dawn, are typically good. And Court of Night, they're evil bastards. And you can't tell the difference until one of them tries to pull your face off.
I can't wait for you. I can't wait for you guys to start reading Summer's Night, the Dresden Files.
Yeah. My wife loves Dresden Files.
Yeah, I don't know about the little guy, but there's some things I would change drastically.
Mainly the use of the term assault weapon.
That's just a little tiny thing. But I'm really sad to hear that about your game there, James. I was really hoping for the best. You know, as much as I bag on GW for their business practices and how they fucked me over with Epic Space Marines and War Master and Man of War and all the other games that I loved more than 40K and Warhammer Fantasy Battles, which, you know, I played the shit out of. You know, they've got some, or had at least to a certain point, some great lore. I fell out of GW, but I picked up the Titan game and Aeronauticus Imperialis, which the little guy and I had fun with. You know, I know they've got something special, but the people, you know, driving that special Lamborghini don't know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to, you know, keeping it running to where other people can enjoy it.
Being a GW fan is very much like being in an abusive relationship. It's like you love your spouse and they take advantage of you nonstop, and you still love them. And that's GW.
That is a very good way to describe it.
Like I love Space Marines, and they charge me $100 for a freaking box of Space Marines, and I still do it because I'm like, I love you, Space Marine. And I know it's stupid. I can 3D print 1 million figures for $100. I mean, you know, whatever, right?
Well, you know,
back to the game though, Shadow. Cutting you off. I know it's your. I knew the game was going to collapse. This happens every year. This is about the 7th year this has happened. They all get together and say, "Let's play sci-fi." We pick a game. They make characters. The first 3 or 4 games are super excited. And then after that, they're like, man, I sure would like to go back to smacking stuff with a sword. And then we play. So the wife says, okay, after this, we'll play Conan. I'm like, fine. And she's like, and you have to guarantee you will run this game for 1 year, 12 months, 4 sessions a month. And I'm like, okay.
That's pretty special, James. I've never met her, but that's pretty special.
She hates making characters. That's her reasoning.
See, I don't mind that so much.
For 10 years, than make a character.
You know, my friend Kevin here's down here in chat. He's been in my game for 25 years, and you know, people get attached to their characters, and I love that. And you know, I would rather play a long campaign that's a lot of fun. But sometimes people just get stuck. You know, they just
Yeah, my problem
especially at our ages.
Bored. I'm just bored of D&D. I've played about every version of D&D you could. Yeah, I even ran 5e for a couple of years, and I've just got to the point where it just bores me. It's like nothing is new. During a combat, let's say, I know that guy's going to move 30 feet and take a swing at that dude, and then that one. I mean, so hopefully Conan 2D20 system kind of does something for me. It seems like it would with the momentum.
Well, that's one of the things I like about Conan, and what I was talking about earlier is, we're in the same boat. We've been playing for decades, and I want more. If I am even going to play a fantasy game, I want more of the kind of the spirit of the Conan game, where where you're talking about your moves as opposed to just saying I swing and roll a 20.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's kind of what I'm looking for is more of the words, less of the numbers, more of the I don't even know how to put it into words sometimes, but more of the.
Nathan, I'm starting to fall out too, so I'm going to tell all three of you, actually 4 of you, sorry little man, if you guys are ever bored though of an evening and you want to get into an argument about something on a live stream, hit me up in my Discord.
Well, because of our schedules and stuff, Saturday's going to be a regular thing. Sorry, Nathan, I really wanted to get into mech and a little bit more into droids, but sometimes these things take a wild turn. I hope you had fun.
I like to.
And I definitely hope you'll be back next week if you don't have a date. If you do, I'll pick one of the letters up.
I'm sorry that Shauner bailed out. Because if you read my comments, like this conversation's giving me diarrhea. Please continue.
I didn't see the please continue part.
If you go back, it says this conversation is giving me diarrhea, and directly under it says please continue.
Right. Well, Shauner, has these discussions quite a bit, and he's probably
man.
I love the guy.
That's the best thing about him. I can't say I agree with everything he says, but the best thing about him is his passion for his style of gaming. I think it's fucking brilliant, and I wish more people were like that.
That's why I have been having these conversations with him, because I do absolutely appreciate what he's trying to do, and I want to take as much of that as I can and put it into the games, because it seems like while his games may be short and one-shotted, one night they're done, there seems to be a lot more appealing to it than that is not appealing.
Well,
if that makes any sense.
Around in the very streams where I said that Shauner's views I feel might actually be correct, and that I'm incredibly intrigued with. That's not me BSing around. If the guy actually writes a book about how to do this stuff, I'm going to buy it.
He's right.
I would love the way he describes his games going for Traveler. I think that's really amazing. But, he also, like I said, you never know. I'm not going to talk anything
right.
about it. Shauner's the first guy of all the guys we know. Shauner is the guy I've been subscribed to the longest. I've been subscribed to his channel for like 10 years. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He used to do videos. And he was the only guy for the longest time doing Traveler content. So, and I'm an old school classic Traveler nerd from back in the day, but.
I got 2 new EO Geek sub to me. I believe it was either him or Victor sub to me, because I got a new sub, and I was after the Friday night after the stream that Max kind of went to bed, and so it was just me, the old geek and Victor, and one was English and the other one was
Danish
or
Holland, one of those.
Holland. And I told him, I was raised in Ireland. I feel more Irish than I've ever felt American. I know that sounds weird, but
no. I was raised in Appalachia. I feel more Appalachian than I do American.
Appalachian is its own thing.
Kentucky, man.
Same.
So
my grandpa, my mom's side, came from Knoxville, Tennessee. He wasn't a redneck. He was an Appalachian American. That's his words. And the first thing I said once everybody got Max left, I'm like, fucking Yanks. And the other two just laughed their ass off.
I like both of those guys. I know that whatever genre was talking about, that's surprising to me. Ye Old Geek has never been anything but a gentleman, even though he and I got into it over evolution and atheism. But that I can argue with somebody about philosophy or whatever and not be mad at him or something or having bad ill will towards him.
His
Victor,
thing
on
is,
the other hand, is just an upright dude. Victor's a cool dude.
Yeah.
But Nathan, that applies to you though. If you ever want to be on a channel and bullshit around with me, hit me up, man.
Nathan's the newest to our group, but he's got so much to offer and share with us. I've been friends with him for a while now, and he and I are more connected, I guess, on the crafty side and creating
physical things.
That's how we met, and he's gonna.
Fuck! If I tried, it probably.
I don't know how that. He was from Tennessee, right? This is not the first time I've seen Nathan. Yeah,
okay.
I was here a couple times. Once.
Yeah, I've been watching. I seen you last time. He's a hillbilly like myself. Weren't you in the Army?
I was, yes.
Same here. 7 infantry. 11 Mike though, which I guess don't exist anymore. They got rid of mechanized infantry. Now it's just all infantry again. But
I don't know the current state of any of it. I just know that we still have an army for the moment.
For the moment. Everybody's like, but anyway, it is 3:30.
I was going to say, real quick before I hop off, James, me and Shadow normally do one Tuesday night for me. I don't know if Shadow will be able to keep doing it because the kids and Jack's going to school, but I think I'm going to start doing a Tuesday one. And you're more than welcome to hop on that one. I'll pull out my Slav water. I mean, you'll argue about something.
Well, hopefully games. My last live stream, it started out super popular or positive. We're talking about games. And by the end of it, we were having a huge rant about the state of the world. And I even told the guys that showed up, I guess I had about 15 people in there today. And I'm like, do you guys only come here to stir me up about politics? Or is it because I'm saying things you want to hear, but no one else will say? And of course, we all joke about any minute my YouTube channel is going to be canceled. Then me and Damien got into it for like 30 minutes. He's pretty pissed off about what I said about him on the chill stream. And he popped in. He's like, you saying all that? And I wasn't there to defend me. And I said, well, you're here now. Then I reset it all. I was like, I'm not saying you're unintelligent, but you say stupid ass stuff. He's like,
don't we all?
You tried to tell me that. No, this guy literally tried to tell me because I was ranting about Radiant Citadel, saying that D&D put a book out without a single white person in the whole book, and they did it on purpose. And to me, that's pretty racist. And he's like, well, you want to know another book without any white people in it?
Yeah.
Bible.
So
I'm like, you maniac. It's like Greeks and Romans count as Indo-European. I was like, so we were going off. He's a nice guy, though. You talk to him about BattleTech, and he will talk your ear off. But he is born in California, born and raised in LA County, lives in Colorado, ultra leftist. And he says, today he even said something, and I went after him. And he's like, I'm joking. And I'm like, I don't know if you're joking. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think I met Damien once. He seems like a nice guy.
Some people hate him.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But Fritz has got the best attitude about this. Of all of us, I think. We're here to talk about the stuff we love. Let's try to be like that. The guy is a sweetheart, and I'll watch his show just to hear him say, how does he end it? It's all gonna be better. It's only getting better. Something like that.
Yeah, the opposite of the meme I have, the guy in the Russian gas mask. He's like, "Hey guys, I know things are bad right now, but don't worry, it's going to get worse."
I was about to say the whole things are going to get better. I want to play my X card. I don't like this. I don't want a touchy-feely world. I want you to fuck off.
I'm just going to go out in the middle of the street and pull my red card out and be like, red card. It's like, get out of here. But no, I think things are only going to get better, though. And sometimes I should say that. But like I said, we're all tired, and I jumped into your live stream and started yelling at people. And that's
Dave, you are always welcome. All of us, all of us are friends, and for me, you guys are the closest thing I have to family. You guys will always be welcome here. We don't have to agree on everything. We don't have to agree on everything. We just have to,
You know what the difference is, and this is why I need to have Connell on my chats more. That guy needs me in his life.
I don't need Jesus. I need DMJ.
He's young. He's a product of his upbringing, but I think he can be redeemed.
Well, we all kind of need each other.
He'll be wearing a "Make America Great" hat before you know it. All he's got to do is hang out with me a bit. He'll be fine.
Who's cutting onions? Oh, Darren.
Who's cutting onions?
You guys are all, like I said, you guys are all my friends. You're all welcome here anytime. And we know how to get a hold of each other. If there's anything you guys want to talk about, if I could help somebody out, with words or otherwise, I'm here for you guys.
This Tuesday, I'm going to spend the first 5 minutes making fun of Aquaman.
Well, I'm not having a game tomorrow. My nephew is visiting. I
love my Aryan Aquaman. Stop bagging on my Aryan Aquaman.
Yeah, stop bagging on Aryan Aquaman. I never even noticed that until Connell said that. And when he said it, I was like, wait a minute. Because to me, Aquaman's just a blonde dude in a goofy costume that kind of sucks and no one likes the guy.
Right.
I mean, like in the Justice League cartoons back in the 80s, who in the hell gave a damn Aquaman? Hold on, guys. I'll talk to the dolphins.
Me. I actually look forward to the Aquaman episodes. Why? Because I wanted to know more about Atlantis. Not the fish powers, but I did know, even as a kid, that he had to be one strong SOB to be able to swim around there and do everything he did without being
freaking
jelly.
Gleek the monkey was more interesting than Aquaman.
My question
and his whole job is just to hold the freaking bucket that Jan went into. That was all he ever did, form of a pterodactyl.
Oh, you're killing me, man. You're fucking killing me.
Got the bucket, right? Aquaman couldn't even compete with that.
My question is, why didn't Aquaman? The only time you hear from Aquaman is when he's in the bathroom, because after breathing in or whatever he does with water, all the fish piss and shit, he has a serious case of salmon in his entire career.
I'm not even a superhero guy, but and then Connell said that. I was like, wait, what's wrong with Aquaman being blonde? That's kind of wild.
Oh, nothing. I'm just saying, he's a Nazi's wet dream.
That's such a weird thing to say.
I'm a weird guy.
Superman obviously is the superior DC hero, right?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty obviously. Unless you're going to get in the Watchmen and then it's Dr. Manhattan because he could snap Superman out of freaking existence. But
with his big blue penis?
Oh, God. That was so distracting. And it's in the comic book, too, by the way.
I know.
I wonder why it's this guy's favorite comic book.
It's my favorite movie and one of my favorite and one of my favorite comic books.
I'm not going to bust on Shadow for that. It is truly one of the greatest comic book series ever written, and the movie is actually good.
I prefer the comic book ending over the movie ending.
Oh, the tentacle monsters from the other dimensional.
Yeah, no, I really like the ending better in the movie. It's one of the reasons I liked it, but
also liked the ending in the movie. He also liked the ending in the comic book other than the movie. The fucking author. Well, you jumped my ass about, the author made it this way. He knows best. Well, he did not like the bomb. He wanted his tentacles.
Yeah, he had to do what he had to do because, that's what they do and it sucks. But, and my favorite character, honestly, from that whole series is the comedian. And you really only learn about him through flashbacks. But the comedian is the guy who actually knew what the hell was going on.
Oh, yeah.
Clyde was my favorite character, believe it or not. Yeah, I guess it's an Aryan thing, Connell. But I really like what
The one that
Too fucking easy.
Rorschach described as a poncing degenerate.
I think so.
Yeah, Rorschach did not like.
One
What was it? Ozymandias.
Yeah.
Rorschach.
He was an
hostile,
Aryan
homosexual,
wet
and all
dream.
that.
He was definitely an Aryan. He was definitely
Except
a
Rorschach
Nazi.
was Jewish.
Was he Jewish? With that
Kovacs
shocking red
is
head,
a-
I figured he was Irish or Catholic.
Kovacs is a Hungarian Jewish name.
I'd be damned.
Yes, he was a Hungarian Jew. Not that he had believed, I guess, necessarily in any sort of higher power at all.
No.
Whereas the comedian was Orthodox Christian. He
Mm.
just wasn't very good at it. But then again, no one ever is. So that's why he kept saying, "Mother, forgive me." That's a very common statement amongst the Orthodox because you're talking about Mary, "Mother, forgive me," on and so forth. But not only that, though, the comedian was just a badass. He was 70 years old and still a badass until.
Oh, don't get me wrong. He
He
was an incredible character, but for reasons I'll go into when I actually review the movie and the comic book and etc. in September.
Oh,
I look forward to that.
damn
I look
you.
forward to that.
What?
I was going to say, when are we doing that? That sounds, yeah.
September.
The comedian
Superhero September.
The
We'll be
comedian
doing it in
was just a
September.
little bit rapey, and that probably wasn't too cool.
Right.
But the whole reason for that, though, is it's a show that this was a guy that was really multi-textured. You know what I mean? Like on the one hand, he did.
Well, they all were. That's what was so great about the story. They were all so deep. Even Night Owl was deep. He wasn't, just a clone of Bruce Wayne.
Right.
He was.
I
It's
love
different.
the fact.
The one that's different is Dr. Manhattan, who starts out multi-leveled and he starts losing his humanity. If you read the books, in the beginning of the books, he wears clothes. And as the story goes on, he wears less and less clothes. And then you get to the point where he's just walking around with this stuff swinging in the wind. And that whole part in the story is to show where he just stopped giving a shit. He was just no longer even a human at that point. He just didn't care.
Oh God, there was this really weird crossover between Watchmen and DC Comics, where Owlman.
I just wrote that down, Nathan. Let's check that out.
Was it? There's a clip even in the movie where you see one of the guys belt a guy outside of a theater, and the kid, the people he was saving were the Waynes.
Right.
In the trade paperback, there's actually two stories because there's a superhero story, and then there's the pirate story that's going on in the newspaper.
Yeah, I
constantly reading the newspaper, so you got the two different stories going on. Rorschach is my daughter's favorite. My youngest daughter, she's a Rorschach fan.
She has good taste.
Yeah, those superhero clicky figures they used to have? I had to buy her the Rorschach because that was just her thing.
Yeah, my friend Kevin, who just left, he's so much like Rorschach in a lot of ways.
Kevin didn't leave. He's right there. I'm looking at him.
No, that's Nathan.
Nathan. I'm horrible with names, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't have a name tag.
Nathan, okay, Nathan's there. Yeah, okay, I got it.
But my friend Kevin, who was in the chat, he's possibly my oldest friend, and been in my 25-year-long game, still to this day. But he just can't seem to get his tech up to snuff just yet. But he'll come in, one of these days.
Recording your AD&D games, that would be nice.
Yeah, I when he was talking about my games, the game that he and I are in, I use almost every game at the same time. I use Traveler, I use Palladium, I used AD&D. I've used all the stuff that we like and tossed the crap that we don't like at the same time. And for us it worked. A lot of other people it would drive them crazy, but and We don't use miniatures. We've never used miniatures except for starship battles on a massive scale because we needed them. And we could have used, and we even used cardboard counters at one time. But it's role playing. It may not be Donner's kind of role playing, but I've always lived by the old adage, no man is my better that I may learn from him. And I'm not saying that I'm better than all of you guys, but I am learning from you. Each and every one of you.
That I'm the worst person that I know. But anyway,
That's a good edit.
Conan, even though I'm going to use miniatures with the game because of the abstract nature of the movement, I don't think it's going to be a big deal because in Conan it's zone movement. So you're either in this area or that area, and you can
a lot of games use that, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I don't remember; it's been decades, but I know I think Traveler and a few other games used sort of a zone kind of thing.
Right,
and
so you're never counting 5-foot increments for anything. You're either in an area where you can, for no cost, attack somebody, or you can spend actions to move to the other area. If you don't have the Conan core book, you really need to look into it. It really is, and it's on sale right now. The Player's Handbook is under $20 right now on Amazon.
I'm still thumbing through the one you got bought for me. My problem is I don't have anybody to run it for, and I'm pretty sure you heard I'm starting a new group this coming Tuesday
for Amazons.
For a bunch of women, and I'm like, I don't even know how to feel about this one, but whatever. Money's money.
I told you how it was going to work. Disagreed, but that's good. I like your confidence. I don't know.
Yeah, I will pick up the Conan book one of these days, but I know I won't use it. When I do fantasy, I as much as I love Howard and other similar authors, I do want a few things to be different than the way Conan is run. I really like my magic items, and I don't want them all to be cursed, horrible, unusable things without a massive cost. I could see melding some aspects of Conan with other games, but I like my treasure.
They're coming out with the 2-20 SRD, which is going to be the 2-20 rules, but unshackled from the Conan, sensibilities. And I'm going to look into that. That could be something I would run my Kaliningrad campaign using. But you are right, as I'm sure. Well, in Conan, if you use magic, chances are you're an evil bastard. I mean, 99%, you're an evil bastard. You sold your soul to some horrible entity from the outer dark, and eventually it will eat you up on the inside. And you may, if you're really powerful, become a lich or something, but usually you'll just get ripped asunder by maybe a Hound of Tentalos or some other tentacled horror, from between dimensions or whatever. That's just, I tell you, when I was talking to Max is like magic, and I was like, I made a character the other day who has a spell that if I cast a spell on my opponent and they don't resist it, it causes them to vomit something of my choice so hardcore that they can die from it. And one of the suggestions was bees.
No bees.
Right?
Now that's fucking nightmare.
And that's a relatively minor spell. But in order to learn the spell, my character had to permanently lose 2 resolve. And that's kind of your mental strength. So as you learn spells, you become more and more mentally unhinged to the point that, it's like, well, like I pointed out, Conan 2-20 is really H.P. Lovecraft's Call of Cthulhu in a fantasy setting. Because it's the same setting.
Yeah, between the, their interaction as real people, the 2 authors, and their ideology, sort of, how they work their mythos, etc. It makes perfect sense. I just, I like a little bit of bean counting, and I like, some other things in my fantasy. But, I played in Crafty's Conan game. It was a blast. I'll play it again.
Yeah,
I,
I
I
heard your complaint about ammo. Ammo is, if you're playing with old schooler like myself, getting used to the way ammo worked in that game was like kind of wild at first, because I'm like, wait, what do you mean if I roll this, I'm just out of ammo?
yeah,
But
I'll let you know when I'm out of ammo. That's my mentality.
right,
I'll
my
let you know.
character has 24 arrows in my quiver. What do you mean I'm out of ammo?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Shadow was telling me about that. I'm like, no. The only person who gets to tell me I'm out of ammo is the bean counting. If I have 24 arrows, that means I have 24 shots.
In this game, you have loads, and a basic normal attack does not, under normal circumstances, cost a load. However, if you try to do something like a special attack, like volley fire, where you attack everyone in an area or whatever, then you have to expend a load, representing that your character just flung 12 or so arrows downrange
Right.
with one action.
I mean, I don't have a
For
problem
AD&D
talking about
players,
load.
it's a weird kind of mental leap to make.
Yeah,
Because
when I played the knight character from the pre-gens, and I had one load of crossbow bolts, and in the equivalent of like a minute or two a combat round, I fired all my crossbow bolts, and I'm like, I own a crossbow. I know how hard and difficult it is. So you're telling me I either had like 3 crossbow bolts? Why would I bother carrying it around? Or I just rapid fired, a quiver full of crossbow bolts. It didn't hit shit.
Right. And I don't know how Crafty did it, but yeah, that can happen. And I know I bring it up because I like I said, I do watch your stuff. And I remember you actually saying that the ammo rules kind of threw you off during the game. You had a good time otherwise.
Oh,
and that's the
absolutely,
thing with
absolutely.
Conan. It abstracts certain things. And if you're like, you've probably been playing AD&D longer than I have, but if you've got 3 decades into AD&D and you switch to a game where you don't have to keep track of your inches of movement and exactly how much ammo, it can be disconcerting at first. It really can. It throws you into a new headspace.
Well, it wasn't so much that it was the ammo I didn't like. I don't like like with John Carter, the same thing with the 2D20 book. There were no equipment prices, there were no equipment lists, there was no treasure, there were no things like that. I'm a material guy. I've got a collection that's a testament to my enjoyment of material things. And when I go adventuring, it's not just coins that I'm looking for, or a good time, or a good story. I do want to come away with some profit and some new gear, or things like that. I always say this. I'm very interested to see how the Mutant Chronicles version runs, because it is going to be very equipment centric. It's got to be in every aspect of the game, because Doom Trooper, Mutant Chronicles, Warzone, all the games were heavily reliant on specific pieces of equipment.
Right.
So maybe that might be more of my alley when it comes to the 2D20 system. But I would love to see them try to make a 2D20, Dungeons and Dragons type game where you have specific magic items, you get new ones, you lose old ones. Your treasure is important.
You could do that.
But I just, I like that stuff.
The money issue, it did kind of catch me off hand at first, but then I kind of read it. And
Conan never has money. Even when he was king of Aquilonia, he didn't know how much money he had. He didn't care.
It's like a handful of gemstones equals 1 gold. If you want to buy something, you have your rating of gold and you expend it to buy the thing. So instead of being like, okay, I have 400 gold coins, it's more like I have 4 gold worth of wealth. A suit of plate armor still costs 8 gold worth of wealth, so super expensive. But if you wanted, and remember, you just played like a starter adventure. In the actual game, if you wanted to buy a sword, it costs like 1 gold. So if you have 2 gold worth of wealth, you just do your thing, make the roll, buy the sword. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, I am going to bed though, because
all right, buddy, we will see you probably tomorrow, the next day.
You guys will all go to bed.
Probably.
Yeah, the little guy's got school
Soon.
Monday, but thanks for stopping by. You're always welcome. You've been really good to us, especially the little guy. He really looks forward to hearing from you. So I
Like
hope
I
it won't
said,
be.
I need to have him back on the channel one of these times again, the two of you.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, we kind of got our wires crossed last time.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to be the other way around, but we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I
God
hope
willing.
all right. Well, yeah, that's all you can do. And Connell, I'll yell at you on another stream sometime this week, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no, I love how you got at me on your own stream. Like, I just walked in here. What the fuck did I do?
Connell's like my internet little brother. He reminds me of Hungar.
Same here, man. Same here. He's already been adopted. So either he my little brother, he's your little brother, or he's our little brother.
Right.
We'll work that out in divorce court.
Well, you're older than me, so I'm your little brother.
Oh shit, man! My family's getting bigger and bigger.
All right. Anyway, good night. Hitting the red button. Peace and love.
It was nice to meet you. Nice talking to you, and I hope to look forward. I'm looking forward to hearing more on your. Bye. Okay, bye.
I know it's weird, Some of us just boom, gone later. They're all a bunch of good guys, man. And
Yes,
you're not one. You're not one of us. So
one of us.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
But hey, I want to thank you for that
Sorry.
idea, dude. That's a great idea that you just taught me a minute ago. We will definitely do that. Definitely. If we don't make this a two-parter, because I really wanted to talk about androids and mecha. I know Stauner's not a big mecha guy because that's pretty much going to be an anime thing. But
Yeah, I'm not so much mecha myself. Anime. I'm not so much mecha myself because there's so much out there that I don't know about. I can't even say much about it. But robotics and droids, oh yeah, and Atlantis.
I hope you got part of your fill tonight on robots and droids. We did wander a bit and
A lot.
yeah, but that's going to happen. But maybe I should have warned you about that. Once we get past like 4 people, it kind of whatever. But we hung out for 4.5 hours. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I believe it or not, I feel like the dumbest guy in the show.
No,
Sometimes
that would be me. Tonight, that would be me.
History is not my thing, man. I don't know a damn thing about it. The little guy knows 10 times more than I'll ever know. And
I know enough to know when to shut up and listen. That's how much I know. And I was like, this guy, he's talking about Rome that I haven't studied. I want to hear about it. And I was like, okay. So I just shut up and I was like,
Rome is definitely not my strong point. It should be, but it really isn't.
Yeah, I'll probably look into that once I'm done with my Spanish Civil War craze that I'm going through at the moment.
Jack, there's one book I will recommend to you about Isaac Asimov, The Dark Ages. Have you ever read it?
I have not.
No one knows about this book. It is amazing.
What's it called again?
Isaac Asimov, The Dark Ages.
Well,
I have a copy.
I'll have to look into it.
It is an amazing book. Isaac Asimov, who iRobot, all that, right? Wrote about the Dark Ages. I was like, oh my God, this book is amazing. And I was just sucked in by it. I think I read it
He
in
wrote
like 3
Foundation,
days.
right? He did the Foundation. He wrote Foundation, correct?
I can't remember right now. I'm so tired. Isaac Asimov? Let me see here.
Hey guys, I am going to say goodnight. I'll talk to you guys. I will talk to you, Jack.
Hey, real quick before you go, what time are they coming over tomorrow?
No idea.
So we should do the show regular time or early?
Just bring it back by an hour. Just be safe.
So what time?
An hour earlier. Let's just try for an hour earlier.
So 3.
Yeah.
3 my time. Okay.
1 hour time. And if we'll let him do his thing first, Connell, so that if he has to go because of guests, we can still finish off the show.
Sounds like a hoot and a holler. Nathan, it's always a pleasure.
Same, bro. Nice being on with you.
Yep. I'm gonna go pass out. Y'all take it easy.
I'm gonna have another cup of coffee and then I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah,
See you later,
No
man.
worries.
Yeah, coffee would put me asleep too. I got that weird brain chemistry myself.
Yeah.
Bye, James.
Good night, buddy.
Dude, blown away. I didn't mean to smoke on your show, but I was like, oh god, I can't wait.
He did it too.
Yeah.
He's done it multiple times.
No, that's totally okay. Connell smokes cigars. Other people, if they wanted to smoke weed, I would be like, no, we're not gonna be doing that. But if you needed to take a cigarette break, I get it. I mean, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You can do what I do and just turn off the camera.
Yeah, I didn't want to seem like I was being rude or nothing.
Oh no, dude, I almost hourly, hour and a half. I disappear, but I still got the thing on. I had one downstairs because I was already there, but it's not going to be a.
You turn on the camera.
Yeah, sometimes it's just I want to see people when I'm talking to them, and it's not a thing. I mean, we've got people that sometimes they're having their adult beverages. That's cool too.
Right. I'll definitely fall
Dave,
asleep if I drink anything like that. You'll just see me like slumped over.
Hey, you know what? One of our friends in one of these streams, literally, he was on the stream, he was drinking, and he laid down under the table. And if you guys out there in the chat know who I'm talking about, well, you know who I'm talking about. But
he did that too, though. He does on the couch. I mean, he always sleeps on the couch.
Yeah, oh yeah, I fell asleep in the chat on the couch, but nobody knew because for whatever reason, sometimes technical difficulties, etc. But
because you don't want to have your camera on when you're laying down on the couch.
Yeah, it looks weird.
Yeah.
Drink close up, and you look at my fat belly or something. But yeah, there are a ton of geniuses out here, in this group that we all hang out with. We've all got our specialty, and it's all connected.
Yeah, I'm not gonna even try to keep up with the massive amount of role playing experience you guys have. I don't have that much. I got some storytelling experience, and I've played several different games, but I've never played like y'all have played. And it's like,
don't even sweat it, dude. There's a lot of people out there with less, more, different. It's just a matter of the enthusiasm that you bring, to the ideas, whatever they may be.
That's why I was sitting here and listening, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know this stuff. This is interesting. And I was just listening.
Maybe one of these days, you'll break out the books again and start up a game with some friends, or get a chance to join one of the online games. It's not the same, but some people hate online gaming. Some people like it. Some people, that's all they can get. I've played games, that I haven't enjoyed as much as a lot of other games, but the people, to me, that's what matters. Good friends. If I could teleport them here with a transporter or something, I still might not do it. But if I get to talk to these guys and hang out with these guys, like James L, who's been with us almost all night from Australia.
Yep.
If we could get him in a game or meet in person, it would be a night to remember, to say the least. And I would say, James, come on in, but I don't know if you can find the link. If you want to come in and just say hi, I'm just going to drop the freaking link. If you can't make it, you can't make it.
No,
yeah, even though we're about ready to say goodnight, you know,
Right.
I came into James's chat after my game this afternoon, and he was just leaving. You know, he didn't even see me come in. You know, and I'm like, great show, but you know, but these guys are they're all great guys. You know, and you know, most of the people in the chat, um, Mittens has more XP than me.
I will never know what that means.
Well, maybe it's these.
I wasn't wearing those when Darren came up with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Or was it?
I don't know, but you know, this was a lot of fun. This was a really good. I call it a success. It may not have gone exactly where we wanted, but I got to spend the Saturday night with my best friends from all over the world.
Pretend that it never had that name and to do it again.
Yeah, well, no, I think we covered most of it. You know, the reason why I wanted to do this one was because of Nathan. You know, I could have picked a lot of other topics, and now we have one more topic to add to the roster. And you know, depending on whether you got a date next weekend or not.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. She's kind of flaky now, so well.
Well, you know, just you know, she's out there, whoever she may be. Oh, here he comes to save the day. What's happening, buddy? Nathan, James L, Nathan. What the? You got yourself a Jane hat.
We're doing the hat.
How the hell are you, man?
Yeah, good. I've had a good day. So I'm in an excellent mood. And like yourselves, I don't have long for the world of the wake. You know, I worked on my painting studio. I had a delicious risotto cooked by my girlfriend with fresh peas. And I went on a long walk with a friend that I've known from my musical hobby for years and years. And I'm pretty much ready to hit the hay as well, because weirdly, I'm on your timetable, boys.
That's awesome.
I go to bed really early. I get up really early because of my back problems and so on. I try and get as many daylight hours as possible to sort of stay organized and stay buoyant. Get a lot of quality sunshine. And past few days, I kind of flew off the schedule a little bit, and I'm back on top, and my workspace is getting super organized. I've got boxes and boxes of sprues here. And I'm ready to actually do some stuff now. Like, I'm ready to actually put some minis together and do some painting and show you just how clumsy I am.
I just put this together today for the little guy to paint tomorrow. It's a Phoenix from Archon Studios. I must really love this kid because I want to paint this, but I'm letting the little guy paint it.
I really want to paint it, but
that looks remarkable. What is that? Like a cockatrice or like?
It's a Phoenix from Archon Studio. It will be available soon. I only got one of them because of the way they did their Kickstarter, but it just came in the mail the other day. But I wanted to thank you for yesterday. I was feeling pretty down with the chat, you know, and I really appreciate what you said.
I may not have a lot of the experience that you do, but I am a reasonably perceptive kind of guy, and I get the impression that maybe you have a lot of work experience and stuff that it stresses you out sometimes, and
Well, I am retired, but I've done some things, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just was bothering me so much how people want to make their games as ugly as possible. I kind
of feel that way. I kind of feel that way about a lot of things these days. You know, like I grew up in the kind of gritty alternative 90s, and I've just overdosed on that stuff. You know, like it's not that we shouldn't be able to consider a range of themes or interpretations of work or whatever. It's just that we're all a little bit hungover from everybody being so gritty and realistic that you don't really invest in them as characters. You know, like it's like, well, who am I going to back when everyone is so morally grey, like in Game of Thrones or something like that? Like, how can I muster enthusiasm for this person who I've seen commit war crimes on TV? You know?
Right. You know, and to glorify it so much that you know it's like they want COVID and the lockdowns to never end. You know, we just went through 2 years of hell, and I just want.
The other thing is, I mean, like I've said before, like I possibly come from maybe even more of a liberal background, and you know, a lot of the events of the last few years have been quite red pilling for some people, I suppose, without leaning too much on that terminology. But the flip side of that is we can kind of bathe ourselves in fear porn a lot, and sometimes it's good to actually just step back from the news cycle and the negativity and the constantly being reminded that human beings have conflict and fight over resources, and just to chill and appreciate what we have, you know?
Yeah, I feel like I need a vacation in the Shire, you know? Or Rivendell, something, you know, something beautiful and nice and peaceful and happy, as opposed to, you know, the kinds of, you know, experiences that we get in our game worlds of all things.
I hate to break it to you, but there's trouble in the Shire. I've got halflings with guns on dogs. And I'm not ashamed. Perfectly okay with that.
You know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. It's, you know, it's. Is that a 6 mil game? I mean, a 15 mil?
No, this is 28 mil. I've done everything in. I'm so contrarian. I've done everything in reverse, and I'm like, oh, this 28 mil miniature stuff is pretty cool. They're very detailed, aren't they? And everyone's like, yeah, like, where you been, man? Like, you know. Because I just have piles and piles of the smaller stuff. I've kind of gotten into this hobby slowly by resistance. So lockdown started, and I was kind of sick of my musical world friends because they're all degenerate. And you know, I'm getting too old to be a self-destructive idiot for the rest of my life. I don't want that. You know, we were all stuck at home, and I started feeling the itch of, you know, childhood memories of war games, board games, and Hero Quest. And so I started with the board games. Then I was like, oh, maybe I can let a little bit of 6 mil into my life, because that's just a little corner of the house.
Nathan, did you ever play any miniature type games or board games or any of that?
Yeah, I used to. It was other people's games. I am as much painting as you've seen me do. I suck at painting miniatures, and I just don't do miniatures.
Your droid models are have a very nice finish to them, all the same. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Like the paint is lovely and flat. I'm very big on like that. You know what I mean? Like,
that's why I don't do big. That's why I don't do big. Like, I can never pull it off. You know, maybe with a rattle can here and there, I can pull it off. But I'm gonna get some runs, some drips, some errors. You know, but you know, if you ever feel the itch, Nathan, just let me know and I'll hook you up somehow.
Well, I don't have room for. Oh my God, I'm looking around. Every surface is covered with action figure stuff. I'm not even joking.
Oh, cool.
That is just a fraction. And everything you saw on top, did you see the top of that? I wasn't looking at the screen. Did you see where the arrow was? The arrow ATV? All of those were customs. All of those are customs. Wow. When lockdown started here, I was like pissed off because I had been laid off, and they gave me this big severance, and I was like, still pissed off because I couldn't do anything with it. So I was like, okay, I can still go to Dollar Tree, and I bought like, I don't even know how many. I was just like, is the basket full yet? Yes or no? And then I would go up to check out, and they're all custom figures up there in one way or another, and most of them are painted because I just
That's awesome.
totally.
That's awesome.
Well,
that's really cool. I used to have a friend who was a graphic designer, and his little studio, he had a wall of action figures, and he used to keep them in the plastic, like kind of nailed to the wall sort of thing. And I always used to think, oh, that must be, because I didn't know much about that sort of thing. He was really into comic books as well. I kind of just read The Phantom, and that was it, you know. And I used to think, oh, you know, that must actually be a kind of quite handy visual reference if you're a graphic artist doing various things throughout the day, to just have all these different like splashes of colors coordinated together that you could just nick. You know, I do that all the time now when I see things. I'm like, that's a paint scheme that I want to use. You know what I mean? That combination there.
Right. I don't have such a great polish.
What did you do before the What did you do before the lockdown? Disemployed you, and then you're back on your feet, or are you still?
Oh yeah, I'm back. They opened back up, and they called me back and gave me a raise on the way back in, and I was like, okay, this is cool.
Yeah, they do seem to be rehiring pretty much everybody that they said would never work again.
Yep. I do paperwork for Embraer Aircraft Maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
We are the warranty fix for the company, and we're Embraer in Nashville. They don't have their own airline. They just make planes for other people, like Republic and United Airways, etc. Whoever. They just sell airplanes, and I keep track of the paperwork to do the repairs. Are things on time? Are things on order? Have things come in, etc. All that stuff. And I just, it's an administrative position, which is freaking cool, but I don't really tell anybody what to do because I don't want to. And it's all right. So, but it's starting to pay well. They just gave me the raise and it just kicked in, and I'm like, this is pretty nice.
Yeah,
we're in
an employees market, man. It's like finally, even my girlfriend is like going for the executive level jobs right now. Like
semi-exec.
We've got a little bit of leverage out there. It's nice. They jumped the shark a little bit.
Yeah, I've never done this kind of thing before. I've always been the guy who cleans the floors and parks cars. And I'm like, holy shit, this is cool.
I have to be honest with you, like having worked in an office and also worked with my hands and like just, doing maintenance work and fixing things, I much prefer the maintenance work. You
know what? I really like working with my hands too. I'm computer tech by trade, but that didn't really work out since phones took over. And it's a long story, but I really like doing that. I'm a tinker guy too. I mean, droids, come on, and it's like I am doing this because it's pretty easy, I mean, the electronics and the droids demand attention to detail, and this paperwork demands attention to detail, but it's all like, it's the George Jetson job. And I'm like, am I really doing this for actual money? This is awesome. I show up on time. I don't smoke on the property, and I file their paperwork on my schedule. And that's cool. I was like, oh my God. I mean, it is really a legal thing. I am not allowed to handle tools up there because FAA rules, but their tools. I'm not really allowed to touch an airplane because of liability, and oh my God, it's so complicated. It's insurance.
Well, every square inch is like $1 million.
Yes, and, you are correct.
Yeah. And once lawyers get involved, that's a layer of complexity that gets added to everything. Sure,
Yeah.
you know.
But anyway, I didn't mean to
But
go
I'm
on a
glad.
rant.
I'm glad they took you back, and I'm glad that you had a little bit of, you know, it's like they were so just the way they. It was like pulling a lever, right? You know.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like, okay, everybody stops working now.
Yeah.
Choke.
I mean,
And it's like, what the hell?
yeah. I mean, look, I try not to be too ideological about these things. Like I say, like I don't really trust it when someone is like 100% has like a reactionary response to something, or 100% has a progressive response every time. You know what I mean? I'm like, is that person really thinking for themselves? But there was certainly a lot of screwball stuff going on in the last couple of years. But you know, we're still here, we're alive, and a lot of us accumulated an ungodly amount of miniatures.
Hey, real quick, little guy's he's gonna say goodnight to you guys.
Okay.
Yep.
Jack, it's good to say hi. I'm so glad you're getting into historicals. There's some Dark Ages stuff there coming as well. I hope that's kind of the thing that made me kind of choose that is because it's compatible with RPG stuff as well. You know what I mean? It's a bit dual purpose. But hopefully you get a little bit of joy out of, like, you know, reading up on some of the cultures represented and stuff as well. I know you're a big World War I guy and a big Spanish Civil War guy. I love reading about World War I, but I don't know anything about the Spanish Civil War, really, other than George Orwell participated.
Yeah, George Orwell. Don't even get me started on George Orwell.
Wow.
I know, right? This kid's amazing.
I think it's great, you know, like, you know, I think it's like every generation is kind of a little bit shocked how each subsequent generation just seems a bit more sophisticated than we were. Like, it's like, why shouldn't I get you started? Well, I got to let you go to bed, man. But we'll talk about this another time. We'll talk about this another time for sure.
Certainly.
All right, I dig the Shopko as well. It's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very Laibach.
Yep.
You don't know what that is, but you know,
No,
they're kind of a band that like wore that kind of stuff. They were very like militaristic and like over the top. They were a little bit comedic in the way that they did it. Yeah. But I'll let you go now. Good night, man.
All right. Good night.
Night, Jack.
All of you.
Good hanging out, dude.
Have a good the rest of your weekend, eh?
It's just about over for the little guy. It's what Sunday morning now technically for us, and
right.
He's got to go to school Monday morning.
Yeah. It's
get back on track.
It's 6:30 in the evening Sunday here.
He just got that hat in the mail today. He paid for it with his own money, and it was supposed to have a really cool badge on it. And the jerks over at Amazon decided to keep that part, you know. So he still wanted to show it off. He like, you know, dressing up and, you know, doing stuff like that, which, you know, I got no problem with that, you know. If you watch the old episodes of the show, he wore all kinds of different costumes to play along with what we were doing, and you know, it was a lot of fun.
Sometimes I see him with like the stripy tie, and I see you with your bowling shirts. You guys are kind of style icons, really. Like, you know.
Usually, I'm just wearing a dumb T-shirt, you know, D&D T-shirt or my John Carter T-shirt. But we're trying to, you know, look a little bit more professional. We're getting ready to do an actual professional interview show with the people in the industry, and you know, also all of our friends. I want to do an interview show, a serious interview show, you know, and treat it like you guys are big stars, because in my book you guys all are. And you know, it's going to be called 20 Questions with Shadow and Sun. and we will send out the 20 questions beforehand. So if there's something you don't want to talk about, we won't talk about. But I want my other friends to know my friends, as well as possible.
Well, I'll
Because
speak on
you guys are
I'll
all
speak on any topic, frankly, except the Emu War, which is an embarrassment for my country, and I don't want to.
well, no, like if you're married, if you have children, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about certain things. But we're
Right.
gonna keep it professional. But
Well,
between interviewing.
I have a girlfriend. Her name is Bruce Lombardo.
Nathan, did you meet Bruce last week, or did you just see him painting miniatures?
I don't think I met him.
He's a great guy. He's great. That was last week.
Yeah, he's quite well, like to quote my own post, he's rival. He's bored.
He likes to just show what he's working on instead of his face, even though he's a handsome guy, like all of us. It's weird how we've all decided to have a smoke break. I think that's fitting. A great way to wrap it up.
Yeah,
he's a good painter.
Not to make that sound weird. I didn't mean that to sound weird.
Sounds weird. It's okay.
No, I mean, it's just making it. Wait a minute. But
well, there's a very popular rock band in Australia called Cigarettes After Sex. Like all the young people are really into that band. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an old fuddy-duddy when it comes to music. I like my Blue Oyster Cult, my Electric Light Orchestra, and
something I wanted to bring up earlier was obscure robots, because Australia, I watched a movie, and the movie on Amazon is one of them included with Primes, and this guy had a set of robots in there. It was so one was like a server with legs, right? It was totally mechanical, totally droid. And I tried to look it up, but I don't know. I was concentrating on this and didn't want to interrupt, because I'm on the same connection. And I wanted to see this thing was cool. It looked like it couldn't talk, right? There were two boxy ones. One could talk, one could not talk, and one was like a human android woman with it was very odd, even in the world of robotics, right? They yanked the mental from this dead woman, his wife, and put it into a droid body, which, by the way, we don't have the tech for at all. And it's science fiction, right?
Right.
But those two other robots were freaking cool. It looked like they just took whatever kind of industrial hardware they had, put lights on it, and made a costume out of it. I was like, that's freaking cool. I love that. I loved it.
In Australia, we don't have as much of a sci-fi tradition per se, but we do have a kind of Ozploitation kind of genre that has a lot of post-apocalyptic films with sci-fi elements, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of them on Amazon.
Yeah, because the sci-fi thing by its nature requires quite a large film industry. Or at least it used to, right? So, Mad Max is a perfect example. Like, kind of what our mentality is like, being at the end of the world. There's still a small number of people fighting over the scraps.
Right.
This
was one of those movies. Go ahead. Sorry.
When I was finishing high school, they were filming The Matrix, the first Matrix film in Sydney, quite close to my school. And it's funny how I couldn't have been any less interested in that sort of thing. But since growing up, I've actually met a lot of people who ended up as extras in that movie, and particularly in like the nightclub scenes and stuff like that. And now I'm talking to two guys about robots on a podcast.
Hell yeah.
A lot of
Loving every minute of it.
A lot of these things are from childhood, and they kind of come back to us.
That is so true with every one of us. We've all got, different things that just stick with us, from our hobbies to our music to, all kinds of other stuff. We just, that's part of this whole, group of friends. We want to share these things that other people can appreciate, because the average Joe just doesn't, or they got their own thing, whether it be sports or, cars or whatever, those formative years stay with us forever. And they made us who we are. And, it's really nice to know that, like I always say, we're not alone. The world wants to make us think that we are, but we're not.
Like a lot of gamers, I spent a lot of time away, and there were probably times in my life when I was like too cool for school to like sit down and invest the kind of time and planning you need to into like making a war games army, right? Or just too busy, like working and going,
or chasing skirts or whatever. That was a big part of
chasing skirt, but like to various degrees of success. And it's like you've got to consider it's not just chasing time; it's like lost development time, and then time getting over the skirt that you've chased as well. So those are, it's like, it's some people are just time things, right? So, it's like you might go out with someone for 6 months, but it might take you about a year to get that last bit of sand out of your ear, like, you still got a bit of beach here, because she was being a bit of a beach. But, coming back to it, it's like I'm sort of remembering a lot of those first times I saw a robot, those first times, the first sci-fi images that stuck in my head, It was too small to really understand what I was seeing. It's amazing how British TV was such an influence on my conception of that year. You know what I mean?
Me too, to be honest. I mean, from Doctor Who, Red Dwarf, I still love all that stuff to an extent. Doctor Who less because of the Rose Tyler thing, but
Sure.
I take some of that stuff kind of personal, because we invest ourselves into these stories, and then they pull the rug out from under us.
I agree 100% in principle, but I actually make a point of like letting it go, because for a variety of reasons. Like some of them are out of pure malice, because I know that they always do a terrible job and they bury the property for another 20 or 30 years, and it gets dug up again by someone who knows what they're doing. And often it's the best treatments are not by fans per se, but by people who can actually write. The other reason is I just don't let these things get to me anymore. I'm out of the culture war. I'm just like, this is punk rock. You're inverted, call me Margaret Thatcher. I have to go out and take my 3 chords and assemble something new that's not yours. You know what I mean? Like, you're forcing me to be more inventive. So that's my mentality.
Okay.
It's like all those OSR guys, they're very possessive of the property, but they kind of miss how creative they've been in the last few years in reaction to all of this, and how they've
I'm trying to be better when it comes to that. I realized that, if you don't know, you don't really have a whole lot to stand on when you're trying to make an argument for or against. So, I'll give these things a chance.
I'll be honest with you, I can't stand a lot of modern entertainment. I deliberately block it out. If my girlfriend runs the news on in the background on a quiet, like the network's just kind of running all the time, and it's one of the only times I sort of raise my voice, because it might as well be like black hypersonic worms pouring out of the screen into my face. You know what I mean?
So well said.
I just don't. I choose to isolate myself from it. And I just, not only do I not know about most of the things that people are upset about now, but I don't care. And I'm just creating my own universe. Like, the whole point was for me to escape from how miserable all of those people are,
Yeah.
I came from music. And I know better than any of you what these people are, because I've been exposed to the absolute worst example of, musicians are terrible and they should all be shot. So don't get me wrong, like, we're on the same page. I just choose not to stick my head in the bucket of shit and go, oh, I'm covered in shit, what am I going to do?
Yeah. I like that analogy a lot.
It started when a friend of mine rang me and he's like, what are you doing? And I said, I'm hate reading an article that I know is making me angry, and I'm questioning myself why I'm actually bothering to do this when I only have so many heartbeats left in my life anyway. So,
wow, that's so well said.
I don't know, I'm just over it. I don't have the energy for it. I have real problems,
Yeah, I don't let stuff out there influence me, because I got things to do here.
That world, like, if you're a Christian or like some other kind, you're guided by some other kind of like moral philosophy, or you're a bit of a nerd or a bit of an outsider, that shit's not for you anyway. Like, why are you even looking at it? It's gonna upset you. Like, just stop.
Yeah, I separate myself from it.
I just don't do it anymore. The only thing the closest thing to news that I get is like really far out conspiracy theories that are completely unsubstantiated. And I'm like, I actually prefer watching this. This makes more sense to me. So,
well, I'm trying to get them
on that page. I think all three of us are on that same page.
Yeah, absolutely.
Atlantis.
I'd just rather shoot the shit about, like, is the Earth a giant UFO, maybe? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather do that than talk about the specifics of, like, where did this $80 billion go? Like...
I can't change $80 billion worth of nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Why am I concerned?
Yeah, I'm really tapping out of it, and I'm meditating more and just being thankful for being alive, and I'm happier, and I have a lot fewer fights with my spouse, and things are golden, man. Like, I choose happiness now. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to know. I don't want to know about all that horseshit. I know the difference between right and wrong. I know there are a lot of things going on right now that just, even as someone who used to be quite libertine, are just horrifying to me. You know what I mean? And I'm switching it off. I don't actually have to watch it. You know what I mean? Like, I got
a wonderful attitude.
I've got a good friend, right, who came over to visit me today, my musician friend, and he's, he's a gay guy. He's got a different lifestyle, and he's probably the only gay guy that I know. But he is so flippin' based that it's actually confronting. And he's like, he went through that phase of hate reading the news, and he's like, drag time story hour. What the hell is this? Why are they teaching this to children? What is this? Why are these adult males around these? You know what I mean? Like, he could see it, and he was horrified by it. But and maybe we need to edit this conversation because it's getting a bit controversial. But after he was really going down that rabbit hole of like seeing like how things that he used to not notice. He's like, wow, like demons really do walk the earth. Like he's completely, and I saw his attitude change, and it changed my attitude. But now he doesn't read the news either. He just meditates and avoids. He just meditates and avoids human contact. That's it.
Yeah.
He's become a hermit.
Well, hopefully, he'll find people like we have, to have these kinds of conversations and realize
a lot of people who don't necessarily live like a traditional conservative lifestyle, a lot of them are like quite traumatized, and they're traumatized by what is going on out there. We just need to build a fort, man. It'll all blow over. We just need to build the palisade, build it strong, and just sit it out.
That's why people build communes, but then that stuff happens. Jim Jones shit happens.
We're building a psychic defense commune. Right?
Oh, okay. You're wandering into my territory here.
I'm sure you.
Psychic defense commune. Ever heard of CE5?
I can kind of tell you have a bit of a security background, right? Like I can kind of tell that you're kind of in that area, right? I can tell that you've
military
dealt with some stuff. But honestly, even with all the people that you know who have a better idea of what's going on than I do, it's going to blow over. Everything is temporary. This kind of like demonic obsession with making things as ridiculous and illogical and destructive and damaging, and kind of, how they're trying to kind of MK Ultra everybody all at once, all the time. You can actually just turn the volume all the way down. And it's not.
I am a huge proponent for white noise machines to block out all that stuff. And I just found a guy who makes these. It's a interference machine. So if our cell phones, they commercialize listening to us, and they try to sell us whatever we're talking about. There's this thing that will interrupt the signal until you get on your phone, and you can just unplug it. I think it plugs into the headphone jack or something, or USB. I don't know, but I think I want to get one. And you mentioned MK Ultra. You're fully in my courts of influence right now. Okay,
we're gonna have chat. Ditto. We might get kicked off. We might need to make a bit shoot. But yeah, man, like all of that just insane kind of like I can't even put into words what's going on anymore. And like I said,
well, it's only insane until you've lived
a relatively libertine guy living a lifestyle that I didn't realize was nihilistic. But now that I'm more mature, I'm like, actually, I wasn't really doing anything with my time. I was just kind of seeking pleasure.
I think we all have a little bit of that, to more or less to greater. Even DM James, if you talk to him, he'll tell you.
I think we were all naughty boys, to be honest. But
yeah, exactly.
You reach a point in life.
Exactly.
You reach a point in life where you're like, actually, I did this because I have reasonable intelligence that I like to dull down because otherwise it drives me nuts. Because it's just 24/7 pattern recognition. And I need to direct this towards something constructive and enjoyable, and it links all of my interests up. And
that's why we're here, man.
Here we are. We are. It's great. I love it.
Exactly. That's why we're, like Nathan and myself. It's for me, it's like almost 2:00 in the morning, and this camaraderie and fellowship, supercharges the batteries. Everybody I know that has these live chats, etc., with our good, good close dear friends that we've never met in person. It really, I look forward to these conversations more than a lot of other things, because I can feel the positive recharging effect it has.
You guys and GM Fritz as well have really encouraged me through some pretty difficult times, and it's not like
You too, man.
it's not like we're just sitting around talking about, oh, I got a rash, I got this problem, blah blah blah. It's like we're doing something cool. We're telling stories, we're making art, we're making art around the art to hold the art. You know what I mean? Like, great. It's great. And I can just, like I kind of, I've just always loved fantasy. I've always loved military history. I'm quite into sci-fi. I'm probably more of a fantasy guy and a historical guy than a sci-fi guy, but I still make time for it, and I still have a fair few sci-fi minis, I guess. But I'm just like, I'm much more interested in this than like the actual cyberpunk dystopia.
Yeah, drive right down the street.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, we can play a game where human life is cheap, sure, but like currently human life is quite cheap, so it's just not that interesting,
I mean, I live in LA, well, near LA.
Sure.
And I live in the desert, the high desert, and when the lights start going down, I've never seen the beauty of the sunsets where I live like anywhere else. And I used to live near the beach, but up here, it's beautiful. But then you wake up 8 o'clock in the morning or so, and you go out, and it's kind of ugly.
Yeah, well, there's a certain Gavin Newsom that might have to account for the state of things someday.
Truer words, man.
That's part of what kind of really shifted my position from, sort of just vaguely tolerant of everything and disinterested in everything to, keeping a bead on what even governors of American states are doing, because it has repercussions everywhere. They're all implementing, they share notes, let's just put it that way. They share notes. They really do sing from the same song sheet all over the Western world at the moment. But it's nothing is permanent, Even skeleton warriors, like if you smash it, it's not going to get up again, right?
Okay, I can, yeah.
Like really powder that bitch.
Yeah.
Anyway, I feel like I'm keeping you guys up.
Not particularly. I'm really glad that you came on, and I got to thank you for last time.
I hung out for an extra hour and a half that I was already tired. I was like, oh man, this is all right now.
My default setting is like judgmental, grumpy, and a little bit paranoid. But I just kind of now that my insurance has run out, and it's kind of up to me to work on my injury and work out what I'm going to do for a living. I actually feel a lot better about my life, and I just kind of, it's like a light has gone in my head, and I'm just like trying to put as much positivity out there and encourage people as much as possible, and really give something back, because when I was
exactly
injured, and I still have a lot of problems, but at the absolute peak of me not knowing how to deal with it, Fritz was there to take my
Exactly.
mind, to take my
I keep
mind
thinking
somewhere
about him
really
all the
different.
time, man. I keep thinking about you've got to meet this guy, Nathan. He's one of the best of us. He's just so chill, and he knows what's what, but he's got like the impenetrable force field of goodness just surrounding his his attitude toward our hobbies and the things that we that make us happy,
Does he
and
ever
and
come on here?
I call him
very.
the tone setter. I
You
call
call him
him the
what?
tone setter. He's the
Yeah,
tone
yeah.
setter. He really just kind of, because a lot of us we're characters, right? We have our idiosyncrasies. We come on here and we give away that we're a little bit, get fired up on some subjects, right? The Fritz is there.
Okay.
He just sets a tone. He's just like really brings people together. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, what you imagine an expensive shrink would be like. It's like just one
He's
of the
kind of
guys.
like a North Star,
Yeah.
when I met him, I was a lot more bitter and angry about certain things. But
Yeah.
then I hang out with him for a while, and I'm just like, we'll introduce you to him, Nathan. He, he,
100%.
he's just a
Okay.
chill guy who, he knows all the same stuff we do, but he just doesn't, when he comes on here, that stuff all goes away. For the couple hours every day or whatever, he shows up. He's I don't know if he's been on my show yet, but I've been on his show, I think. But he's a sci-fi guy, a fantasy guy, a gamer, you know, but he just doesn't let the outside world get in, to his special time with his friends, like
Right.
James and the other James, and most of us, he's just like James here just said, he kind of sets this tone and this
And it's not like he's sanitized or artificial in any way. He's just
nope.
genuinely there to paint. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's there to paint. You come along, you talk to him, what you've been working on, and it's great. You're in a good place. Love it.
And, I don't want to make him sound like some guru of some weird cult or
No,
anything.
and Bob Ross comparisons have been worn out since the inception of the internet, right? So,
Right.
When someone says you're the Bob Ross of something, just punch them in the face, like, just for being cliche, like.
Yep. No, he's got a completely different thing going on. He's just a cool guy, and how does he end it? It's only going to get better.
Yeah.
There's a couple other people that I listen to that say something similar, for different things, but it's really nice to hear that from somebody, that you respect and admire. He and I are the same age, I think, almost exactly, but I'm not over some of the things, I'm not over them, and I'm trying, for my son, but I as a dad, I gotta kind of, still keep that paranoid ear and eye open, just to keep him safe, but as you can see, that kid's a freaking genius. I mean, have you ever heard a 14-year-old talk like him before?
Well,
No.
it's pretty rare, and it's rare for precociousness to be backed with actual interest and diligence. You know what I mean? It's like I was a very precocious kid, but I wasn't that diligent. He keeps himself in in fine fettle, in terms of where he's at.
Yep. He loves all of you guys, He looks up to you and respects each and every one of you. And, even if he's not talking, he's, soaking it up, and he's soaking up some of the best minds I've ever met. Whether it's you guys or Bruce or even Connell, with, his, issues, we've all got them. We've all got our, imperfections, but you know, he's
I like Connell because he's a lover. You know what I mean?
oh yeah. Everything he does is like I said, he loves and wants to be loved, and he's been through a lot of rough times,
Sure.
different than us, but no greater, no lesser, but he's my little brother for a reason, and just like you guys are because of age, whatever. None of us are perfect, and none of us are, better than each other. Maybe at a little thing here or there. We've got, I've got my specialty. Nathan's got his things. That I would be freaking, completely lost. You put me down and say, "Okay, you can take over for Nathan today on this." I'm like, "The hell you say? I don't know what the hell I screwed something up. Big time. Not even just like a little thing."
The only hammer I'm going to drop on you guys as a group, and that's maybe I'm addressing you as Americans, is that just take a break from the damn news. Like, just take a break.
Oh, I don't even watch the news, man. I don't even watch it.
No, man, I'm guilty as charged. Guilty as charged.
I was there. I was like deep down the rabbit hole, reading my accuser to try and figure out what these flippin' lunatics think. Actually trying to get some kind of like scholarly understanding of the Frankfurt School. I can tell you from like having read some Marxism that like in a parallel universe, it's just an intellectual toolkit that advocates for working people, but somehow it's just here it's like this weird it's really anything you want it to be as long as it results in like killing and dispossession. But anyway, we won't go down that.
Yeah.
No, I think we've all been there, and I like I said, before my son was born, I couldn't tell you any of that. I didn't know shit, when it comes to certain stuff, and had to learn some stuff. I had to know some things that I didn't.
Yeah, sure.
Now I think I'm pretty well, stocked and intellectually fortified, and thanks to people like you and Fritz, I'm getting better at letting it all go. And
well, this is a challenging time to be a parent as well. Like, you're getting a lot of new concepts that we just don't even have the language. Like, we have to use their language to try and break down what they're saying. It's a difficult position to be in. And when you're a parent, you don't necessarily want to be a tyrant, but you don't want to let things get so slack that your child is harming themselves.
Well,
like I always say, come back from.
My son, he really keeps me honest. He'll call me out on my bullshit. And remind me, of things I'd have been a totally different person without him, and I thank God that I've had the distinct honor and pleasure of getting to be his dad, and when I'm gone, I have no doubt that he will be successful and happy at whatever he chooses in life. And thanks to my family's all gone. They all passed away a long time ago. For various reasons and stuff, and you guys are, in a lot of ways, closer and better than many of them. Not because they were bad people or anything, just because my time with them was so very, very short. It's really nice.
I think role players are chatty guys as well. You know what I mean?
I think we'll
get the story. It's funny because, like, a couple of these discords, like these wargaming discords, you've got a real lot of non-verbal men giving each other one-word answers, and it's kind of funny. But, I think there's something in the role player that's like, let's talk about,
how you feel about that. Let's unpack that. You know.
Yep. We're our own bartenders and therapists at times, you know.
Yeah.
And it's free. You know, I don't mean to rip you guys off, but you know, I'm saving thousands on, you know, what could potentially be, you know,
Therapy.
years and years.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
and the cool part about it is, you know, we get more than just a freaking hour once a week. You know, we get as much time as we can tolerate each other. You know, and put up with each other's, you know. You know,
it's good because it's
their own stuff. Where, you know, it's like two therapists, you know, hanging out, except there's three of us right now.
I mean, you know, on the internet there are a lot of kind of friend simulating kind of communities where people will go just for interaction's sake, but it's actually been quite enjoyable getting to know most of you guys, I think. Like,
there's a couple exceptions. No, I would kick any of us out, you know, for any reason, you know.
There was a group member today who was a little bit upset about something that had been said between on some other stream, and I was saying to this person, "Oh, please don't interpret. Like, it wasn't anything that I didn't even know what had said. He just came in, was very upset, and he kind of had it out with the person who was streaming a little bit, and then like." You know, we're all kind of ribbing him, but also kind of encouraging him to stay at the same time. And I just thought it was great because, like, he sort of settled down a little bit, and it was like, he knows that we love him. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe he got his hackles up because he's quite a liberal guy, and he's in a very kind of conservative space corner of the internet. But God knows, like, there aren't many left, right? So let us have 3 square feet, for God's sake. You know, just give me a 4-foot cube. Come on. You know.
Yep.
But,
you know, we're not going to agree on everything, but we can agree, you know, to you know, be there for each other. You know, to be.
I don't want him to. I want to see him. I want to see him there again. Like I said to him, I'm glad you stayed, man. Like, cause like him and the host were getting into it, and I was like, guys, hug it out, or I'll give you a surprise hug that you can't leave. Yeah.
You know, I was just thinking, you know, one of these days we are going to get to, you know, meet in person and you know, have a good meal or something. And just need the biggest freaking table ever, you know, and we're all going to be fighting out over who we get to sit next to, you know.
Well, you guys are all quite welcome to come here. I have a lot of space. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of room.
There's a lot of us, man. There's a lot of us.
Fritz has some relatives who spend, like, his nephew is married to a Thai, and he's got like a Thai nephew, lovely family, and so he goes over there a lot with his son and his wife. And you know, Fritz was like, "Oh, maybe one day I might move there." I'm like, "Yeah, move to Thailand, man. It's like fucking 20 minutes up the road from me. Like, definitely move to Thailand, dude. I can see you on a like $500 flight, no problem."
Yeah, I always wonder though, you know, when we finally do, you know, get to shake hands and hug or whatever, you know, what that's going to be like, you know, because we're going to find out, oh, shit, man, I don't like this guy anymore. You know what they say about meeting your hero, you know?
Oh, I have the same. Remember, I told you last week, I was like, I'm so worried about they're going to actually learn me now. And it's like, they're going to boot me. And I was thinking, oh, shit, I'm going to get banned.
I have to admit, I do love winning people over, like, by joking a lot and doing things for people. And sometimes a very small part of me is like very anxious that I'm like, one day I'm going to be back in my old
kind of musician life, dealing with people who can't stand me because, like, I stand up for what I believe in, you know.
Not a chance with us, man. Not a
That is
chance
an
with
I
us.
don't think that's here. Yeah, I think you're.
that is an irrational self-talk that you have developed because you've gone through that, right? Like, you've internalized that from when that happened, and I think it's a great group of people, honestly.
I'm
And it's just,
glad I'm a
it's just
part
getting,
now.
me too, man. It wouldn't be the same without you. And every day it's getting a little bit bigger, and there's always going to be room for one more. The stuff I learned from you guys, I can't, I'm always going to be grateful for these moments. It's just weird, just 4 months ago, it was just me and my son doing our thing, and we didn't know any of you guys, and now, look at all the good times we've had just a short period of time, and when Fritz says it's only going to get better, I'm like, oh, come on, man, what I've already died and gone to heaven, this,
There were a couple
some of
of
you guys,
times. There were a couple of times in my life where I heard that, and like coming out of the tablet, and I'm like lying in bed, unable to move, and I was like, "Shut the fuck up, you hippie!"
hey man, I resemble that remark.
I definitely had a couple of moments, but unfortunately, he was frustratingly correct.
Everything happens for a reason, I told Bruce, I wish I'd met you guys sooner. He's like, nah, man, you came at just the right time.
I was watching some of that adventure. It looked kind of fun. I like Bruce. He can just pull it out of the air. You know what I mean? Like, he's got good flow.
He does.
And he does nice paint jobs too. He does do nice paint jobs.
He's probably a better painter than I am. I'll admit that readily, and I've been doing it for a long time, and it doesn't matter, we're both having fun. We're all having fun, and maybe in a little tiny way, we'll make this big blue marble a little bit better, so that the next generation, like Jack and anybody else who comes into the picture, will be able to look back on these videos and go, oh my God, these guys are crazy, but they were right. Right.
For me, it comes down to one feeling, and that's that feeling where in your mind's eye, you're on the hill, and the flag has dropped and the archers are firing, and the pikemen are forming up, and you can just see the dust in the I love the cinematic battle scene. That's what it all comes down to. That's what I'm trying to get. And I'm trying to get it wrapped in my kind of the skin of the lore that I'm developing from kind of plucking from all these different books that you guys are recommending me. I mean, when I was a kid, we had Hero Quest, we had Space Quest, we had the Warhammer starter box with the Bretonians and the Lizardmen. And we had a lot of fun with those. Me and my little brother. We did quite well for a couple of Christmases there, I think.
Yep. I think, we've got, a lot to be grateful for. A lot of people are missing out, and, every chance we get to
well, it's interesting because you guys talk about Stranger Things all the time, which my girlfriend loves Stranger Things. I personally, I'm not into it. Like, I just don't kind of watch it because it's new, and I kind of block everything new out, more or less, unless like one of you guys really like sells it to me, But I think that's kind of like going to bring in people who maybe 10% of 10% are going to be really curious about wargaming and indie games, and maybe look beyond the whole 5e edifice,
I think that this hobby's there's life in the old girl yet. You know,
Yeah,
a lot
there
of
is.
really
Yeah, there is.
Oh yeah.
a lot of really enthusiastic, talented people.
Yep. Yeah, I can't wait to hear that Nathan's got himself a game going. You know, he can't make the stream because he's got a game, and I'm going to be like, "You go, buddy. Enjoy the hell out of it." I wouldn't even care if it was 5e, to be honest. You know, I give it a hard time, you know, because it's easy, you know, to do that. And you know, I've got my old books, and I love my old books, and I want to play my old games, you know. But you know what? You know, at the end of the day, I'm playing Pathfinder. You know, which is
I don't really have a strong opinion about any of it, really. Like, in that sense, like in the sense of like, oh, you're a committed homosexual if you play 5e, and you know, like you know, I don't kind of like, I might actually say that as a joke, but like, you know, not in the sense that like just play whatever game system you're comfortable with, man. Like whatever, you know,
yeah,
like
you know,
Yeah. It's games. It's in the word. It's for
yeah,
fun.
yeah,
Have fun
Right.
with
like.
it.
Like I've bought so many highfalutin popular rules. I have like mountains of rules that I've bought thinking, oh yeah, I'll get into this, and then I read it and I'm like, am I a retard? Like, what's wrong with me here? Like, you know.
well, you know, when we first came onto this channel, I developed our show's catchphrase, which is, you know, play the games you love with the people you love. And
Yeah.
I'm sure other people have other ways of saying it, but for me, that's what it is, you know.
Yeah, if
And
someone likes, like, I've never even read 5e, it might actually be really good. Like, whatever, you know. I've got
yep,
Beckme on Fritz's recommendation, and that's great. And I got like the chainmail and swords and sorcery just like as research, like, you know, having the book is just a nice.
those are what's the word? Old school classics that will never lose their value, not monetarily, but just as, you know, something to appreciate the evolution of this hobby. You know,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
have a
like,
couple of the books you mentioned.
you know, it's written in a certain way, like, and people experience the same thing with the set of rules DBA or Hordes of the Things, the British war game, which is, I think, probably the most balanced and perfect war game ever. It's dead simple, but it's almost a bit like playing chess, so it's not for everybody, right? But the way that it's written, even though it's very simple and you just got like one dice aside and you roll a dice and add a factor and whatever, like the way that it's written is quite obscurantist, and like people struggle with it just because, you know, the guy kind of ties himself up in sentences. You know, he's not like, these people just had an idea and like went with it, you know, like. And some of these earlier or older books, the early drafts, like I've kind of made a point of collecting all of the classic wargaming texts that I can get my hands on. Tony Barth's Ancient Wargaming Campaigns, books by Donald Featherston, books by Charles Grant, Charlie Wiesencraft, all the guys who wrote the original early war games, and I'm going to work my way through them and see what I can glean from them, you know.
Yeah, I'm still looking for a copy of H.G. Wells' Little Wars, one of the, you know, oldest by you know, all standards, you know, unless you go back and, you know, find things written on scrolls and things like that, you know.
There is a charming video of Peter Cushing, the actor from horror films and so on, making and painting miniatures from scratch with perfectly researched Napoleonic uniforms for his personal game of Little Wars.
Oh damn!
That's on YouTube under British Pathé. I recommend you look it up because it's just adorable. It's adorable.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because
And we
Peter
really
Cushing.
have-
Go ahead. Sorry.
James, he wants the rest. He wants to look it up.
Found it.
Mm.
I don't know. This new headset, it's got a weird audio, and it's like a little bit garbled hearing you guys. So
Sure.
I didn't catch that other word. British what?
Pathé,
But I found it. Pathé.
Pathé. Yeah.
Yeah, found it.
Yeah, it's like pate, but it's got a list.
Right.
Send me a link to that later, will you, Nathan?
Sure.
It's the most. It's very charming. Let's just put it that way. Like it's just like imagine
I
having
love
your
that word.
own your own drawing room, and he's like making them out of compressed paper, like really, like he's like lacquering it until it's really hard, kind of making them like little peg dolls, and he's got his like various gazettes of like Napoleonic uniforms and painting them on. Great. And that's in like 1956 or something like that.
1956. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Peter Cushing has been the Doctor. He has been
He has.
Moff Tarkin, Grand Moff Tarkin. He's been
Right.
Dracula. All these, I'm like, whoa! Very few people have done what Peter Cushing has done.
Well, he was a wargamer.
Same with Christopher Lee, although he was kind of scary. You know, 'cause,
He was scary.
Was Christopher Lee a wargamer?
I don't know about that, but you know, I think he was in actual war, doing actual war stuff. That
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Christopher Lee saw some stuff.
Wasn't he the one that said, "I know what it's like to be stabbed. You don't have to show me"?
Yeah.
Wasn't he that guy?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was just
but-
like he was like the guy wouldn't make any sound. It's like silent if you stab someone between the clavicle.
yeah, and we know he was doing the stabbing. That's what I meant. Is the scary part is like, no, you do it like this. So like, you know, and
the SAS man, you don't mess with those guys. And
nope. That's why he was the scariest of all the Sith. You know,
our SAS got dragged over the coals recently because of some conduct overseas, and I was like, it's amazing how they can put the responsibility onto the servicemen and not the people who started the illegal war. But okay, sure, you know, no problem. You know,
is that always the case though?
Yeah, it really ground my gears. And I had a friend who was an Afghanistan veteran, and I sent him the text and said, you know, I saw what happened, and you know, I think it's bullshit. I said, like, whatever the case, you only need to consider one metric, and that's the life expectancy when you left, which was considerably higher than when you went in. You know?
Very true. Very, very true.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on.
That's that.
Okay.
I have nothing but respect for people who do that kind of work. You know, I don't think I'm built for it. I'm too much of a stoner, but you know, regardless, it's not an easy job.
No,
but
I did it.
We,
it's not easy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It takes a special, you know, kind of person to put themselves out there like that. That's why I was, you know, I realized my son picked Air Force, you know, but you know what, it's still kind of the same thing. It may be, you know, a little easier in things, but you know, at any minute, you know, he could be called to make the ultimate sacrifice, and you know.
You could say it's easier, but it's intense work. You know what I mean? It's really intense work. It's physically demanding up there. Both my father and my grandfather were in the Air Force. Like grandfather was naval intelligence in World War II. I heard a lot of interesting stories. Yeah.
I look forward to the little guy coming home and telling me stories.
Yeah.
Because he's going to go far. If he keeps it up, it doesn't, get, messed up by a girl or drugs or alcohol or something like that, which I don't think is likely to happen. But you never know. He's only 14, but we'll see. I have total faith in the little guy, and one of these days, he may be up there, taking.
Well, my father, his military career was certainly cut short by involvement with drugs. Definitely. They certainly take a dim view of that, and understandably so. I think it was only because of his father's hoity-toity connections that he didn't get into much more trouble than he would have. But certainly that's why my father didn't do very well in the Air Force, but his father certainly did.
Well, Jack seems to have a good set of ethics and morals. He delves in, seeing him delve into his topics. That's good. I'm like, oh yeah, he's going to be okay.
I think he's
got a great bunch of guys to chat with and to listen to, and
I think he's got a good compass.
Yeah, well, yeah, and he's got a
I think he's got a good compass, and I think when you're that kind of put together at that age, you can kind of run the simulation in your head before you do the stupid thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's definitely not impetuous or foolhardy. I mean, he thinks he knows everything. That's maybe the only issue he'll have is thinking he knows things that he doesn't. But who wasn't like that at one point or another? If not still,
Yeah, I was a little Hitler,
Okay.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I said that the other day. I said, "Oh, I drank a Hitlerian amount of coffee, and just nobody touched it." They were like,
I remember that. Yeah, I used to be that way too. Coffee was I only drink water now. I used to drink. I would make a blender full of mocha frappuccinos. Ice and coffee and chocolate. A blender a day.
My diet is impeccable except for the sweet caffeinated drinks.
I gave those up. Now it's coffee and water.
That's what I call the vector of fatness.
No, you're missing the big one. You're missing the big one. For me,
yeah,
it's chips.
Oh, okay. Right.
Fuck. I don't know if it's because I'm Irish and possibly Russian, so I'm addicted to potatoes.
Hot chips or potato crisps?
Crisps and corn chips too. If it comes in a bag and all I have to do, it's like, oh, okay, that's lunch.
Yeah, I like.
Shit, where'd the bag go?
I like corn chips with a good salsa. Yeah.
Or guacamole.
I love guacamole, avocado, all the time.
I did buy some pork rinds the other day, and I was like, "Yeah, this is a good snack for a middle-aged man. I can do this."
What did you call it?
Pork rinds. They're sort of like
pork rinds.
Scratching,
Yeah, pork rinds.
I recommend Edifier. Get yourself some Edifier Bluetooth headphones. It costs you about $30, I reckon.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, these were 10, so I'm getting what I'm paying for.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
That's my grandma saying that the poor man always pays twice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, at least I can look like a pilot doing this.
Yeah, you got kind of a cool jacket with some like sick patches in the background as well. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you're channeling Ace Rimmer.
Fuck, I love that character. I fucking love that character. That
This is my grandma. What a babe.
she's kind of cute.
Yeah,
She seeing anybody?
she's lovely. She's with the big guy now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, love that girl. She was in Intel as well. So I like that photo because knowing what she did, it kind of just takes on a different air. Takes on a kind of noir aspect.
I look forward to the book.
Did you ever play that game Velvet Underground?
No, I can't say I did, but I imagine everybody who did started a computer game. Ha ha! Anyway.
It's about the non-combatant information network of World War II in Europe. The Intel. And
not Lou Reed.
No,
dude,
no, not Lou Reed.
That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, I went there too, but I wasn't gonna go there. I thought it was.
You got me thinking far away from Lou Reed. I was just like, oh yeah.
Lou Reed had the transgender girlfriend, so we didn't have to. He's very brave.
Yeah.
Okay. He jumped on the grenade every time. when we went out, there's David Bowie like, when we went out drinking with Lou, he jumped on the grenade every time.
Okay, I'm gonna get off here, y'all. It's been like almost 6 hours.
Yep.
I can't see straight. I can't even see the timer on the clock. Okay.
Yeah,
this has been awesome.
I'm glad you had a good time. I like I said, man, it wouldn't be the same without you. I know you're new to the group, whatever, but
yeah,
you bring something special to the group that
don't be too self-conscious about your just like relaxing on stream. Like if you have to scratch an eyeball or drink a glass of water or whatever, like I think you've brought some really like at first I was like, oh, this guy seems like a bit of a quirky character, and then you start telling us your story and I'm like, all right, I'm hooked. You know what I mean? Like,
yep. I'm telling you, dude, because I don't know if you have your own StreamYards or whatever yet, but they only give us 20 hours and I've used up 6, and it's just the beginning of the month.
Shit. No, I don't have a StreamYard, but I can.
It's free.
It's cheap.
Excuse me. It's free, and we're gonna have to mooch off some of your time so we can all hang out. Okay. But we absolutely. I think we insist that you do some of this. Even if you don't invite us, we won't take it personally. This is so good for you and us. And everybody who's watching, you've got a lot to offer. Keep it up. Don't change. Be yourself. And everybody's gonna love you like we do. It's so much fun that the time just freaking flies by. I did a stream earlier today in the game that I was in. And the whole time, even though I was having fun with the game, I was like, man, I hope all these same people, come over to the stream tonight and we all just, sit around and bullshit about whatever, because it's just so much damn fun.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, I might take some topics of these streams and tell you my mystical bent on all of it, because oh man, just sitting here.
I'm right there with you. I as much as I've done the gaming thing, I watch Ancient Aliens. That's one of my favorite shows of all time. And I'm listening to old Art Bell and things like that because I've been studying the UFOs and Bermuda Triangle and Atlantis and all that other weird wacky shit. because it's
Yeah,
all
well-
connected. It's
Well,
all
look-
what could be.
Oh boy. Oh man. Atlantis
I
is
went
where
through
it's at.
I went through a big UFO phase as a kid, and then I stopped because it started scaring the pants off me.
Yep,
And now I love it.
Yep, same here, man. Same here. And I wanted to test the waters with my gaming friends, with it. And you were the first guy I thought of, Nathan, when it came to doing that exact thing, And I know there's a whole. I mean, I probably could have started a channel doing that instead, just like you probably could have. And I really like the idea of being, for lack of a better way of saying it, the Art Bell kind of guy. I want to bring the people on and hear their stuff. I've had my own
Right.
experiences, but I want to hear more. I want to do the deep dives into it all. So think about it. Start. I know you've done a little bit of that before, but with this format, using StreamYards and just bringing people on and however you want to moderate it or do it, or if you just want to ramble for a bit, just let me know. I'm already subbed, and same with you too, James. When you finally do your thing, you guys are gonna be huge. Just it just takes a while. Just be yourself, enjoy what you're doing, and just be honest and sincere, and you can take this as far as you want. And I can't wait to be on your guys' shows, so I could be the goofball, Not saying you guys are goofballs, but
I have just one outstanding question, which is I'm not aware of a huge UFO spotting culture in Australia, right? And you would think that having large spaces that are quite flat, lots of clear night sky, lots of nuclear activity, lots of astronomical activity in Australia. We're building a spaceport now. I wonder why that is. And I actually have a theory that the Aborigines interacted with the...
I was about to say, talk to your local Aborigines because they know all about it.
Not only are you not wrong, but you touched onto a couple of things. There's what was it? Was it Five Eyes or something like that? You guys are deeper in that you might be aware of.
No, I'm very aware because my family is very luminescent. Let's just say they, if you switch the lights off, they'll produce their own inner light, shall we say? But
you know what? If you do a little bit of research, we could do a whole show on Australia's, contribution to the lore. Let's say that's out there, because I did a little bit of deep diving on Australia too, because it seems like with the sightings that are out there.
It's an unusual place, and the conditions should be perfect for it. But I have heard tell that the Aboriginal tribes that interacted with them found them to be very malevolent and had to employ the kind of magic that only a kind of pre-civilizational people can access to deal with them. That's what I've heard, but that's as much as I know. That's everything. I'll let you guys go and save you some stream time. I think.
Yeah, man, I could open that can of worms with you right now.
Yeah, I'm really
so
curious.
tired.
I would love to know more, because I have friends who would possibly love to go out just for a drive and sort of see if we could do some spotting. Even in Western Sydney where I am. Yeah. Even
we're gonna have to schedule. We're gonna have to schedule a special night to do that. Whether it's on Nathan's show or my show, but you're definitely gonna have to be there. We'll definitely have to find a way to keep in touch.
Yeah,
I'm on Facebook. That's what I use. Shadow and Sun.
I don't touch any of that stuff. I'm just on the YouTubes and GM Fritz's Discord, and I tried adding other people's Discord. And I've been away from social media for so long that it just does my head in. I can't follow all that scrolling information.
We'll
So,
find a way,
which I'm
hard.
proud of. I'm proud of. It makes me feel like a barbarian warlord. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah. You're a better man than I am. I got to do it for
variety of reasons, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm
but
sure
I
I'll
try to stay
probably.
away from the bullshit and the catfish and all that.
I'm sure that if I get a channel to a certain level, that I'll probably have to bend the knee for Nike and steal some bikes for Candace. People, I'll tell you the source of that one day, but yeah, like that's fine. I don't use any of that stuff, but I would be happy if just you guys watched my stuff. Honestly, I don't give a
Oh my god! Hey, DM James, I can't believe you're still alive. Wait. Yes, we are going to bed,
I
James.
didn't know he was still.
He sounded plastered when he was on there. He was like, add another thing.
Oh, he's one of the best. I love that guy. He's and my son looks up to him like you can't imagine.
Well,
He really
DM James is one of those people who talks a good game and actually has done a lot of really cool, challenging shit in his life. Which is a rare combination, right? So I'm always interested when he has a story to tell.
Yep. He's a great guy, and one of these days, I get to shake his hand and thank him for everything in person.
One of these days, I'm going to give him a kangaroo burger. Howdy.
All right, gentlemen, you guys have a great evening. Oh shit, he's already gone. Just like
he cut out. Poof.
He does that. He's famous for drive-bys. But yeah, let's do Atlantis. Let's do Australia. I don't know if we could push them into one night. I'd rather not because
they're big topics. Big topics.
And I didn't know how people were going to react to doing, not really gaming stuff. You're a gamer, blah, 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 blah. You know what? I am multifaceted, I've done my research up and down, all kinds of crap. I've been really fortunate in this life to be able to do this sort of thing. And
I'm going to send you one more link. I had something happen on Tuesday to me, right? I didn't catch it on film, but I talked about it. I'm going to send you another link.
Okay. Where are these links in Messenger?
Yes.
Okay.
They are on Facebook Messenger.
But yeah, let's do more of this, and we can just leave the gaming stuff off to the side if you want.
Well, either or. I mean, it's cool.
Well, I mean, a lot of it doesn't connect. It does for me for like inspiration, but some other people may be like, well, I thought you were going to talk about something else or whatever. But let's definitely do more of this because I just absolutely love these topics. As much as I love games, there's so much weird shit that goes on out there, and I'll never know it all. Not until I can get my library card for the Akashic Records, and they say, "Oh, Mr. Chatto, we've been waiting for you. Come on in."
I keep trying. I keep trying. The Akashic Records are just elusive to me, and I'm like, I hear people talking about it. I don't grasp it yet. I'm trying. Maybe I should just not try as hard.
Maybe that's the key. I just know somewhere out there's a full-on library of everything, and that's pretty much it. What do you want to know? Oh, it's over on aisle 12.
Yeah. That's not what people have told me, but it's similar. Okay, yeah, I sent you the link. Oh, yeah, there it is. I had weird shit happen on Tuesday. It was very confusing.
That's weird because that was my miracle day too. As I told you earlier, maybe the big guy was busy. He got a wild hair up his ass and decided to, throw out some magic or something. I don't know. I will
Yeah.
check out the link, provided I don't pass out as soon as I say goodnight.
Oh, wait till tomorrow. Wait till tomorrow. It's all good. I sent you
It
like.
is tomorrow. It is tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to go to bed. I need to go to sleep. Did
right,
you
buddy.
chat to me here?
Maybe.
Did somebody chat to me here? Let me see. I'm pushing buttons over here. Go to bed, noobs. Okay.
Who said that?
Doom Master James.
I just read to just go to bed.
I heard go to bed, noobs, or it's reading go to bed, noobs.
That's weird. All I see is go to bed. All right, James. God bless you, man. We'll see you soon. Nathan, have a great Sunday. And I can't wait to chat with you. You know how to get a hold of me anytime you want. Just for whatever. Enjoy the shit out of every moment.
Oh yeah, I really am liking the time here. I was worried about it, but I'm not so worried now.
You got absolutely nothing to worry about. I mean, you've seen Connell. Come on, Jesus. No, I'm kidding. I love the guy. I'm doing a stream with him tomorrow. We're going to talk about world building for gaming, and my son really went off on it. He really dove in, and if you get a chance to see it live, cool. It'll be 1:00 avocado time. If you see it later, that's cool too. He's a good guy. Like all of you guys, you're my for the most part, you're all my younger brothers. Jesus Christ. Fuck, Donna, where are you when I need you, man? I guess he's the only guy older than me by about 5 or 6 years, but he's an interesting motherfucker too. Don't let him, fool you. That guy has done some shit all over the place. Gaming, movies and books and all kinds of stuff. But you'll get to know all of us, and don't ever think that don't listen to that ugly voice that says you can't do it, because you can. You got everything we got, and you got stuff that some of us don't, and some of us have stuff you don't. We're all different, but we're all kind of right there, man. We're the big guy wants us all to meet, hang up.
Yeah, we're on a good frequency.
Yep. And apparently, the big guy wants us all to do what we're doing, and I'm happier than a pig and shit doing it with you guys.
Cool, man. Okay, well, I'm gonna hang up. I'll talk to you soon, and talk to you.
Peace. Well, everybody, that was a hell of a night. For those of you who are still watching, probably just DM James. Thank you guys for everything. You made an old guy real happy, a bunch of young guys even happier, and I can't thank you guys enough. But I'm gonna go sleep. Yep. Getting pretty tired. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. Thanks to all of you guys. Bye.